the other day looking for you. That day you saw me, I came back looking for you. I didn't see you. That's fine. You went into who sees my 7-Eleven? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I did that for you and I couldn't find you. I don't see her.
You can ask your other friend there. She can ask her. No, Marty, no.
Yeah, she gave me some day passes. Hey, she gave me some. Hey, you're there. You're there. Using black shoes. That's it. That's it.
Take my seat.
Tulsa. That's it. She's in Tulsa. All right, I can do that.
I gave you a whole hour, so you gotta sit here. What? I gave you a whole hour to pay. Nobody else is going. And you're not. Well, then so be it. That's. Huh? You never get your tips anyway. You day shift I get. But you don't. But I don't want to be negative either. Yeah. Don't be. You don't have to talk. Don't sit and you just inspire me. Go sit. Say I just did. Did you? Did you? here for this very trip. Right here. Oh, no. Well, he's trying to be quick. He's up here.
So you just want me to push it up a little bit more?
But anyway, just appreciate it. Whoa, there
Perfect.
Yeah.
play by ear for the fact that I support Mr. Copeland. So I support this.
Welcome, everyone. How is everyone? Good to see you. The mayor will be joining us later by phone, probably around 2 o'clock. So I'm the vice mayor. I'll be running the meeting today. And so with that, I just wanted to lay out some, and maybe when we get to approval of the agenda, I'll tell you how I think there's other items as well. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm looking for Mr. Dawson. Would you mind leading us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, may we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor Breckus, Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber, Jarden, Reese, Shivi absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay. And again, the mayor informed me this morning that she'll be able to call in at 2. She specifically wanted to participate in the daybreak item, so just to acknowledge that. The next item is public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to notify all commenters in the audience today. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Please approach the dais, speak directly to council as a whole. Do not individualize any person. As a reminder of decorum, while you're in this room, your comment is expected to be respectful. Please refrain from any stamping, clapping, applause, or disruptive behavior. If you are noted as disruptive, you may be given a warning. Secondary offense of this, you may be asked to leave chambers. Please be respectful while you're in this room. Madam Vice Mayor, first to speak today is Mark Markell, followed by Chris Oberg, followed by Michael Pitkin.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell. I'm a concerned Reno resident. I'm here to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. It was back in '89, I got in a motor vehicle accident, crash. We were doing 100 and we were going over a freeway and we'd rolled 8 times. I don't talk very well. I've had a stroke. I know it's stupid of me, but I just want to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in a car with a drunk driver. We rolled 8 times and I got ejected and landed on my head. It put me in a coma for a month and I was in the hospital for 6.5 months more. And I can't drive anymore. I can't do anything. Basically, thanks to this wheelchair I get around, they expect you to stay home with this wheelchair. They expect you to stay home, and I can't say I have a mission in life, and that's to show people and warn people and what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. So people, please don't get in the car with drunk drivers and don't drink and drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Chris Oberg, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Heather Matthews.
Chris Oberg, Reno, 3000 Scottsdale. I built Meadow Lane Park. Took me 3 years to catch you guys embezzling the money. And we built that park, and it cost you guys less than $100,000, if it even costs that much. And now you got this daybreak people, they want to come in here and walk out of our town with $500 million. And they're not going to give us the lamp of the park or the school or the firehouse. Then they're not going to come play in our town. Because we can't afford to absorb those costs that's going to be occurred upon us citizens. And the only way you got to have a moratorium, you got to stop the green rental giveaway, because you guys are running out of dirt. And you better start paying attention to that, because you're not going to annex any more of us into this city. Because in 45 years, you annexed Whittican and McCarran to Audie and Helena, and you haven't done a thing. And you're 10 days up on my notice I gave you 10 days ago, my courtesy letter. If you don't take action to clean up your streets, we're going to do it for you, and we're going to send you a bill at the hourly rate that she makes. And somebody better start paying attention. And you're going to spend $3 million on a sidewalk on Audie Boulevard? Are you out of your minds? I've never, in my whole lifetime, maybe I've seen 100 people walk down that street. And you're going to make this widest sidewalk in the city at 6 feet? That's absurd. And if you're going to do it, you better only do it on the north side. If you do both sides, when it snows, nobody's going to use it anyway. So I haven't seen the plans or what you guys got in mind. But before you do that, you better fix Clear Acre Lane between McCarran and Whittican Road. There's not a sidewalk. And when we tried to build the mini warehouse, the RV park and the Denny's on the park, now that you've given NDOT to turn into a trash pile, they need to finish their half of the street and put in sidewalks before you even spend a dime on Audie Boulevard. And I'm serious. You got to fix that stuff. These kids are walking in the mud and out in the street because there's no sidewalks. And that's a priority more so than Audie Boulevard any day of the week. And got to do something about Starbucks. 5 o'clock this morning, garbage truck. I got a document right here that says they can't have any deliveries or pickups before 8 o'clock in the morning. And we're getting garbage trucks at 4:30 and 5, and it's a violation of their special use permit. And you got to stop it. I called the guy and he says, well, I got a business to run. I said, well, I got a house to live in. And they can't keep waking us up. And I forgot my laptop. I'm telling you, the mess at Home Depot is going to stop. And it's going to stop right away. And you guys got another problem on Clear Acre to Whittican. 45 years ago, you annexed into this and told us sewer, streetlights, sidewalks, and the beautiful neighborhood, and now you call it a decaying neighborhood? I did the math, and that's not counting Huffaker, Selna, and other places you've annexed into the city. Just in that block alone, you owe us $14 million. And we don't want the sewer, the sidewalk, or the streetlights. We want our money back.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Michael Pitkin, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Valerie Truce.
Overhead, please. My name is Michael Pitkin. Here in Reno, 20 to 30 new HIV infections every year. Of those, 12 to 13 are ending in AIDS. These are your numbers. As leaders, you are failing. Data shows these new infections are not coming from homosexual HIV positives like myself, but rather from those on the down low, perhaps heterosexuals dealing with religious, racial, cultural stigma and shame. I want to talk about the 90-90 initiative, a plan 8 years ago from the world's top doctors for cities to reach by 2020. Where 90% are aware of their HIV status, of which 90% are on HIV treatment, of which 90% are virally suppressed. This will stabilize the spread of HIV and bring costs down. This plan is supported by HRSA, CDC, and the National Institutes of Health. Even Trump supports this plan towards a cure in 2030. Seattle reached their goals in 2017. Last month, London exceeded their goals by 95, 95, 95. I want to now talk about the 5 HIV prevention pillars. Action pillar number 1, programs for females and their male partners in high prevalence locations. Pillar number 2, HIV services in all countries. Pillar number 3, condom programs. Pillar number 4, voluntary male circumcision in priority areas. Pillar number 5, post and pre-exposure prophylaxis, PEP and PrEP, for high-risk groups. When I hear that our friend Meredith Tanzer of Eddy House got the funding that was already allocated for pillar number 5, Washoe County Public Health Interventions, that is unacceptable. I am not opposed to helping homeless youth. So today, I am before you asking for your support to help make those funds up. As you are all leaders, I will be contacting each of you. I will be asking for your courage to speak up about all of this in public, outside of this venue. I will ask you to break the stigma and shame happening here that, in my opinion, is criminal. Each of you have a copy of these HIV resources, so no more excuses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Matthews, followed by Valerie Truce, followed by Judy Covert.
My name is Heather Matthews, and I grew up in Reno, Nevada. I graduated from UNR and from California State University, Sacramento, with a Master of Science degree in counseling, summa cum laude. I'm also the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. For the last 4 years, I've been trying to publish my book, Walking Through the Shadow and the Light. California State University has been interfering in the publication of this book, and it has also been interfering with my civil and constitutional rights, which has been stepped on over and over again, and nobody is doing anything about it, and I'm not going to tolerate this any longer. We elect public officials to do something about situations that are affecting citizens, of which I am a very good citizen. I am also a certified veterans advocate. I have contacted Governor Sisolak, the FBI, several high-ranking officials, the Washoe County Commission, and the Reno City Council, and yet I don't see any action being done on this. I have asked for the removal of Judge Wilson in District Court in Carson City because he has been doing nothing but accepting bribes and dismissing everything that I have tried to do. And I have 14-page, 12-page, 10-page, 8-page motions, including my complaint that state intentional torts are a waiver of sovereign immunity. In all 50 states, including Nevada, they don't even acknowledge this. They're stating some kind of case citing the Franchise Tax Board, and it has nothing to do with this case. That is a government agency who is investigating someone that came over into Nevada from California to avoid paying money. And it's within the scope and course of their employment. California State University coming into the state of Nevada with malicious and ill will towards me and threatening my safety and bribing state officials and law enforcement to do nothing about it is not only illegal, it's a felony. And I want some action done on this case, and I want it done now. And I'm not going away, and I am not going to tolerate being treated like a second-class citizen when I'm a first-class citizen. And I deserve that respect, and I will get it. And the Holy Spirit and I have already won this case. I have right to freedom of speech. I have a right to freedom of religion. And I have a right to publish my books without people being paid off. And also some copyright infringement has occurred. I would like anybody who is on this council that may have any ideas now on where else I can turn for help.
Madam
you,
Vice
ma'am.
Mayor,
Thank you.
our next public comment today is
I
from
will
Valerie
return in 2
Schurz.
weeks, and I'd like some action on this, so think about it. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Valerie Truce, followed by Judy Covert, followed by Shirley Folkens Roberts.
Am I at the right height?
You're great.
Okay, thank you. As our city council, I'm sure that you can attest to the number of wavering voices and uncomfortable body language you see in front of you at every meeting. It's well known that public speaking is one of the most frightening experiences, but many do because what they have to say is important. When they do, they don't expect to be gaslighted.
Can you increase the,
There we go. Gaslighting is a form of manipulation in which a person seeks to sow seeds of doubt in a targeted individual or in a members of a targeted group, using persistent denial, misdirection, contradiction, lying. Gaslighting involves attempts to minimize or delegitimize the other's concerns. Gaslighting happens when a voter asks the council to consider denying a project for valid reasons, and the developer calls the voter a NIMBY, even though the project has several concerns and is not in the other's backyard. Gaslighting happens when a voter asks the council to consider denying a project for valid reasons, and the developer asks, what right does the voter have to have the last house on the hill, even though that is not the other's concerns. As the city council, you'll be asked to make a very important decision today. Many will speak in front of you who have everything to gain. They'll be paid either directly or indirectly, as would Rogers employees or companies who will benefit down the road. Many others have volunteered to speak in front of the dais with faltering speech and nervous body language. They've taken the time out of their day to protect their community. They're purposely putting themselves through one of life's scariest experiences. They've nothing to gain but the knowledge they've done the best as voters for their community. Thank you.
thank you, Valerie.
Judy Covert, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Shirley Folkens Roberts. Should be noted for the record, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, the mayor has joined us remotely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the mayor for her new plan.
Judy,
for-
can you speak into the mic? Just move it there.
I'd like to thank the mayor for her new plan for 1,000 residences in 120 days in the city's opportunity zones. These are census tracts designated by the Tax Cuts and Job Act of 2017 as low-income areas that could benefit from development and increased investment. I know there are many issues to work out, but this is what our area needs. Not more homes crammed together on narrow streets in a flood-prone area. And who knows, maybe Sparks and Fernley could join in. Thank you.
Sam Dene, followed by Shirley Folkens Roberts, followed by David Brown and Tori Allen.
Sam Dene, that's me, the guard angel against government bungling and especially against the Reno Gazette and the rest of the media's panhandling. It's not the Reno Gazette wacko freaks anymore. It's the Reno Gazette panhandlers. And by the way, when Mr. Topol comes to this podium with his objections to one of your agenda items, I support him wholeheartedly. He's a longtime citizen resident, and he's got a lot of knowledge about that project, and I support him. Anyway, the Reno Gazette is a bunch of panhandlers. And you know what a panhandler is? It's defined as a person who goes to strangers and begs for money. Now, I'm one of the few people in town who actually buy the Reno Gazette. And each one of those reporters, and I'm not criticizing the reporters, they have good grammar, they have good English, but they are not allowed to report the truth about Sam Dene, me. They're not allowed. I don't know what they're kind of threats they're facing because of that, but they're not allowed to report about Sam DNA Dene. And now, if you took the newspaper, each time they have a report, at the end of it, they said, "My name is Sam Gross. Please take the Reno Gazette, because if you don't, I'm going to lose my job." Well, if they would write about Sam DNA and all the truth and information that he brings to these podiums, he has been bringing for 25 years, they would be the newspaper, everybody in town would be taking the newspaper. They would want to read it every day and see what kind of truth Sam DNA and Sam Kumar and that other guy with the same last name as me, those reporters are fairly good, but their bosses and their bosses at the Reno Gazette, panhandling newspaper, their bosses will not let them report the truth because they've basically ostracized those people. The poobahs and potentates who run the city have ostracized the truth. They've ostracized the truth that Sam comes to these podiums and speaks every week for 25 years. I'm responsible. That's me. I'm Sam, Air Force Academy graduate. Spent many years flying fighters and bombers for our Air Force. And then the rest of my life I've been spending coming here philanthropically. I'm the one who should be up on the dais. They don't need anybody else. If they had Sam, that would be like having King Solomon sitting up there. And that's not self-aggrandizement, folks. That's the truth. And anybody who's ever seen me before a few times know it's the truth. I do everything philanthropically. So the Reno Gazette, and if anybody wants to object to that, I'll sit down and you can, after my 3 minutes, and you can say Sam is wrong. And I agree, it's no longer 88%. Some of those things that I was responsible for bringing to Reno, the Gigafactory, the Burning Man, all of those things are no longer good things for Reno. They should be the ones removed from our community. And not the Gigafactory, they provide a few jobs, but you need somebody running that operation who cares about the community. And I'd like to have another 3 hours, but that's about it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you over there. Thank you, Steve, and thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is
Thank
from
you.
Shirley Folkens Roberts,
And thank you, Sam.
followed by David Brown and Tori Allen.
Sure, if we can. Good morning, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm Shirley Folkens Roberts with the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. I'm here today with our partner, Reno Fire. Brandon's going to start real quickly.
Good morning. One of our favorite nights is coming up. It's on Wednesday. It's Natalia's night. And for those of you that don't know who Natalia was, daughter of Raul and Monica, who own El Adobe Cafe. Wonderful people in the community, always giving back. So this is a night to honor their daughter, who passed away at the age of 11 from cancer. So all you have to do is go to one of these participating restaurants. One that's left off of this, I believe, is Bistro 7 as well. And just for you going and dining at one of these restaurants, they are donating to the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. And we just appreciate you guys partnering with us. We take rigs to the restaurants. We welcome the customers. We hand out little gold ribbons, and it's wonderful. So thank you.
So thank you very much to Reno Fire, and we also have staff with Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation up here today. I just want to talk real quickly about September. It's Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and that is the month in which we are able to highlight childhood cancer awareness, childhood cancer, which is still the leading cause of death of children. And we have about 120 in our community that are currently in treatment. So in September, we gather our community partners like Reno Fire, and we increase awareness, and we do fundraisers all over the community. And this year and years past, those funds are matched 100% by the Pennington Foundation, which is fantastic. So I encourage you to join us and celebrate the life of Natalia, celebrate Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and the fight that these children are bravely undertaking, and support us this month. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there more, Brandon?
That's it.
Thank you so much for being here. It's an amazing cause, and I checked out the list of restaurants. I go to a lot of them, so I'm looking forward to being able to support this effort.
Great.
Thank you for what you guys do.
Thanks.
Madam Vice Mayor, next public comment is from David Brown and Tori Allen, followed by Steve Wolgast.
Hi.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. David Brown, 7300 South Virginia Street, here on behalf of Thrive Cannabis Marketplace, and with me is Tori Allen.
Hi, good morning.
Just want to come in front of you today regarding item D2, which will be up. I've submitted a letter to the city to have that item held in abeyance. We're pleased to announce that we are working in concert with the Empowerment Center to come up with a resolution that works for both of us. And so we kindly request that that item be held until your next regular city council meeting, where hopefully we'll have a agreement in place.
Before you go, let me ask our attorneys, do we got a letter, do they pull themselves off the agenda? Do we have to vote on that?
You can pull the item pursuant
Okay,
to their
just pull
request.
it, 'cause
Yeah,
they- at
when
their
we approve
request.
the agenda, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I will definitely recommend pulling that item, and I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Really do.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next comment is from Steve Wolgast, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Kent Cheatham.
Good morning, council members. I'm Steve Wolgast. I want to share a little bit about what's happening down in my part of town. Next slide, please. I know there's a lot of anxiety about housing shortage. I can attest to the fact that there is a lot going on, and makes me wonder if the answer to the shortage may already be in hand. Next slide, please. And for those who feel like the area needs to grow or die, I would say it's certainly not dying. Next slide, please. So I spent a little time just driving up Veterans Parkway. A lot of that's already been built up, but I was kind of surprised at how much is still going on. Next slide, please. Carmela Ranch, of course, is huge. It's hard to take a picture because the houses kind of go to the horizon. Next slide, please. But going further along Veterans, you can see more single-family homes. Next slide, please. In various different developments. Next slide, please. Also, here is one that's just starting. Next slide, please. You also see some multifamily homes being put in. Next slide, please. Going across over to the west side of Virginia, you can see where Autumn Wood is putting in a number of duplexes. So we're seeing a lot of apartment growth. We're seeing a lot of multifamily and single-family homes. Here we have duplexes. Next slide, please. The Meadows across the street from the South Valley's Library, previously known as Mountain Gate 78. Next slide, please. And then closer to me is Symphony Ranch, still under construction. Part of it has already been sold and is occupied. Next slide, please. In conclusion, my feeling is it's going to take some time to absorb all the new residences that are now being built. Are we at risk of having a market bust? There are 60,000 dwelling units with approved PUDs and tentative maps that are not yet built. That probably includes some of these that are currently under construction. Beyond those, there are an additional 20 to 30,000 buildable lots conforming to existing zoning. All you need to do is pull a permit and start your construction. So in my opinion, it's hard to justify a zoning amendment for new construction when there is actually so much capacity to build on existing lots. Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
Kent
Mr.
Cheatham.
Wolgast.
Kent Cheatham, followed by Gordon Gossage, followed by Francis Davis.
For the record, my name is Gordon Gossage with Regenesis Reno, and I would like to address the Daybreak decision. You are making a very difficult decision. I realize the vote was 4-3 in the last time, and this is one of those situations with you need to use discernment, which the Jesuits use that term, deciding between two very difficult alternatives. I think what you really have, as Councilmember Reese mentioned, is you have a choice between having the Daybreak area become a wild horse reserve or a wetlands preserve. And you can do that by making a settlement with Newport Land where you essentially buy that land. I do think if you want to, you could probably get money from Elon Musk and other people who are wild horse proponents. However, the second decision is to approve the Daybreak development and come to a settlement with Newport Land. The Daybreak development is 4,700 units, over half of which are missing middle. And I personally don't know any other way of developing 5,000 units within the next year or two. But I would urge you, if you do turn down the Daybreak project, please figure out where another 5,000 units could be built in the near term. I respect Steve quite a bit. I read his blog all the time. And the alternative I think that they have to make, along with Council Member Breckhouse and other people who want a moratorium in the North Valleys, is that people who want a moratorium in the North Valleys, I believe, should advocate for a build out of the mixed use area along the corridor of Virginia Street that is about to be approved, hopefully by you guys, with a TMRPA plan. The Daybreak development, I realize is controversial. I actually made some mistakes last time I talked about Daybreak. But again, it's a decision that I believe has two sides. The other thing that Steve mentioned, which I think is important, is about the 40,000 units that have been approved. A lot of these are zombie developments. They'll never be built for various reasons. And I urge you and the city of Sparks and Washoe County, the planning commissions, to clean out all these zombie developments because it's a argument that doesn't hold water. We don't have 40,000 units that are about to be built in the next couple of years. So again, I urge you to make this very difficult decision. There are two ways you can go. And please, once you do decide, please do what, if you decide for Daybreak, accelerate the housing that can be built there. And then if you decide against it, please do that quickly. Thank you very much.
Our next comment is from Kent Cheatham, followed by Francis Davis.
Good morning, and my issue is with the Daybreak flooding type zoning and their proposed plan, which I think is highly deficient. As a sideline, I find it extremely ironic that we're going to take one of the most beautiful natural green pastures and turn it into concrete. And I'm not a naysayer against advancement of progression. But I think just as a general rule, on all future things, look for some of the natural beauties and try to protect them and just kind of try to encourage people to build over on the drier regions. Even maybe this is up on some of the foothills and things, but I just hate to see that happen. But as a realist, I realize it probably will. There's a lot of money at stake and influence will come to bear. So that floods about 2-3 feet in a 100-year floodplain, which seems to be happening about every 15 years now. I think that, and our place is probably 6 feet above that zone. When they build that up, and I assure you they will have to build 6 feet or more to build on that 1,000 acres to be safe for their insurance. They're going to push that my way and all the existing homes in that way. So my question is, they're overbuilding. Those tributaries come from Rattlesnake Mountain and beyond, Huffaker area. And when they flow that way in these little creeks, at about 3 feet they hit flood stage, and they'll go 2 or 3 feet above that 1,000-acre lot. If they cut that in half to only half of their development proposed, they're going to find about a 6 feet rise, or a 3 foot rise, towards encroachment towards my area. I'm still protected by 3 or 4 feet. If they do that at 75%, it'll be right at my door. And if they do it fully, I'll be underwater by 3 or 4 feet, as will all of Heron's Landing. So if you're going to let them build, who do you sacrifice for the 100-year floodplain? Is it Heron's Landing pre-existing and beyond, which flows across the street into the Rosewood area? Or do you say you guys have to sacrifice and build them a foot or two below, to where if it does happen, you guys go down? At the very least, the park-type areas that they're proposing, I think that they need to be at least a third to a half mile away from that. The northeast corner where the bridge area is needs to be current grade. And I don't know, I haven't seen their grading plans on how high. It all depends on how high they build the homes. Are they going to be sacrificed? But at least the walkways and all park areas need to be current levels so that they don't, that there's a place for the water to go. It will come, we know it does, every 7 to 15 years. Let's not sacrifice existing homes. Let's put the risk on new homes. And let's be reasonable. Let's make enough causeway for that water on the northern edge. I think you need at least half that land for water overflow. I don't know what the real answer is. I haven't seen their elevation proposals, but it's going to be real. I'll say at least a third of a mile away from the northern edge, because that's your lowest point. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Francis Davis, followed by Ellen Martinelli, followed by Maury Cabaz.
Okay, first I want to thank the three gentlemen that preceded me because I did not know all those facts. The one-third back with his pictures. I live in Donner Springs. I ride my bike all through that entire area. So my objections to Daybreak are basically emotional. I don't have facts like they did. I'm a native of Reno. I am a retired teacher, so you can imagine how much change I've seen in Reno. I am against Daybreak for many reasons. One is the infrastructure. The other one is Washoe County School District. We are already hurting. I don't want to see 700 teachers short in the future like Las Vegas is this year. I think we were only short 49. The infrastructure in our city is not keeping up with our growth. And the fact that we have 18-wheelers going out to the warehouses in Double Diamond, chewing up the streets that are out there, doesn't help either. The wetlands, I am an environmentalist, and I just really want something saved that is so beautiful in Reno, plus all the other issues that have come up with the three gentlemen preceding me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ellen Martinelli, followed by Maury Cabaz.
Good morning, City Council and Mr. Hall, Mr. Shipman. I'm going to have to use my cheat sheet. Both Mr. Gossage and Mr. Cheatham had some very great points. I live in Hidden Springs, which is actually north of Mariloma. It's right adjacent to Donner Springs. I've lived in Reno since 1978, and I was in gaming for 12 years and have been a social work investigator for both Washoe County and the state of Nevada for the last 27 years. And I've lived in the Hidden Springs area, well, actually southeast Reno since 1980, and I've lived in Hidden Springs since 1996. As Naomi Doer mentioned, I believe recently, there's a lot of information that is unclear before making a determination. That is clarifying what is attainable versus affordable housing. I'm speaking on the Daybreak development, by the way. Sorry about that. I don't know if I said that. It's unfortunate that the Planning Commission approved this and that the District Court set this date essentially to avoid litigation, which I believe is leading to a rushed, uninformed decision. Aside from the obvious traffic impact, my concern goes much deeper in terms of healthy urban planning and infrastructure. This means a sustainable law enforcement, Reno fire personnel, social services, and school district zoning, all of which are already maxed. Hidden Valley Elementary is rated as a 2, who is at capacity. Donner Springs Elementary, also rated at 2, is also at capacity, as is Dodson Elementary with over 600 students. All 3 of these schools have miraculously good teacher-pupil ratios, and Dodson, for example, has 80% of their teachers with 6 years teaching experience or more. However, all of their testing scores have significantly decreased since 2014, which is when we felt the Tesla effect after it was approved in August 2013. But here's another fact. Median income for Reno is around $46,000. The median income for Newport Beach is $119,000. The mean income is $198,000. It just, nobody does a plan development without a profit, and building on a floodplain just doesn't make sense. I guess there's a short memory of the 4,000 sheep lost during the 2005 flood. I know there is a litigation at stake here, and there is no easy answer other than significantly reducing development, although I'd rather see it off the table, period. Please consider that 48 to 53% of all 3 schools mentioned meet poverty guidelines or below for the free lunch program. Does the Daybreak program want to incorporate a school? Probably not. I urge the City Council, who work tirelessly to consider the urban planning factors on an already stressed infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Mayor, next comment is from Maury Kabaz, followed by Steve Topol.
Somebody left something here. Good morning. Council Dewar, other members, you know my name and you're familiar with my complaint. As I reported, the complaint is over a very heinous plot that was probed by robbery, homicide, and also getting my property back. I have reported there has been some setbacks and some progress since I've been coming here. Recently, there was some progress. I reported it to you. This undercover operation appraised my property at $339,000. That was their research, their figure. It says to me that they're on it. They realize they need to return that property I had for 28 years. It was home, office, and shop property. On the other stuff, also the informal settlement figure is $5 million, which was insinuated back in 2008, 11 years ago, before my property was also taken from me. I have agreed to that too. Now I faxed you on Friday, and I have been asking you, and I faxed the city attorney, Mr. Hall. When are you going to authorize this settlement? There is nothing holding it up. I've been coming here for 5 years. You guys are getting paid by the taxpayers. We have a floor of lawyers and liaisons here. When is the stonewalling going to end? When do you have read everything in my follow-ups? This occult group has put me, criminals have put me in a position, powerful criminals have put me in this position. I can't defend myself. I can't come up with a retainer, and there is nothing holding this up. In fact, Mayor Shivi tried that in 2017. She told me right there, she said, city attorney will call you before another sabotage got under the way. So that is my question from Mr. Hall and powerful Councilwoman Dewar. Are you going to authorize this settlement? Did you read my fax on Friday?
Mr. Kabaz, I asked you last meeting to set up a meeting, and that's where we'll discuss
You
this.
did not ask me anything last meeting.
At the last meeting we did, and Mr. Fitch
Who did?
reached out to you.
Who did?
I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just telling you what we did last time. And
Okay.
Mr. Fitch came up to you at the beginning of this meeting to ask you when you were going to be available.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, but I would remember something like that, but fine, who do I speak to?
Okay. I think Brad's still here.
All right, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Steve Topol.
Good morning. My name is Steve Topol, and I live at 2575 Spinnaker Drive in Reno and Lake Ridge Shores. I'm sorry to go out of turn. I'm here about C1, which is the Lake Ridge Tennis Club rezoning. I got to go to work at Lake Tahoe, so I have to leave. But I wanted to just bring up to you the fact that I was an owner and developer of Lake Ridge Tennis Club in 1977 with my brother Nate. I ran the tennis club from 1985 to 1992. I have lots of knowledge about how it was developed, what agreements we made with the city, with Mr. Jaksic, and I'm not a part of it anymore, except the fact that I live in Lake Ridge and I want to preserve my community as much as I can. It's a master plan community. Everything's been built according to the master plan, and I'm very hopeful that if they have to make changes to the Lake Ridge Tennis Club and because of financial difficulties, that they do it in a more moderate way and preserve the existing landscaping that exists between Lakeside and Pluma Street, which we worked hard to maintain. I looked over the city staff reports that were given to you, and they do a lot of history on the tennis club going back to 1977. There's a lot of agreements that are part of your package. One of them that is missing is an agreement, an order of abandonment, and a covenant running with the land that touches and concerns one of the parcels that you're being asked to rezone into commercial zoning. And I'm wondering why are we rezoning something to commercial that has a perpetuity covenant that runs with it that requires it to be maintained as landscaping and parking. I'll just show you really briefly if I can. The parcel that I'm talking about is AP, and it's at the very top, and it's a 1.3 acre parcel of land.
Can you point to it on your map?
Pardon me?
Point to it on your map, please.
I'm sorry. My fingers are pretty ugly. Long and skinny. There it is. This parcel here, which goes from Lakeside all the way to Pluma Street. That property was given to us by the city through Mr. Jaksic, through Lake Ridge in 1984 when they were building McCarran Boulevard. If you remember, there was a hash lane, which was the main thoroughfare where McCarran Boulevard is shown from Lakeside, and it kind of meandered up and went up, and it was a 2-lane road, and it ended right over here. Now, to get that piece of property that we use for parking and landscaping, we had to make that, we have a covenant that runs with the land that's filed. And this is the one, it's a covenant that runs with the land. It requires it to be maintained as landscaping in perpetuity. And the one section that refers to...
Can you wrap it up in another couple seconds?
Yes. There's, if you read the document that is part of that is a public record, it shows that the city of Reno is the individual or the entity that enforces it. And I'm asking that by your granting a zoning change, that you're still open to enforcing the requirement that the landscaping and the parking, at least along McCarran Boulevard, be maintained. I've seen, I'll get back to it another time.
Mr.
Thank you.
Tobel, can you give those documents to the clerk, please?
I gave it to her. She
Okay,
has
thank
those.
you. All right, next comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we should note for the record that we have lost the mayor. She has been disconnected. I'd also like to note for the record, we received an anonymous commenter stating on the cleanup at Paradise Park, and they are pleased with the outturn. Additionally, Ralph Yeager commented concerned with Jacobs Entertainment development around the Riverwalk. Additionally, Wanda Cardinale is concerned with the missing middle of housing. Those have been submitted into the record, and with that, we have no further general public comment today.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. I'll turn it over to our Madam Manager.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We have 2 items to be pulled today. One is B as in boy 10 on emergency medical supplies, and item D as in dog 3, regional strategy for housing affordability. Actually, that's not pulled. They requested to be after 3:30 p.m., which looking at our agenda doesn't appear to be a problem. On the time certain requests, we have item C1, Lake Ridge Tennis Club zone change. You had requested at 1 p.m. Also item C3, daybreak master plan and zoning map amendments. I understand there's been some discussion about moving that to 2 p.m. And also item D as in dog 2, Thrive Privileged Retail Marijuana License. I understand the applicant has requested that that be pulled from today's agenda as well.
D2?
D as in dog 2,
Could you
yes.
just run over those one more time since?
Yes, ma'am. B10, emergency medical supplies, is a deletion. Also, time certain items, C1 at 1 p.m., C3 at possibly 2 p.m., and then on to the D items, D2, delete, that's Thrive, on the request of the applicant. And then D3 was a request at 3:30 p.m., or after that time, because they will be appearing at Sparks before coming to us.
Okay, could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may.
Oh, yes. Mr.
Thank you.
Delgado.
I was just informed this morning that those requests made for daybreak to be at 2 p.m. I was not informed by that. No one communicated that to me. There's a lot of constituents that are here today, a lot that are watching over the from the web and listening in. This bleeds into the miscommunication already that's already been plagued this development and others in the community. I'd hesitate to consider this at 2 p.m. I'd like to move forward with it as planned on our agenda.
Well, let me ask.
We're gonna have the rest of our council here.
Yeah, I know that it's been we've had a pretty thorough discussion a year ago, 2 weeks ago. The mayor had mentioned to me before she left that that's when she could rejoin us, was at 2. I know that if it was reversed and that's when you could rejoin us or any one of us, that's what we would go with because we have to vote. But I'm open to hearing from any council members.
I'd prefer to see it as planned on the agenda. I wasn't informed. I know others weren't I wasn't informed. I don't know if anyone else was. I'd like to
Madam
see it
Clerk?
moved as according to the agenda.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm in support of that. I believe that it needs to be on the agenda when we had asked.
Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Madam Clerk, did you have something?
Madam Vice Mayor, just to let the body know, typically when we move things on agendas, the mayor will ask me what we have people signed in for. The only comment cards that I have signed in right now are for item C1, Lake Ridge, and item C3, Daybreak.
Okay.
So we have no additional ones at this time.
Okay. Well, I guess because I think it's very important. I know the mayor communicated, people called her late last week and asked her, and she told them 2 p.m. And she told me, I didn't know that she told you, and I didn't know I'd be running the meeting at that time, but that would be my recommendation so that she can join us and we can have a full body deliberation. So it probably will be around 2 anyway, given what's on our agenda. With the consent, we have a legal briefing, we have Lake Ridge, so I just, my feeling is to honor her request, but I understand your point entirely. So I guess I'll just ask for a motion to approve the agenda as the manager laid it out. Okay, is there any motion?
Move to adopt the agenda as the way the manager laid out, with the exception that the Lake Ridge, or just in the natural progression of items as they come.
Yeah, so wait a minute, I have to make sure I understand. So the Lake Ridge people had called me today, and I also spoke to them over the weekend. I had a meeting with the members, and I told them I would try to take it around 1.
Okay.
1 or shortly
So I'll
thereafter.
amend that to 1 p.m., but I think we, need to know, there's no people, there's persons, but, I think, I don't know, we're working on our rules. I think maybe we need to refine some of this comment, but it's never done till we all as a body agree when something's going to go.
So could you clarify your motion?
The motion is to go forward with the agenda in the natural progression with Lake Ridge at 1 p.m. immediately, and we're going into attorney-client at noon, correct?
I don't know the time yet. Okay. It'll be close to the noon hour.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have the mayor on at this time.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Mayor?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Hold on. Immediately.
Oh, she's
We're going. Yeah, I'm on streaming and it's delayed, so I apologize. I just wanted to make sure that I was available for the vote, so that's why I had requested for 2 p.m. so I could make sure I was at the table with everyone else. I can be on right now if you want to move forward with this, but I just felt strongly that the rest of the council would like me present for the daybreak item at 2.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, this is Councilman Delgado. I have no problem you deliberating along with us regarding this major project. I was just not informed about the changes. I know typically it's protocol that the council member of that ward is informed about changes with respect to what's taking place because of several communications I have with my constituents, and just so I could make sure that they're aware and to be available. But if you're available now, I'd move that we see the item sooner before we lose you, unless you're saying that you're only available at 2 p.m.
No, I'll rearrange just to make sure that I'm on the meeting right now, if you guys want to hear it right now. I apologize, Councilman. I thought there was better communication on this. I also did reach out to the development and ask them if it would be okay, and I assumed that there was better communication on this. So I apologize. I just know that, to respect to council members, to make sure that I'm hearing the item with everyone else.
So, Madam Mayor, after you had mentioned it to me last week, everyone who called, I told them that you had agreed to 2 p.m., so that's one of our challenges. So that's what I would like to see, because at least it's not ahead of when people come here. At least we're holding it to when they are here. So that's my challenge. So I'm going to go back to our Councilwoman Breckus.
I'm withdrawing my motion. I think that others should be making a motion on this issue. I've been involved prior to us sitting here today and any determination.
Well, I'll make a motion then. I'm going to make a motion to do what the manager recommended, which to withdraw the items that were withdrawn, to hear Lake Ridge at 1 p.m. or soon thereafter, Daybreak at 2 p.m. or soon thereafter, withdraw the Thrive and the B10, which is basically what she said.
Let me ask you this. I would like to refer to Councilman Delgado. It is his ward, so I do want to be amenable to what the councilman would like to move forward with.
Okay.
Because I'm on the phone now, so I just want to. I was trying to be respectful of everyone's time so that I could be present. I did not want to miss this item, so that was my intent. It wasn't anything other than to, be respectful that I could be present with the rest of the council. But I would like to refer to Councilman Delgado. It's your ward. So I'm going to send it to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move forward with the agenda.
As it's printed?
As it's printed
Okay.
without the 2 o'clock certain.
Okay, are you, I'm sorry, you had a comment?
Councilman, are most, are they ready to hear the item? Were constituents told 2 p.m. or
The
can you tell me?
the constituents that I've spoken to think that it's going on at 10 a.m. I was in purview to the conversations that Vice Mayor is having with others or who's attending at 2 p.m. I know as a ward representative, the several calls that I've had and communications I've had with members is that it's 2 a.m. at 10 a.m. I wasn't sure. This is new to me in terms of protocol. If we're as involved in other members' items and others, or how things are timed out. This is somewhat new and surprising to me. But I defer to you. I don't want to lose you. I know you're on the phone. And if you're able to see it now than later, I'd like to see it sooner than later in case we lose you again.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. I would refer to Councilman. It's his ward. If everyone's there,
right,
then I'm totally amenable to that. I want to be,
yeah,
workable and make sure that, you guys have me on the phone. So I'm completely fine with that.
I'm getting some head shakes from the members in the audience. When I saw the daybreak people, I told them I thought it was going to be around 2 p.m., the actual applicants. But with that said, I think the best course of action right now is to go with Councilman Delgado's initial recommendation, which was to take it in order. I am going to ask that the Lake Ridge be considered around 1 p.m. I don't know where that falls, but since we're going with council people's, so is that
I'm
that
perfectly fine with that.
okay? And if
Yeah,
we
that's absolutely fine. I apologize, Councilman. I thought there was better communication on this. And my intent was to make sure that I was present, with everyone out of respect for their time. So I think that was probably not relayed, but I'm on the phone now, and if you want to move forward, I'm happy to participate.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I appreciate you being on the phone, but I think given all of this information, and since I have to preside over this meeting, I think the best course of action is to just take the agenda in the order in which it is received and move forward with that. I think Lake Ridge will come up around 1 o'clock anyway, but I think representatives are here, people are here to speak, so I'm even just comfortable with that.
Madam Vice Mayor, just to clarify, that the agenda would go in order with also the deletion of B10 and D2, correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Delgado, was that part of your agenda
Yeah,
recommendation?
According to the mayor on the phone just now, we'd like to see it sooner than later, so wherever appropriate, if we wanted to see it just after the consideration of the consent would be great, so we wouldn't lose there and we can move on to take care of the item. I'd move for that.
Second. Okay, Madam Mayor, I don't know if you want to weigh in here. I'm unclear. I'm just telling you, I'm looking in the audience. I don't see, I see the developer. He's here for Lake Ridge as well, or the representative. I see 1 or 2 people, but the majority of people that have written in, I don't see. So with that in mind, I guess, let me make sure I understand the motion, since we've had like 3 motions now. Okay, Ms. Breckus made one, I made one, Mr. Delgado made one. So, and before, right, some of them got seconds, some didn't. Ms. Breckus withdrew hers. I didn't withdraw mine, but, and I think there was one from Mr. Delgado. So I'm going to try a motion here. There is a second, but I think I got a second. Maybe I lost track by this point. I'm sorry. Ms. Clerk, do you know?
I can clarify the record for you, Madam Vice Mayor. Last, you had a motion, there was no second. Further discussion, Councilmember Delgado had a motion on the table to proceed with the agenda as posted with the deletion of item B10 and item D2. Councilmember Jordan seconded that motion.
Okay.
So at this time,
Right.
it would be appropriate to call for a vote unless
That's
there's other
fine.
discussion.
All right. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
And opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we would be moving to the consent agenda.
Before we do move forward, I did want to mention to the audience that we are going to be taking a attorney-client meeting. It'll be around noonish, depending where we are on the agenda, before or after where we are on the consent agenda. So I just wanted to give the audience some understanding where we are. All right, with that,
Madam Vice Mayor, we have public comment on the consent agenda. Tom Dunn, speaking on behalf of the Reno Firefighters Association, would like to speak.
Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Tom Dunn, representing the Reno Firefighters Association. We're just here in support of items B7, 8, and 9, and we understand that B10 has been pulled. So we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no further public comment. I'll return it to you for council
All right.
items pulled for discussion.
Ms. Breckus.
Yes, I'd like to pull item B11 and item B16, please.
Okay, B11 and B16. Ms. Reese.
I don't have any additional.
Mr. Delgado.
None of mine.
Ms. Jordan. Ms. Weber? Okay, and let me just check here for me. The item I'd like to pull is B16, which is our calendar.
I pulled that.
She already pulled it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. It's already been pulled. Thank you.
Move to approve the remaining items.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Councilman Jordan, a second from Councilman Reese. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda passes unanimously. We're moving on to item B11.
Okay, well, stuff is coming up about the bathroom purchase at Mayor's Park. I just wanted to ask the same question that was asked the last bathroom we bought, which I think was Rainbow Ridge Park, maybe? Is this one a bathroom that can be built for winter use? Does it have that option? Because I didn't see it on the bid. And two, is it going to have the automatic locking so that it can be open during the winter and other times?
For the record, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, Community Services. Yes, these bathrooms can be used year-round. That's more of a function of the site installation rather than the bathroom itself.
Okay. And are you planning on installing it so it can be used year-round?
At Mayor's Park, no, because this bathroom is primarily there to support the leagues. It's only open for league use, and they're not there during the wintertime.
Yeah. I don't represent this area, but I know parks use year-round, and I was at Mayor's Park last year, and I think a lot of people walk there because there's a fair amount of trails around. And I don't know. I really like to see bathrooms open year-round. I think it promotes well-being and use of our parks. That's an issue. And then are you gonna have the locking so it
Yes,
can
all-
open?
All
Okay.
of our bathrooms.
Okay.
And just for the record, Mayor's Park is part of an 86-acre park, which includes Dorothy McElinden, and that restroom is available year-round.
They do have one open there year-round? Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that, but thank you. And
I'd like to,
Like,
thank you.
yeah, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus, for bringing this to our attention. I wasn't going to hold it out, but thank you that you did, because I did talk about this at our briefing. And I'm concerned about the restrooms even going in right now, let alone all the vandalism that is happening with the restrooms at Dorothy McElinden Park. I don't know if you know this, but there is vandalism at that park, and I think staff could probably talk about it on the restrooms there almost weekly, is what I've been told by the gentleman, or the parks.
Correct. We have a
Massive.
significant vandalism issue at the restroom at Dorothy McElinden Park.
Yes.
It's a different style than what we put in now. The restrooms that we buy now are 100% concrete prefab, so there's really very little to vandalize from outside the building. And then, as I mentioned, this bathroom will only be open for league use, which is how all of our league bathrooms work. So it's only going to be open when the leagues are actually there playing. So nobody should be inside other than league personnel.
Well, and thank you. It is an area that has no activity except for, right now, it's hard to get up the street and everything else. But I'm just concerned that it go in and sooner than, that it goes in later than sooner when we go to do that, when there's more activity going on. I don't know how you can do that, but there's also the question that I had is, are we going to have the snack bar part of that? Because most leagues do ask that there is a snack bar part there for them to have available.
Well, the bathroom is part of the first phase for the Mayor's Park plan, and that was at the request of the leagues that play there, because they wanted to get out of using the portable restrooms.
Right.
So it would be, it's not our recommendation to put the bathroom in later, because that's not what the leagues had specifically asked for in the direction we received from council when they approved the Mayor's Park plan. As far as the concession building, concessions are a league responsibility. I did check on the price. The incremental cost to add a concession building to the restroom purchase itself is about $85,000. And then the site preparation costs, the building would be about 3 times as large. And then we'd also have to run a fire hydrant and a 4-inch water line specific to service, to provide fire response to the bathroom. I would anticipate the additional costs to add a concession building would be in the neighborhood of about $200,000.
Oh,
And that doesn't provide a grease interceptor, so it would still be only prepackaged food items, which could easily be done through a trailer, which is what Great Basin Youth Soccer does at Moana
okay.
for far less cost.
Well, and I want to address still the concern, because Dorothy McAlinden Park is the one that most people use, but there is vandalism there where they're pulling the walls down, they're knocking them down, they're putting stuff in the toilets and everything. So because there's not a lot of activity up there, I'm concerned about that as an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I take an alternate view, and maybe it's something for the Parks Commission to
look
view
at.
a little bit more, but up in Ward 4, a number of the bathrooms are closed. I mean, the solution has been to close down bathrooms. I don't think that's the answer to activate public spaces. I think that answer to activate public spaces is have the amenities and use other efforts to control the negativities, cameras and so on. But I don't represent the area, but I think we need bathrooms open, and I think we need it for all range of persons who we want to use our park.
Thank you. I just wanted you to know the other part of it. Thank you.
Does there, let me ask, Mr. Mann, just to be clear again about the opening and closing hours. Could you just say that again on the record?
This restroom will be league use only, like most of our sports fields. So it will only be open based on a timer and key when leagues are actually there playing. So it's not open to the general public.
Okay.
Unlike most neighborhood park bathrooms like Dorothy McAlinden.
Okay.
That's where we have the issues, is general use.
Okay. And is there another bathroom, I know you may have just said this, nearby for the general use of that park?
Normally Dorothy McAlinden.
Yeah.
Although, as Councilmember Weber stated,
A distance.
Right now it's closed because of extensive vandalism. It'll be this winter before we can repair it.
Okay.
We've repaired it 3 times this summer.
Ms. Breckus, you pulled this item.
Yeah,
Did
I'll
you
move
wanna
to
make a
approve.
motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. I pulled item B16, but so did you. Why don't you go ahead, Ms. Breckus?
Well, I just thought it would be good to just have it up and have everyone eyeball it. And look, I'll just note that we did a mid-year resolution. I didn't support it, but I don't think it's problematic for us to do those mid-year resolutions. I think that one we did was a little short, but I think we missed an opportunity because we're going to be back here next week, and we could have easily, with 5 Wednesdays, moved it. And so I think if we can get it up, everyone can eyeball it for whatever issues, thoughts they think there might exist out there. Do you want to just put it up, someone? How many back-to-backs do we have? Do you have the calendar in a hard copy?
I can put mine down.
Yeah, just put it over. So how many back-to-backs do we have?
We will have back-to-backs in June. Can you see that all right? In June.
Lisa, can you grab the mic?
Usually do in our summer months. And then, as you can see, in October through November, we have 3 back-to-backs. That's just how the October calendar fell on the 2nd and 4th Wednesday, which is our normal schedule. In November, we did it on the 4th and the 12th because the week of the 16th is the National League of Cities. So we couldn't have it that week. We had to have and then the following week is Thanksgiving, which is always
Yeah.
a hard sell. So we did the first Wednesday, then obviously on November 11th, that's a holiday, a Veterans Day holiday, so we did it on the 12th because we also have to canvass votes. And so the 12th was the only option, anyway, to have our second November meeting.
Yeah, I mean, that then is 3 in a row. I've discussed before that maybe we do 2-day meetings. You know, like we could do it the 12th and the 13th, and then give a break on the October meeting.
Well, here's what I would recommend, if I may, Ms. Breckus, that I would recommend we go ahead and approve the schedule, and that we discuss your idea at a different time, like agendize that. and talk about it again, because we talked about it with a different set of colleagues. And there may be some appetite and interest for doing something like that. But at least we would have a schedule to work with at this time.
Okay.
My comment was I wanted to compliment Ms. Mann for working really hard to put this calendar together. I mean, she really did a lot of proactive scheduling, and I back-checked every date too. And we also managed to avoid conflicts with Tumwa, which was
good.
amazing.
Okay.
It wasn't even, I think, something you were exactly trying to do, but you did it. And so I thought you did a really good job with a really difficult set of circumstances, you know, the things we're trying to avoid. So,
Vice Mayor?
yes, please.
I don't know if anyone has looked, but my question this morning was, the League of Cities going to DC in March.
Yeah.
Is this the correct date?
Well, I don't have a date on, oh, I know what you're asking. They
Nevada.
do not have their schedule up yet. Ashley told me that you had inquired about it. We
Yes.
looked it up quickly. They do not have their spring dates listed yet.
So we can't schedule around it.
And if we would, because when she looked at it, she was thinking it might be the 11th or that week, but I do know that the Washoe County School District spring break is the following week, the 16th through the 20th. So we try to look at those two so folks, you know, that can spend that week with their children if they'd like, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm looking for a motion to approve this calendar.
Yeah, I'll move.
All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, a motion from Councilwoman Brecka, second from Councilwoman Jordan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that, Madam Vice Mayor, you have no further items pulled from your consent agenda. If you wish to continue in order, our next
do.
item would be our public hearing. First one scheduled, item C1 for Lake Ridge Tennis Club zone change. This is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7100. Case number LDC 19-00074, Lake Ridge Tennis Club zone change. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning 1, rezoning plus or minus 9.48 acres of Club Lake Ridge Specific Plan District to community commercial, and 2, an amendment of the standards of the Club Lake Ridge SPD to remove the plus or minus 9.48 acres containing the existing Lake Ridge Tennis Club from the SPD located at 6,000 Plymouth Street, south of McCarran Boulevard, and between Plymouth Street to the west and Lakeside Drive to the east, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, I think we're looking for a staff presentation at this time.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can just note at this time.
Yes.
As this is a public hearing, you have opened it and proper notice was given on this item, and we received correspondence. We received 2 letters in support and 21 in opposition. With that, we will transfer to staff presentation, followed by questions from council before we take our public comment.
Okay.
Thank you, council members. Anne Marie Lane, Assistant Planner for the City of Reno. Just an overview of the zoning map request. This is a zoning map amendment from 9.48 acres of Club Lake Ridge SPD Specific Plan District to 9.48 acres of community commercial, and an amendment to the standards of the Club Lake Ridge SPD to remove the 9.48 acres containing the existing Lake Ridge Tennis Club from the SPD. This site has a master plan designation of suburban mixed use, and the site is located along the Lakeside Neighborhood Corridor. This request supports a more varied housing option, and its transition in building height and density to the south remains. Discussion at the NAB meeting included concerns related to the range of uses allowed in the CC zoning district without a specific development request, concerns over traffic impacts on South McCarran, and concerns over building height. As far as range of uses in CC without a specific development request, finding statements for zoning map amendments are tailored to the entire range of uses allowed within a requested zoning district and not on a proposed specific development. Included in this request are some discretionary reviews that would happen once a specific site plan is decided on. One, multifamily development of more than 4 dwelling units would require a site plan review. Attached single-family condominium townhouse development of more than 4 dwelling units would require site plan review and a special use permit for more than 100 dwelling units. Any non-residential development on the subject site will require a special use permit due to residential adjacency. As far as traffic impacts, McCarran Boulevard and Plymouth Street operate at a level operating service of C. Our standard recommendation is D and above. The NDOT database shows 24,600 average daily trips along McCarran Boulevard adjacent to the subject site. Staff analyzed the potential trips that could be generated under the proposed CC zoning district. Assuming a tennis club, office, and multifamily uses on the subject site, a 2,200 average daily trip increase in traffic volumes could result. Just to give you an idea, I think that'd be about an 8 or 9% increase for average daily trips along McCarran Boulevard. And any future development on the site will require a full traffic impact analysis to determine the effects of the proposed development to the area and the adjacent street network. As far as building height, Community Commercial Zoning District limits building height to a maximum of 65 feet, which is an increase from the maximum height of 55 feet allowed by the SPD. Current development on the subject site meets the height standards for the CC zoning district. Building height is not anticipated to increase shadowing as the nearest residential units to the north are located across South McCarran Boulevard at least 100 feet away. The Planning Commission was able to make all the zoning map amendment findings A through O and found that the zoning map amendment is in accordance with the master plan. The Planning Commission recommends council adopt the requested zoning map by ordinance. The advisory commission vote was 6 in favor, none opposed, 1 absent. Staff is available if you have further questions. Thank you.
All right. Maybe before we get into questions, I could just lay out as a ward representative what I've done. We had received a number of comments and questions. I wanted to note that the applicant held a meeting. I think the primary audience for the meeting was members of the tennis club, but there may have been others there as well. I think there was over 150 people there. The only disappointment I had is that it was scheduled on the same day as a council meeting, so I could only catch the last 30 minutes or so of the meeting. So it seemed like there was a lot of interest and questions from the residents. After that, I received a number of letters, so I reached out to the applicant and asked if they could hold a special meeting. And we did hold that meeting on Saturday, this Saturday, with I think there was about 10 to 15 attendees, people that were concerned. There had been a lot of conversation on Nextdoor. So they came since that time, just since Saturday, so that's just Sunday. Today's Monday. I've received probably another 10 letters of concern. I would say mostly are objection, but some are just concern about some issues. So I'd like to bring up some of those issues after I give my colleagues a chance to ask their questions, and I'll try to convey some of what I heard, and then I'd like to hear from the public. So does anyone have any questions of our staff?
Yeah. Knowing that so much care was put into the design of this property through the SPD and the specificity of it at the time as being compatible to the residential setting, why did staff go with a recommendation of the hardest commercial zoning that we have, or among those, arguably, rather than a modification to an SPD?
That's a good question. At the time, it was evaluated what the developer was looking for in the property and what would give the widest range to make their projects as suitable as could be for the area. And I'm not sure if the applicant would like to speak to that as well.
Well, my question is directed to you. So staff doesn't see a problem with, for example, drive-throughs in this location because that's an allowed use in the CC.
Any commercial use on this site will be subject to a special use permit for residential adjacency.
Let me ask about that. Could you bring up the zoning map, please? Because like we learned in the property there next to University Ridge, it's very easy to create a segmentation parcel and then circumvent that residential adjacency special use permit process. So could you bring up the zoning map?
I'm sorry, I had it on the
Okay.
overhead.
Okay, well, where's the residential adjacency? It's just the SF9 across the way?
There's MF21 to the west and an MF30 and SF9 to the north. And then south of the area requesting to be rezoned, those are residential properties. And our code does allow for a 300 foot delineation on residential adjacency regardless of whether or not it's zoned residential.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to clarify, I just want to make sure I understand. What does that mean, 300 foot what?
I'm sorry, a 300 foot, I might turn to senior staff member here to explain better.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Special use permits for residential adjacency are required for adjacency, which this is. If it was somehow parceled up, a site plan review is still required for non-residential development within 300 feet of residential property, and that's a publicly noticed property. So it would be hard to not meet one of those. I also wanted to touch briefly on the reasons why staff recommended approval. It's really the master plan. This is a suburban mixed-use area, and the master plan supports infill and intensification in targeted infill areas, and also the neighborhood corridor designation of Lakeside Boulevard. So in the master plan, this is an area that's generally laid out as appropriate for intensification.
May I ask a follow-up
Yeah.
question? Something just struck me. So the SPD will still remain in effect on the southern portion of the property?
As proposed, it would.
Well, I don't see how you can take a document that has the force of a zoning code and not amend that SPD in and of itself. I mean, this isn't advertised for an SPD amendment, is it?
Yes,
Oh, it is?
That's
Okay.
part of the request in front
What
of you.
was the markup of the SPD as adopted?
It's to remove that crosshatched
Yeah.
area from the SPD and then rezone it to CC.
But was the markup of the SPD in the materials?
I don't think the SPD was marked up. It was simply removed from the SPD entirely. So it's
Yeah.
not a change to the
Yeah.
SPD. It's a deletion of the
Yeah.
SPD for that property.
That seems a little irregular to me. I think that when we amend PUDs, we get markup languages and so on, and the practice was always that way on SPDs.
Okay. Are there any other questions from my colleagues on this? Okay, why don't we hear from the public?
Madam Vice Mayor, first to speak is Ralph Hurston, followed by Linda Cross.
Good morning, Ralph Kirsten. I live at 1700 Sandpoint in Reno, which is a couple of blocks away from this proposed project. I just getting familiar with this very quickly because I was unaware of the project until very recently, but from what I heard at the recent meeting that Noemi organized at Ranchera, it appears to me that this is unduly impacting the character of the neighborhood, introducing high-density housing in a formally planned community kind of a setting. And as was advised here, the concerns were around building height and setback and maintaining the landscaping along McCarran. Of course, increased traffic is of concern as well, and I would gather that that's rather difficult to predict, but it's already at times problematic, and this will only aggravate that further. I don't know, of course, my comments would probably be considered as NIMBY, but I do recognize the need for additional housing, but I think it really ought to be done in the character of the neighborhood that it's supposed to take place. I understand Reno Land needs to make a profit, and they should. but sometimes, there are conflicts here that I think need to be resolved, specifically around building height and traffic concerns and the setback and landscaping along McCarran. Thank you.
Linda Cross.
I think it's still morning.
Can
Good
you pull
morning.
down your mic?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I holler about that myself because I can't hear back there. Good morning, the council and all guests and clerks and everyone helping. I wanted to speak against this because I think it is, number one, aesthetically inappropriate. Number two, I think with the item that Mr. Topol brought up about the covenant, that it probably deserves a little more research before something's approved. And I think the Planning Commission should have done that, but they didn't, so it came to you. I also want to bring up the fact that they brought up the 24,600 average daily traffic flow, but that's now. That doesn't take into account all the additional traffic that we're going to have from the Ranchera area and all of that that's being developed there. There's going to be a whole bunch more than 2,200 cars that they're estimating for this multifamily dwelling. I don't think it should be. It's kind of like it's a replacement for what they tried to do on Plumas about 6-7 years ago when they wanted to put the 3 5-story buildings in. And thank God for the Safe Lake Ridge Committee that didn't happen. They have done an aesthetically appropriate 2-story condos there, and I think they did a nice job at what they needed to do to make more money. But I think to make more money, I don't think you need to turn it into a commercial area. I think they can put condos and other things in there. I know they're taking away their own structures as far as the tennis courts, but I do believe that it's important because Huffaker School is there off of Lakeside. The only access to Huffaker School is on Wheatland and on Ridgeview, which is in the home area where I live, which is the Bartley Ranch Homes, otherwise known as Lewis Homes. What is going to happen when all these people are in the Lake Ridge area? Plus, I know there's going to be children over in the area of Ranchera and all the rest of that debacle area that they're developing that are going to be coming around there. They only have one way out of there. They have to come out Talbot, and then they got to come up McCarran. So McCarran, Plumas, Lakeside are just going to always be backed up. It's not going to just be commute hours. It's going to be school hours. And it's going to be Bartley Ranch. The only access to Bartley Ranch is on Wheatland, or if they come in Ridgeview and cut over on Greenbrook. And I just think it's going to put an excess of people in our housing area. I don't think it's safe. Personally, I wouldn't want to live in the Ranchera area because if there's ever a fire or a fire engine has to get in there, I took a view from a friend's back porch, and it looks pretty tight in there. But so from a safety point, from extra children in the school, from extra children's traffic for dropping off, and then for all the extra traffic of the people coming in and out of that location, plus the people that are going to be living there, plus whatever things they decide to put in as commercial, because I don't see. Oh, I'm out of time. I don't see a list of what there's going to be, and I do think that should be there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
ma'am.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment. I did want to correct the record. We received 21 letters in opposition and 1 letter in support.
Okay. I understand that the mayor's on the line and that she may have a disclosure.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Yes, I do. My disclosure, let's see, Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I am disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sprouse. I understand that she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure and lodge it for the record. Thanks, Madam Clerk.
All right, thanks, Madam Mayor. With that, are there any other comments from my colleagues?
Madam Vice Mayor, I don't know what the applicant is proposing to put here, because I wasn't a part of the meetings that you've been a part of.
Thank
and
you
so-
for drawing that to my attention. We didn't have an applicant presentation, so at this time, I'd like to turn to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. I've got a PowerPoint presentation that hopefully will provide a little bit more clarity to the council in this request. So before you today is a zone change request by the applicant for the Lake Ridge Tennis Club. The tennis club is located on McCarran between the intersections of Plumas and Lakeside. As is mentioned, its existing zoning is SPD, specific plan district, and we've requested a change to community commercial on the 9.5 acre site. The site consists of 3 individual parcels. The frontage parcel, the main body of it, which contains the club and majority of the tennis courts, and then a small parcel on the south side that has some pickleball courts. This area is master plan suburban mixed use in the new Imagine Reno master plan. That land use category is specified to have a mix of opportunities for a broader mix of uses in a suburban context, while also preserving opportunities for higher density infill and redevelopment. It provides also opportunities for higher density housing within close proximity to services and employment. The SPD versus PUD, we did look at that with staff early on, and the recommendation, both independent from myself as a land use professional as well as from planning staff with the city, was that this SPD is very antiquated. It was originally approved back in the early 80s, and it's always desirable to have straight zoning that can then fall under the city's standard zoning districts. And both of us independently had the similar take that community commercial is a good fit here from a land use planning perspective. SPDs are generally frowned upon in code. We don't really do a lot of them now. They are really geared towards very specific uses, or maybe a couple of specific uses. In this case, this SPD was done in the early 1980s. The property was actually built in the late 1970s. In the 80s, there was a concept that the developer was proposing to convert the 320 apartments to the south, which are part of the SPD, into timeshares. And code at that time, I believe, did not have a mechanism to approve timeshares. And so an SPD, as being a specific plan for this, a specific zoning, was the mechanism that was used to allow for that development. So really, this SPD has a very narrow scope. It only allows for the tennis club, the 320 apartments, and the conversion of those 320 apartments into potential timeshares. We've asked for a zone change to community commercial. This conforms to and supports Reimagine Reno. It's appropriate next to a major arterial like McCarran and 2 signalized intersections at Lakeside and Plumas on McCarran. It's compatible with surrounding uses. You've got commercial uses both to the west and east. To the east is a mix of commercial with office, restaurants, Starbucks drive-through. There's a number of different similar properties or similar uses there. This would allow also for the continued operation of the tennis club, the fitness center, and the restaurant, and it allows for some redevelopment options for this property. So what our future goals are, and again, this is a zoning change. We can't really get into the details of what the development is, whether we're saving certain landscaping or parking and things like that. That really comes at the next step in the development process. But what we've shared with the public is that we've got certain goals that we would like to see on this property. We're looking to retain the eastern portion of the club, which consists of the main fitness facility, the stadium tennis court, and the 5 tennis courts, which are on the right side of your screen in the blue area, as well as the outdoor swimming pool. And then the west side of the property, which currently consists of some indoor tennis courts and a small indoor pool and some tennis courts and parking, would be redeveloped with future residential uses. We're looking at a few different uses at this point, probably a mix of apartments and or condos, and maybe a senior, active senior component as part of that. So getting to Councilwoman Breckis's concern about kind of where we landed as far as why this zoning district and this location, just to give you kind of this matrix here of the potential zoning districts on the top kind of x-axis being those are the zoning districts that are allowed in the suburban mixed use master plan designation. And then on the y-axis going down your left side, those are the top three, the three existing uses, fitness center, restaurant, and tennis courts. And then the proposed uses that we have, apartments and condos. And then also as kind of a clarifier to that, the building height is important because the existing tennis club fitness center is a 55-foot tall building. It's 4 stories. There's 3 stories of kind of active uses, and then there's a penthouse on top that they use for Pilates studio and yoga and things like that. So looking at that kind of suite of uses and where it fits into the overall matrix of what would both allow for the continuation of the tennis club and redevelopment of some of the other land there. Really the sweet spot is in the commercial zoning districts, community commercial and arterial commercial. Arterial commercial is a little more intense on the types of uses that are allowed. So we landed on CC as being sort of the sweet spot again for allowing for the continuation of the existing use while also opening the door for some quality redevelopment of the property. As staff mentioned, there are a number of checks and balances in code that would put us back into some sort of public process or some additional entitlement. As Councilwoman Doer mentioned, we did have a couple different neighborhood meetings. We had one neighborhood meeting before the NAB. We actually had over 200 people attend. It was a very packed house. General sentiment we felt was very positive. We went to the NAB, obviously, and then we had another follow-up meeting just this Saturday. And so some of the issues that we've heard, the allowed uses in community commercial allows for a whole host of commercial uses. All of those future uses, any non-residential use is going to require a special use permit that's approved by the Planning Commission. So there is a check and balance kind of already built into your zoning code that requires that in this area, it would require them to go back to the Planning Commission for approval. The building height was raised as a concern. The existing buildings are 55 feet. CC allows you to go up to 65 feet, so it's a nominal increase. We're not looking really to go up that high, but just to fit in with a zoning category that fits the existing development and allows for the future development. AC and CC are appropriate and compatible with the area. Traffic was raised. At the zoning map level, we don't really get into analyzing the traffic because we don't know what the uses are that we need to quantify at this point. So those would come with future entitlements, whether they're special use permits, site plan reviews, or tentative maps, depending on what is ultimately proposed. And then kind of the last one there is continuation of the tennis club. It's very nostalgic piece of our community that people kind of identify that tennis club has been there for 40 years now, and a lot of people have learned to swim there and learned to play tennis there, and it's very much ingrained in our community. This developer is embracing that as a redevelopment opportunity to come in and enhance the club, put a shot, an economic shot in the arm to make it a great place again, and in doing so, kind of backfill with some additional residential uses to make it viable going into the future. And then finally, this is not the last step. This is just the zoning map amendment. We're obviously, it's a very public process. We're here today as part of that. Anything we do in the future, any non-residential uses require a special use permit. Apartments require a site plan review, and any condos would require a special use permit and a tentative maps as staff lined out for you. And then finally, the building permit process or final map process would kind of clarify all of those design-related issues such as landscaping, traffic, site design, things like that at that point. So with that, hopefully that answered a number of your questions, and obviously I'm here to answer any more. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Darling. I'm going back. I think we were up to Mr. Reese. Now that you've heard the presentation, do you have any further questions? Okay. Does anyone else on the council? Okay. Well, I'm going to bring up a number of the issues that I heard at the meetings and put out, some information to the developer on what I hope to see.
Design-related issues.
Oh.
Hopefully that answered a number of your questions, and obviously I'm here to answer any more. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Darling. I'm going back. I think we were up to Mr. Reese. Now that you've heard the presentation, do you have any? Bring up a number of the issues. All right. Thank you.
I just thought we
Madam
would hear
Clerk.
all that part twice.
Okay.
It's very important. All
Very
right.
interesting. The things that I've heard at the part of the meeting that I was at the previous meeting with 200 people, the letters, the NAB comments, and this. The main concerns that continue to raise are traffic. This is a very, very busy intersection area. I live near here myself. And in the mornings and the evenings, McCarran is incredibly backed up in this area. So I think anything that the developer brings forward has got to address that in some way. If you're going to intensify the use with apartments, condos, assisted living, senior living, whatever it is, we're going to need to know what is the proposal. The second thing that I've heard a lot about has to do with the loss of the ambiance, we'll call it. You referenced Mr. Durling, the historic nature. It's been there a long time. It's part of our collective psyche, having a tennis club there. I've been very impressed by what Reno Land has mentioned in terms of improving the tennis court and the club in general. The restaurant is closed at this time, to my knowledge. And things I've gotten a lot of the letters say things have gone downhill. And I think that's because, I don't know specifically, maybe you can answer this, Mr. Durling, the property, I believe, had gone into some kind of bankruptcy, receivership, or some kind of question with the bank. And at this time, I believe that Mr. Bowlby and his group have bought that, maybe contingent on future permitting actions.
Sure. Andy Durling for the record again. To speak to, I guess, the financial health of the club, it hasn't been good for a little while. There's quite a bit of debt on the property, and they're not able to service that debt, and so it is being sold in a short sale at this time. So really, I think we're forced with a point in time where we can be proactive to try and work to save the club and redevelop it in a way that respects a lot of what the club has by infilling, and then by infilling additional residential around it. It provides that economic shot in the arm to where all of a sudden now there's a mechanism to improve it and to bring it back up to its glory with some additional uses to help it be viable into the future.
Could you speak about the additional uses?
Yes.
What you're contemplating?
Yeah, so as I shared in our presentation, we are looking at residential uses on the western portion of the site. We are looking, we haven't settled on what exactly that's going to look like, whether it's, just typical apartments, condominiums, or senior component. We do like the senior component from the standpoint of, there's typically less parking, less traffic that's generated from the seniors. There's some synergy that could happen between a senior, active senior and the tennis club, and having the restaurant revitalized, and them having that amenity as part of their kind of live play opportunities that could exist there. So those are kind of the uses that we're looking at this point.
How many? I mean, do you have a number? Are we talking, I heard 300, or was that something else?
That's kind of on the high side of what we're looking at, is in the 300 range, yes.
Okay, so. Okay, could you repeat that?
So we're looking at upwards of 300 units potentially.
Okay. All right. And then for staff, and I want to be respectful, my time's up, so I don't know if there's anyone else who has a question. Well, I guess yes, did you? Okay, so I'll go on with my second round of questioning. The other question that I've heard is concern about building height. If you could come back up. Is concerned about building height. And right now you pointed out that the height's 55 feet and it could potentially go to 65. And my concern is that the community commercial allows a wide range of uses. And my concern is if this applicant doesn't move forward, someone else could come in and buy the property if it is rezoned to community commercial, potentially put a gas station, a drive-through, and all of those kind of uses. So could you provide us some assurance of, and maybe it's really a staff question, but what, you mentioned SUP, site plan, tentative maps. Do any of those, I guess I'll ask our staff, come back to us, or are those all handled at the planning commission level?
So I can take a stab at that and then defer to Arlo to confirm it. But I think kind of, gas station, things like that, though, any non-residential use, so anything that is not residential, doesn't matter what it is, office, gas station, shopping, anything like that, has to, by code, come through a special use permit process. And then there's findings associated with that special use permit that looks at the appropriateness of it at that location. And so that's, kind of a check and balance that code has
But
already
my
built
question
in.
was, does that come back to council or does that go to the planning commission?
It goes straight to the planning commission. It would come to you on appeal.
What about that SUP?
Same.
Same. Okay, well then, this is my opportunity, I guess, to weigh in. If it's only going to planning commission and staff, I will tell you that I'm looking for less intensification. I like the idea of the senior or something that has less parking and less traffic. There's already been identified 2,000 trips, I think is what our staff said. That is great concern because the people are already have a tremendous amount of traffic there. You have to know this. And I know at Ranchera, for example, which this developer was involved in, you had to fix the interchanges at Talbot, at going on to Kitski and so on off Sierra Rose. Those are probably changes that may need to be made, any kind of intensification of this use. So I guess really my direction is to staff, if this is upzone to a community commercial level where many, many things are allowed. My concern is that, let's say something like this is proposed and we have this many people in the room and they all say they don't want a shopping center there. The planning commission will say, well, that's allowed by use, by the zoning, and it doesn't really matter what the people have to say about that. And we've amended the traffic. And so what I want is some kind of confidence that the staff are gonna pay attention to the concerns of the residents and try to incorporate those into the review and the analysis that's done. Do you want to speak to that?
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Yes, of course, we will take those into account. I would say if there's discomfort at the council level to the suite of uses allowed in community commercial, there could be alternatives for zoning, such as amending the SPD or some other designation.
What?
Because there is the discretionary review process, but the fact does remain that it's a use allowed with a special use permit,
So what's involved in that, though? I mean, they've applied for community commercial.
it would have to be a different application.
Okay, they can't, I mean, would they amend their application to just change the zoning? Everything's the same, or?
I'd look to legal. I'm not sure that's within the scope of this application. Now, that being said, we do, certainly look at compatibility issues and residential adjacency in those special use permits, but it's
Well,
not a strict prohibition.
I'll tell the
against
council and I'll tell the developer, I've heard loud and clear, people are not interested in a shopping center. They're not interested in gas stations. I think they're amenable to restaurant. There's already one there. They're amenable to fitness club. There's already residential in this area. I think it was a good proposal that the applicant had. My concern is beyond this because zoning runs with the land, not with the applicant. And so there will be a time I'm not here, there'll be a time that there's different representation on the whole council, and that may be the time when a change comes. And so that's my challenge today. So yes, Councilman Breckes.
Maybe I could help you out. I want to compare this to the zone change to community commercial on Dickerson Road in my ward that recently came through. Do you all remember that one? And at that time, I said, look, I don't see a community commercial project here in a couple of years. I'm going to initiate, because the city can reserve the right to initiate a rezoning. Now, and the same thing happened, and I said the same things up at the top of Keystone at McCarran, where it was going to go community commercial for some bike activity sort of thing, and I said that's going to be a Maverick gas station. This one's a little different because it had an SPD which was very crafted, and there's two ways to look about that, and I think Mr. Durling is not following our zoning code update enough because surprisingly to me and some folks is the consultants are telling us the SPD does have a way, has a forward, future for us. They're recommending and we should keep on it. Now, that's two ways to think about that is, zoning approaches change over time. So the CC is definitely more streamlined than crafting an SPD, which is a lot like a PUD.
Right.
But this is one that's had that on it before. It's really, I'm going to follow your considerations and your lead. I think Mr. Stockham said, it would be a new application. I think procedurally, maybe not. I think it would be a remand down. I also think that I'm concerned about the administration of a split SPD. I think it ruins the integrity of that one. But there's a couple ways to go about it. I am concerned, because this is the third community commercial we've seen, that when the market turns, and I don't know, maybe there's too many congregate care facilities coming on, these properties start sitting and then they become Maverick gas stations. Not that I have anything against, filling stations. So it's really, going to be, how you want to go from my perspective. But I've already said in my ward along the river there, a much smaller property, I don't see a project come forward. I think a rezone to one of the adjacent zoning districts over there is in suit.
That makes sense. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you. Are there any more comments from council? And we finished public comment. I don't know if there's any more. We sort of took it in the middle before the applicant presentation. I don't know if there's any more public comment. All right, with that, since it is my ward, I will make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to community commercial with the comments that I've made on the record, and have those comments shared with with the planning commission, no matter what comes forward. It sounds like an SUP, site plan, tentative map, and final are going to be required. Staff's going to be involved. So, and I will initiate a rezoning if the project does not come forward within a few years. Thank you. I don't know if I have a second. All right, so was that Mr. Reese? Okay. Are there any comments on the motion? All right, with that, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
Aye.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, continuing in the order of your agenda, your next item is C2.
Yeah.
This is the 2018-2019 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for the HUD grant programs.
Okay. I think right now, no, we're taking an order. That was what the vote was. Believe me. Yeah. So, right, but we tried to do some taking out of order. So we're going to do C2, and then we'll go on our break with our attorney-client, and then we will, does that make sense? And then we'll come back.
Sorry.
Unless
Good
the mayor's
morning,
available.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Which
council
time?
members,
I'll put it
City
in
Manager Newby. Today, what I have is our annual CAPER report. This report is due each year, and it reports on the expenditures from the prior year's annual action plan, which is part of our 5-year consolidated plan. So this year, we are in the 4th year of our consolidated plan, which ran from 2015 to 2019, and the expenditures are for the 2018-2019 program year. Each year, this report is due to HUD by September 30th, and it reports on the CDBG, ESG, and home funds each year. This past fiscal year, our program year, our CDBG expenditures were $2,029,309, which we spent on the following projects. Most of these projects are from the 18-19 year, but there are previous years that go back to 16, because this report is not just on the last year's action plan, but also all expenditures for last year, regardless of what year the project came out of. In the home funds, we spent $1,480,000 or $994 on 6 projects, which I believe were 504 affordable housing units that came online from these projects. The next allocation that is in this plan is the ESG funds. ESG, last year we spent a little over $149,000 on operations of the CAC and $56,000 on rapid rehousing. We are currently in our public comment period, which will run for a couple more days, and the report will be submitted to HUD by the 30th if council approves staff to do so. This is a pretty short presentation. It's just something that's due each year, so I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Monica. Starting with anyone, I don't know if anyone's pressed the button, I don't have that, but does anyone have a question?
I did, but let me just go to my pages. Does anyone else have?
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to
Yeah.
make a motion.
If I can.
No, here's my questions.
Okay.
In the staff report, it looked like the admin has been unspent. What's going on there?
It appears admin is unspent because we're still spending older admin.
We're spending older admin? How come we're not using the admin each year? How can we, what is salary savings or something?
It's for a variety of reasons. There was just, each year when the program income comes in, we have to
Oh.
spend that money first before we can draw down any other funds from HUD, and it just kind of,
Yeah.
it creates a ripple effect.
Well, that was my next question, is the program income is 432,000? What was that from?
For the last year, it was from the sale of the house that Enyep leased from
okay.
us on Virginia.
I'm just going to suggest to the council that the CDBG is running healthy, and there is the way to buy this year's fire rig and not take that medium-term debt of borrowing $6 million over 10 years at $600,000 in interest costs.
Okay.
It is in here, and I think we should pursue that way. You showed on the report how we bought a rig last year. It worked well. We got one for them. We can do it this year and not saddle ourselves with the debt that on the out years is going to be problematic if the economy turns and we have to choose between personnel and paying off debt. Thank you.
All right, are there any other comments from council members? All right, may I hear a motion?
Move to.
Councilman Reese, Councilman Delgado, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Monica.
you.
We're going to go for our attorney-client at this time.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, would the council be open to just hearing, moving on to item C3 daybreak now versus and pushing labor after our next daybreak item?
I would not mind, but I still need a little break.
I do too.
So I would at least like a 15-minute break, if you don't mind. We don't have to do our, but I have some questions of council, to be honest with you, before we hear the daybreak, so that's why I wanted to get to that. So I don't mind splitting the attorney-client. I don't know, can you advise us, Madam Manager, on where, are there people here to?
Yes, there are, but we can push it a little bit later in the day, I believe.
My only other consideration is I know that the mayor was, those questions about her participation and on the item, and,
She said she can be here at 1.
okay.
So I just made sure, I just texted her to make sure. So she said she can be on, and is she on now? Madam Mayor, can you come? No?
I believe she's just disconnected.
Just disconnected. So I asked her if she could be here at 1. She said yes, so it looked like that's where we might be coming back after. Okay, so we will take a 45-minute, does that make sense? Attorney-client break, and we'll return a little bit before 1 or at 1. Let's just go with 1. All right, thank you.
glad you feel so.
That they voted not to do it at a time certain, just to do it in order. So. Yes, but I put in conditions that, on the record, that they should not go over 55 feet, that, same as what it is for the club. What the club is according to the applicant, height-wise, that they have to address all the intersections and the traffic, that if they don't do what they say in terms of what they're planning, because it's in basically bankruptcy, it's in a short sale, and it was gonna be sold to somebody. So if they don't do these things, then I'm gonna initiate a rezoning back to what it was. Back to what it was. Oh, to be able to put apartments in a portion of the club. That's why. Okay, I understand. It's a beautiful, and there's a second hearing. It'll be on, we read it twice. So today was one. It would come back again. It'll be probably in 2 weeks. I am so sorry. That's just, I knew that it's gonna be sold. And right, they have to do SUPs, site revisions, tentative maps, all this goes to the planning commission. And I said, but are you listening to the public at the planning commission? And I let my interests be known, which was what the residents were concerned about. And they said, they got up and they said, we hear you loud and clear. Yeah, I got you. So I'm going to initiate a rezoning back to the SPD if it doesn't move forward, if it doesn't do what they said they were going to do. This isn't about Ranchera? Okay, but can we talk later? Or just about to start another hearing? No, I mean, will you contact me? Yeah, I mean, send me an email and we'll talk. Okay.
I'm gonna- it's out to you. So, just give them out. Thank you. All right, looks like we're about ready, and Madam Clerk, is the mayor online?
Madam Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor is in the process of calling in, so
Okay.
she is not on yet, but she will be with us very shortly.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, we'll call the meeting back to order. And is there comment? And the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, next item is item C3. This is C31 is the Daybreak Master Plan and PUD zoning map amendments. And we have Madam Mayor on the phone with us at this time.
Can we open items C32 and C33 at the same time?
I would like to do that, yes. If we can open all the items related to this C31, C32, and C33.
Okay, good. All right, and how would you like to proceed?
Madam Vice Mayor, if we can, we will open all three public hearings at this time. And at this point, I would actually defer to the city attorney to please read the ordinance introduction for item C33.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7101. Case number LDC 18-00037, Daybreak PUD zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning. One, rezoning a plus or minus 979.4 acre site located north of South Meadows Parkway, south of Mariloma Drive, west of the eastern Reno City boundary, and east of the Washoe County Huffaker Hills Open Space, Reggie Road, and Ombre Way from plus or minus 217.5 acres of planned unit development, Butler Ranch, plus or minus 13.7 acres of specific plan district, Alexander specific plan, plus or minus 23.6 acres of large lot residential, 1 acre, plus or minus 147.3 acres of large lot residential, 2.5 acres, and plus or minus 577.3 acres of unincorporated transition, 40 acres to plus or minus 979.31 acres of planned unit development, Daybreak, and plus or minus 0.09 acres to single-family, 6,000 square feet, and 2, tentative approval of the associated planned unit development handbook, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. At this point, are we looking for a staff or a developer presentation?
Madam Vice Mayor, at this point, I would recommend that we start with staff presentation to briefly discuss how we got to where we are.
Okay.
We'll then transition to applicant presentation with questions from council prior to taking public comment. It should be noted at this time on the record that proper notice was given on all three of these public hearings. We did receive correspondence, 226 letters in opposition, 87 in favor, 5 were concerned, not stating a position. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff for their presentation.
Madam
Arlo
Clerk,
Stockham.
before you start, I'm so sorry, Mr. Stockham. I just want to get a question. You said there were 85 in favor. I read everything that you sent us. Are these like comment cards or something?
87 in favor. These include letters that were submitted via email, as well as the online public comment form, as
That's
well
what
as those in person who did not wish to speak. The online public comment form, council does have access to that, and that is lodged into the record as well.
Okay, so we have to look for that.
Correct, you have access
Okay.
to that.
And you said 226?
226 in opposition,
Yeah, I got it.
87 in favor, 5 concerned, with no position stated.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Stockham.
Good afternoon. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Very brief presentation today. Just wanted to make sure everyone had the latest memorandum we distributed this morning. This reflects the latest offerings from the applicant for project supplements or additional compromises they've proposed. It supplements those items that were discussed in our staff report. The first page plus an inch outlines new proposals, new concessions from the applicant, and then the remaining page outlines the proposals that were also addressed in our staff report. So essentially all the significant changes from the project that was denied at the end of last year are now included in this 2-page memo. I'm not intending to go through each of those unless you would like me to, and I can hand it over to Carl if he has any other points related to the legal proceedings.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Stockham. You mentioned a letter that we got, I think, 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago, and then a letter that we got, I think, 3 days ago. Are both of those letters on the website somewhere so the public could know what those are?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And the memo we distributed this morning was the evaluation of the latest offer that we received
No,
at the
I
end
don't
of
think I
last
have
week.
that memo. That was,
And to note for the
Oh,
record,
emailed.
Madam Vice Mayor, that memo has been uploaded to the Reno.gov meeting portal, so it is accessible to the public at this time.
And
Thank you.
From our perspective, all of those project changes are positive for the city compared to the previously reviewed project.
okay, thank you. That's your whole presentation?
It is. I'd be happy to answer questions, but
Okay. Are there any questions, I guess? Yes, Councilwoman Breckles.
Yeah, there is, in the litigation filing by Daybreak, they allege numerous illegal exactions. They reference some of these items that you reference here, which have since been increased by their own accord. So I'm trying to square up the fact that on the one hand, they are in court claiming these are illegal, and then on the other hand, they're going above and beyond what was presented previously. I'm just wondering, it feels like it could be setting a trap for us because or a circular logical loop, that they think these are illegal exactions when they're in a courtroom, but when they're in these chambers, they're doubling down on them.
the items currently proposed were offered voluntarily by the applicant. Beyond that, I'd defer to the attorneys for anything else on the legal side.
Okay, I just wanted to see how staff perceived that, because it would appear from the first proceeding that you negotiated it with them, outside of RMC, outside of what they say is NRS, and but you're calling them voluntary, but they're calling it elsewise something other in legal proceedings. So I'll ask those questions for them when we get there. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for our staff? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the developer's presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. Andy Durling with Wood Rogers representing the Daybreak Development. Presentation this afternoon is going to be a little bit different than you've seen from me before on this case. We're not presenting to you the technical facts of this. Those have been presented to you on numerous occasions. We do have all of our technical staff here. If you have questions or comments for them, we welcome them, and they are available to answer any and all of your questions regarding the technical merits of this project. What we wanted to discuss today is just the clarity surrounding the proposed mitigations and proposed additional measures that are included at this time in order to hopefully make you feel a lot more comfortable with this development and take away some of the uncertainty that you had last year when you heard this. And so we've been meeting with your staff and others, many of you, in order to understand what your concerns are, what the concerns of your constituents are, so we can better address them. Those concerns in the area that we have provided more clarity is concentrated on these kind of 5 points that are on your screen in front of you. We have proposed to increase the open space and decrease the density. The increased open space is providing some higher quality restored wetlands, and then the decreased density is overall reducing the impacts of this overall project. And I should clarify, all of the items that were previously in the handbook in the PUD that you saw in November of last year are carried forward with the modifications that are before you today. So any of the conditions that were on before, many of those are continuing forward with these additional conditions added and modifications in order to make it what we feel is a better project. We have modified the approach to the floodplain and really through conditions, a lot stronger conditions, confirming that we will be coordinating with the Truckee River Flood Management Authority and their FEMA remapping efforts so that whatever they're doing, we're basing it on the same thing. We also have added a condition from last time you saw this a couple weeks ago to require professional maintenance of the floodplain via drainage district formation moving forward. In addition to that, we are providing funding for City of Reno storm drain improvements in the area outside of the envelope of this project. For mercury remediation, we're ensuring compliance with NDEP. Traffic, the overall density reduction equals an overall less trips that are going to be on the area roadways. And we also have the assurances for the future implementation of the improvements that are proposed. Community investments, we've provided broad funding for public safety to include both police and fire. We've also provided, as I mentioned before, the storm drain improvements in the vicinity and also established a fund for youth sports and recreation. So just to clarify the points of this modification, we're increasing the open space. The open space is up to 355 acres. More than a third of the project is dedicated to open space, and that open space now is conditioned to be professionally maintained through this new district that will be formed. And the open space includes the floodplains, any of the restored wetlands, the hillsides that are being improved with trails, as well as the 4 public parks that are being developed. We've reduced the density by 10% to 4,230 total residential units. That reduction we looked at from a number of different perspectives and overall reduces the impacts to the vicinity. We've improved the floodplain. Like I said previously, we're ensuring compliance with our flood projects, remapping efforts. We do still have the increased storage, so where your code requires just a 1-to-1 flood storage mitigation, we have 25% additional flood storage in this area. We have put a condition in that there would be a third-party review and verification of our flood analysis that will be paid for by the developer, hired by the city to go out and confirm the results of what we say we're going to do. And then we're contributing $1.7 million to storm drain improvements in the area of the project. The mercury is solved. As we mentioned before, the remedial action plan has already been approved by the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. We'll be mitigating those soils away from the residential units. They'll be in passive open space areas largely. And then after the remediation is complete, we have a condition in that we will have to go back and retest to ensure that our compliance has been met. Traffic is being safeguarded. The 10% reduction in overall units helps with that. It's a 10% reduction in overall traffic generation. We're reevaluating each of the subdivisions and commercial sites as they come in to make sure that those trips are in concert with the master traffic study. And then we will be improving off-site roadways, Rio Poco, as well as South Meadows and Echo Valley as examples. Overall community investments, $1.7 million being provided to area storm drain improvements, $500 per unit. It's an increase from $250 to $500 per unit for affordable housing for the city to spend on affordable housing projects throughout the city. $150 per unit for police and first responders. $500 per unit for the fire, specifically for the fire department, and $50 per unit for youth sports and recreation. There was some discussion last time about the comparison of what the existing entitlements allow versus what we're proposing, and as we continue to contend, this is a much less impactful project than what the previously approved Butler Ranch North is. This is a slide from the last presentation, 48% reduction in the area that's modifying the floodplain, 26% reduction in the amount of homes in that area, and a 25% increase in the volume storage, so it lessens the overall impact. We did look at that previous PUD versus what we have proposed, and just to kind of give you kind of a comparison item by item here, the overall density when looking at Butler Ranch and Daybreak in the north is considerably less. We are providing affordable housing, both by design through our extensive missing middle housing in this project, as well as a $500 per unit. The Butler Ranch didn't have anything along those lines. Modified floodplain is about half what it was in Butler Ranch North. We have 25% more storage. We have 89 acres of more wetlands. We have 355 acres of publicly accessible open space versus the 150 acres of private open space that was in Butler. We have 23 acres of public parks versus the 15 acres of private parks, keeping in mind that Butler Ranch North was a gated community. So all of those amenities that were provided were behind the gates. We have, Butler Ranch just had basically sidewalks within the gated community. We have an extensive sidewalk, multi-use paths, trails, bike lanes for really a multimodal approach to development. Connectivity, a gated community provides no connectivity, and we have connected neighborhoods through our public roads, connections to major infrastructure, roadway infrastructure, multimodal improvements, as well as a comprehensive traffic calming approach to area roadways. Mercury and Butler Ranch, there was no specific plan. We've got an NDEP approved plan to mitigate. The fire fee for Butler was just a flat fee, $500,000 or $323 per unit. What that worked out to, we're providing $500 per unit, so more. They had no first responder fee, we're providing more. Stormwater mitigation, there really was nothing in the area. We're providing $1.7 million in offsite improvements. Schools, they did contemplate schools. We've contemplated both elementary and high schools, as well as the ability to provide charter schools in Daybreak. And then youth sports being addressed with a $50 per unit versus nothing with Butler. So what's the alternative? Really, regardless, if not a single house is built in Daybreak, if we do the floodplain mitigation and the mercury improvements alone, just if those are made, this property and the effects to the surrounding properties is better off than it is today, and that is good for the city of Reno. We're addressing the issues that need to be addressed. This is a solution-oriented master plan community that addresses all of the needs that you have in your Reimagine Reno master plan, and the concerns that we have from a technical perspective regarding floodplain or mercury in the soils. Those are being addressed in a very responsible and appropriate manner in order to make this not just a good project, but a great project for Southeast Reno. So with that, like I said, we've got all of our technical experts are here to answer any questions you may have. I am available to answer any questions you may have, and we're looking forward to move this project forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durling. I think we'll turn, yes, yes.
Sorry, I pressed the button. I don't
don't
know
have
where
buttons, so.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Just
how
raise your hand.
Madam Vice Mayor knows when somebody wants to speak. I guess my question is, I don't know, can you elaborate on the maintenance? When you say professional maintenance, can I better understand what that means? Who would do it? How often? What's the difference between that and a normal process?
In a lot of cases, the maintenance of those areas are dealt with by homeowners association. We would be forming a formal drainage maintenance district, so it would be very similar to what you see in Damani Ranch. So Damani Ranch, we feel, and we've heard from others, is kind of the shining example for how wetlands are mitigated. Actually, Lori Carpenter is now on our team, and she was part of that original team for the Damani Ranch that went through the mitigation, restored those wetlands, and the quality of those wetlands in Damani Ranch are head and shoulders above where they were before the project. And we are looking to have, kind of mimic that same model that Damani has in the Daybreak area. Very similar situation where, you're along Steamboat Creek, you have some floodplains and former ranching activities. And so that professional maintenance is going to go a long way to ensure that the wetlands is the highest quality in perpetuity, but also maintaining those drainage facilities as well.
Who pays for that?
The homeowners would be paying for it. So the homeowners of Daybreak would be paying for it, whether it's an assessment or
An
through
HOA?
dues. Yeah, it's not an HOA, it's different.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What is this unique mechanism? And I would agree. I think the other drainage in South Meadows is great. I'm just curious how this works.
Michael Pine, McDonald Crown on behalf of Daybreak. So what's contemplated is what's called a limited purpose association. It's an entity that's recognized under Chapter 116. That's the type of entity that is in Damani Ranch that operates the drainage district there. Similar to the mechanism in Damani Ranch, this is an association that the homeowners within the project pay into assessments monthly or quarterly. It has a governing board that's controlled by the declarant until such time as he hands it over to the homeowners. But there's also a mechanism, as in Damani Ranch, where there could be a district, what we call a transferee district, where if the city was not happy with the way it was being operated, the control could be handed over to the city. So we're looking at the exact same type of mechanism that's been in Damani Ranch for a couple decades and has worked very well.
The control would be turned over to the city, but would the cost be the city's?
No.
Okay.
The homeowners would always pay the assessments in.
Okay.
The homeowners of Daybreak.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus? I have a few questions. First of all, I thought the Butler Ranch, the existing Butler Ranch PUD had that drainage concept in there. Can you confirm that?
There was a requirement in the conditions of Butler Ranch that there was some silt removal in the area, I believe, north, and that it basically read that the silt removal had to happen unless it happened some other means. Since that time, Veterans Parkway has been built in that same area, and so that work has been done.
Well, let me pull that up again, but we can continue on. I was surprised that there are off-ramps off of Veterans Parkway.
No, there would be no off-ramps. It would just be signalized intersections.
Oh, okay.
So currently, your approval of the special use permit for Veterans Parkway allowed for 4 intersections along this stretch, and we are conditioning ourselves that we would only use 2 of those. So
When
it would
you
have
say-
a better flow of traffic.
When you say our approval, who's approval?
In the conditions of approval for the special use permit for Veterans Parkway, there was identified 4 intersections along this
Are you saying
stretch.
the Veterans Parkway or
Veterans
the
Parkway.
Southeast Connector?
Southeast Connector.
The Southeast Connector
Same.
did not require a special use permit.
It did come before you for a special use permit.
We'll fact check that one too. I don't think so. I think that was the point. I think it was done administratively. What about the point that in your legal briefing, you called all these voluntary contributions, so voluntary contributions, illegal exactions, and now you're doubling down on them? How do you explain that that's a good faith effort on your part?
Michael Panya again for the record. We're in a unique posture here today. This is a settlement posture. As such, we have flexibility, both the city and the applicant, that would not normally exist in a straight application. So as part of that flexibility, the court has specifically recognized that these offers that we're making today are not admissible in the litigation. They're not going to become relevant in the litigation if it goes forward. But as we said last time, there's a unique opportunity in this posture today to do some things that are a little different. And these are conditions that the applicant is willing to agree to in order to move this forward.
Well, thank you, but if we do not agree to and stick with our original approval, will you pull those out of your filing?
If this gets rejected today in accordance with the court order, the litigation just goes forward based on the original denial.
Okay, so you still think those are illegal exactions? I'm just wondering because I don't think that we have the authority to do those exactions. I've said it on other items. I think there's a different path forward to build planned communities without them, and I'm kind of in agreement. But you know, I went and drove this the other day. One final question. The back there of, I think, Heron's Landing, where that large rockery wall is on the west side of the Southeast Connector, and the Butler Ranch pasture, if you will, is to the south. When I looked at the cuts and fill maps, it looks like that has to be filled about 8 to 20 feet, and it looks like it's cut down below 6 feet. Where's that water gonna go? If that property that saddles up to Heron's Landing is raised above the Heron's Landing rockery wall there. You want to bring up the cut and fill map? It's on sorry, I'm working off of my screenshots. But you had a map that had some purple cuts and, it had purple imagery of cuts and fills. It showed cuts, oh, it's here, figure 17.
Getting there.
Yeah, do you have a good color? I have a black and white version if you, it's on page 72.
And just so people know, I'm going to allow a little bit, I want to make sure all the questions get out and answered so that we all have full transparency. So after this, Councilwoman Breckus, I'd like to turn to
Okay.
others.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm
Here,
trying to find it.
can you see this one? It's this one? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, it's just, I've got a color version.
Okay.
Just trying to find it.
I'll tell you what, why don't we go on till you find that, and we'll go on to Mr. Delgado, and we'll come back. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I had a request from public comment to see if there's an opportunity here for public comment sooner than later. That'll also help me generate questions that they've had that I think we've all been receiving via email or phone calls.
That would be great. I have two questions that are pretty simple, just almost process questions, if I may. I know I toured the property prior with staff, and there were historic resources on there. I'm not really sure where they end up in this whole new park concept. Could you explain how the historic resources on site would be treated?
You bet. Would you like me to answer that, or I do have the materials for Councilwoman Brex's?
Why don't you answer my question,
Got it.
and then we'll go back to her.
So we do have Couts Environmental is here. They can answer the questions regarding the cultural resources. Effectively, it would be similar to what we've had on other kind of older ranch projects. There's some ranch houses and things like that that are more than 50 years old. There are some areas up in the hillsides. There's a old, we've heard it referred to as a cheese shed. That will likely be retained in an open space, but I will defer to Couts to give you the kind of rundown on the cultural resources.
Where's that person? Oh. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Jason Spidell with Couts Environmental Consultants, archaeologist. So to address your question regarding cultural resources, process-wise, it's part of a Section 106 undertaking once it goes forward with an Army Corps 404 Waters of the U.S. permit. And because of that, Section 106 applies to any cultural resources that are involved with the project.
On the site?
Yeah, correct. So that kicks it up to a federal level and goes through consultation with the tribes, State Historic Preservation Office, Army Corps of Engineers, and other parties in the region considered consulting parties. As part of that, because it's within the jurisdiction of the City of Reno, which is a certified local government, the City of Reno acts as a party to that as well through the consultation process.
Okay, and would that be incorporated in the park was specifically what I was asking? I don't know where the park proposed, the one Councilman Jordan was speaking about.
From what I know, the park is not related to so you're specifically asking about the ranch complex?
The ranch complex, there were springs, ice house, I think I saw.
So the main community park is located in the kind of between the north and the south, near the Narrows. There's no resources in that area. So in that park, there is not. We have in the PUD, again, this is going back to the previous version you guys saw last year. In the PUD are, I don't want to say requirements, but there's the ability for interpretive signage and art installations that we could then pull from those historical elements and incorporate them not only into the major park, but throughout the trail system and throughout the development as a whole.
All right, because it was a historic Butler Ranch, Bella Vista, so.
Yes, so we would be incorporating interpretive signage and interpretive elements into the overall master plan, not just in the park.
Later, I'm gonna, just so you can get ready, I'm gonna later ask you, maybe after public comment, about horses and also about the legal stance with the regional planning, so you can think about that. So back to Councilman Jordan, and then we'll go to, unless anyone else has comment. Excuse me, back to Councilman Breckus.
Well, I will have other questions, but could we just look at that map? I'm just, my field trip the other day that I went out, I noticed that rockery wall Against the
So
far
what we're
north.
referring to was, so Heron's Landing is
Yeah,
there?
yeah. They've got a rockery wall up against those back lots that's maybe 8 feet.
Yep, it's along that
Yeah.
distance there.
How far are the house pads going to be above that?
Our house pads above that, you're looking at the, 5 to, there may be a little bit more fill up in this area, but, the lighter blue area is in the 0 to 5 range. And then the amount of cut behind that is in the same 0 to 5 range. Actually, this yellow area, which takes up the majority of that kind of boundary there, is effectively no change.
So where's that water going to go when you fill?
The water comes through the channel here as well as through here and goes through the culverts that were constructed with Veterans Parkway. Steve Strickland with Wood Rogers, the engineering aspect of this, can answer those if you'd like.
Okay. It's just if I'm at Heron's Landing, I'm going to have a drainage channel out my backyard that I don't have right now.
No, there is a drainage channel there currently.
Okay.
along that
I thought it just was
property
straight sheep flowing. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I have more questions too, but I'm happy to hold them till after public comment. But I do want to say, I want to make sure we have adequate time for everyone to ask their questions after public comment. Okay? So unless anyone else has an objection, I'm going to turn to public comment. Okay, great.
Madam Vice Mayor, first to speak is Paul and Jerry Helms, followed by Valerie Truce, followed by Jim Lewis.
Good afternoon. Jerry Helms, my brother Paul Helms. We own the Donner Springs Mobile Home Park, and this project is adjacent to that. We have yet to be able to find out what's going to happen along our property line, and possibly the engineering people can answer that. Hopefully, they've taken into account all of the water that is in that area, and we hope that it's been looked at very hard about where this water's going to go. That's our main concern.
Where's the water going to go?
Where's the water going to go? And
we-
also the traffic.
Could we see on the map where they are talking about?
Yes, the gentleman had it up a minute ago.
Okay. While they're finding that, who's the next public commenter?
I don't
Next to
remember
speak is Valerie Truce,
them from before.
followed by Jim Lewis.
You didn't come speak before, did you?
No.
Okay.
No, we've never been.
Yeah, that's fine. I just,
Okay.
that's why we didn't know where this park was, I
Yeah.
think.
And this
Yeah.
goes on here.
Just turn it around.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you point to where you're talking about,
The
Saria?
property we're talking about is from approximately here. This is a school area here,
Yeah.
Paul. Yes. And then again from here up to the end of our property here.
Where's your property?
That's it. That's it.
Oh, you're not in the light color, but you're in the area where homes are?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the exact mobile home park that we own.
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
Now I understand. It's an
Yeah.
entire park.
I thought it was manufactured houses over on those.
That's mobile home.
Yeah, well, our zoning looks at it a little different, but they're manufactured on individual lots, right?
We own the lots, they own the
Yeah.
individual.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll ask that question maybe after
Okay,
we go back to council.
thank you.
Next to speak is Valerie Truce, followed by Jim Lewis, followed by Mark Kruger. As a reminder to our audience, please observe the rules of decorum while you're in chambers. Additionally, it should be noted, we have 17 persons signed in for public comment, so if you can please be ready when your name is called.
Good afternoon, Valerie Truce for the record. At our last official meeting on Daybreak, a representative of the Building Association stated that Daybreak met every goal of our new master plan, Reimagine Reno. This morning I went over my copy, and here's what I found. Almost 10,000 citizens over a 2-year period participated in the formation of a plan to articulate a shared vision of our community. It was created to guide both day-to-day decision-making, short-term actions, and the longer-term initiatives and strategies to achieve the community's vision. The values shared by our community included safety, affordability, and ease of driving. Daybreak will do very little to help with affordability and will make driving in the Southeast even more horrendous. One of the first goals of the master plan is responsible and well-managed growth. Within that goal, as a city, we are to encourage infill and redevelopment and promote the use of sustainable practices. Daybreak does neither of those. Goal 4 encourages creation of walkable community neighborhood centers that provide a variety of services and amenities. I haven't seen evidence that Daybreak will do that. Goal 7 addresses conservation and protection of Reno's natural resources and environment. Daybreak's plan to remove foothills and fill wetlands provides neither conservation or protection. Priority Initiative D reflects the community's concern that the city play a more proactive role in promoting a sustainable pattern of development in the future. It is allowing Daybreak to build a community the size of Fernley, over 4,300 sustainable. Priority Initiative G deals with sustainability in the city's climate action plan. Daybreak does nothing to reflect this initiative. When our youth are marching in the streets out of concern for climate change, Daybreak has nothing to reflect the crisis. We need to stand with the Reimagine Reno plan and the 10,000 citizens who developed it, and with our City Council's first vote on Daybreak. There is currently an expectation that the city has to help the investors of Daybreak make a profit. But I found no evidence of that expectation in the Reimagine Reno plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Truce.
Jim Lewis, followed by Mark Kruger.
Use the overhead. Jim Lewis for the record. Your denial last fall of the Daybreak development set off a series of events that led to the stipulation agreement, which ultimately led us to find out what their fears are. In the lawsuit, the plaintiff is claiming that the City Council referenced the wrong master plan, trying to timestamp us back to the Reno master plan. Since this is a plan of regional significance, it falls under the regional plan. This is where Wood Rogers made a critical mistake. They referenced the wrong plan, not only in their lawsuit, but in the overall design. They showed their cards. Realizing their critical error, they attempted to separate Daybreak into 3 phases to avoid the Regional Planning Authority. At their first submittal, they were denied at the Planning Commission. Wood Rogers realized they were on the hook for this. They decided to file a lawsuit, knowing full well a law firm interim would destroy them in a court of law. They developed a stipulation designed to compress our time, draw our attention to their new design, and sidestep the public, and draw the attention away from the regional plan. This is just one example of their plan having no chance of getting past the Planning Authority. Their idea of the missing middle is to benefit their profits. The regional plan is designed to benefit the citizens of Reno. This 2015 timestamp is a pictorial image of the McCarran scenario. On the right, you would see Midtown. In the middle, you would see the McCarran Loop. And on the left, you would see single family, better known as Butler Ranch. Also in their filing, they used the term cumulative effect, exposing the true problems we're having in the South Meadows. This Wood Rogers slide explains in graphic detail. The blue and yellow colors represent existing 4,000 and 6,000 square foot lots. A 5th grader could do the trips per day formula and tell you this is above the standard. This was accomplished because small developments fall under the regional plan. Don't fall under the regional plan. Wood Rogers and other planners were able to gaslight us for years with fancy design renderings and false data. This also refutes their claim in the filing of 13 other approved developments in the floodplain ahead of them. And there's much more than that on the subject. This is an absolute ambush on our city. It's clearly a power play to avoid FEMA study, traffic study, and to force the City Council to push through a project that would destroy the South Meadows forever.
They expose themselves in the filing, stipulation order. The gag order and stipulation becomes a moot point and irrelevant in arguing this case. And there's just one question. Why do they need your help to get this approved? The city has the winning hand in this. Vote no again on Daybreak. Thank you for your time.
Mark Kruger, followed by Lisa Peters, followed by Don Tatro.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Mark Kruger. I'm the principal with Archcrest Commercial Partners in Reno. For 24 years, I've specialized in residential land sales. For the last 15, I've assisted the Builders Association with their land and new home forecasting. I want to clarify just a few numbers that are being thrown around out there. First one, lot supply. The southeast submarket that we're talking about that Daybreak's in currently has about 1,900 single-family lots approved. And we're talking about finished all the way to initial entitlement. And we're currently absorbing close to 700 homes a year. So we have less than 3 years of lot supply in that submarket. And I think what's real important for you to note at the city is that consistently for the last 5 years, 50% of all new home sales in the city of Reno have been in that submarket. So in 3 years, you're going to lose the opportunity for those buyers to find a home, a new home in that area. Second item, attainability. The average sale price last year we tracked on single-family homes, and that submarket was $600,000. So we have an attainability issue everywhere in town, including Southeast Reno. I think you've heard in the past and currently that Daybreak's proposing a variety of products that most will be under that number and some will be significantly under that number, providing opportunities for other buyers to come into that submarket. Last but not least, floodplain. Talk about the sensitivity to the area. I handle land sales in the Monty Ranch, Double Diamond, Cyan, and both the Curdy ranches, the entire valley down there. They all started as floodplain. They were engineered properly. The water passes through those areas. All the single-family lots, not excluding one, has been brought out of the floodplain, and those have been great communities to live in. Daybreak plans to do the same thing. And I think last note, we're talking about leaving that area as our last area for potential flooding. I think you do know that we have the old Rosewood Lakes Golf Course and University Farms totaling about 1,000 acres committed to that flood storage just to the north of us. So we're not the last one. I urge you to vote for Daybreak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alyssa Peters, followed by Don Tatro, followed by Coulter Stewart. Alicia Peters. She is in support of the item. Don Tatro, followed by Coulter Stewart, followed by Tanya Tavlar.
Thank you. My name is Don Tatro, representing the Builders Association of Northern Nevada. I just want to state that as far as it comes to traffic in the southeast and people living this, that's where I live. I support this, and I think traffic is really nice there. I haven't seen significant problems. We didn't build, I know when I moved in there, we didn't build Veterans Parkway and the Southeast Connector so that there'd only be 3 cars an hour going down there. We actually built them probably to have a little increased capacity. So that was good forward thinking, I believe. Next, we're hearing a lot about the floodplain, and the reality is we're the Truckee Meadows, not the Truckee Hills. We have over 100,000 acres currently in the floodplain in Reno. We are standing in a floodplain. We have over 4,400 lots developed in a floodplain. So this isn't something new, and I know that we have the great experts here that are working with NDEP, FEMA, and the Corps of Engineers. We're expanding the storage capacity in this area. And so another thing that was mentioned earlier is the drainage district that would be created. I also live in one of those. I pay quarterly or something like that. Haven't had an issue. It seems to be working well for the city. And with the increased standards that they're going to develop this area, I think this is a great project. I think it's an infill project. And while there's a loud sort of NIMBY voice, and they can control certain sections of social media, I don't think that's representative of the other 298,000 residents. And many of the NIMBYs that we actually hear from are county residents that are not even Reno residents. So we don't have time, I don't think, to wade into the opinions that are represented as facts, but listen to the experts who will make this a good project, create something similar to where I live, where I hope my kids can live someday. And I hope that you vote to support supply, attainability, infill, the missing middle, and support the Planning Commission's approval of this project. Thank you.
Walter Stewart, followed by Tanya Tavkar, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Colt Stewart for the record. Our Public Safety Subcommittee met last week with the RTC team doing the long-range South Meadows multimodal transportation study and learned that their most recent traffic incident data is for the time period 2015 to 2017. We have therefore filed a public records request to the Reno Police Department for this data for the last 30 months. Perhaps you can help us with this request. Before we can consider the true impact of over 4,000 new units in Daybreak 2.0, we must first have accurate data on the impact of the 4,000 units permitted and being built now in the area south of South Meadows Parkway, and the 4,000 units that have come online in the past 2 to 3 years. Suffice it to say, this is already an impact zone. Let's now review the residential projects currently in the works without even considering the reason why we are here today. Caramella, 1,400 units. Summit, hundreds of units. Affordable apartments at Roundabout, hundreds more units. Double R apartments, a new one at Double R and Double Diamond, 440 units. Corolla Cyan, 700 units. 159 units already permitted across from Home Depot. Torino, 79 units. Harvest Apartments, 100 more units. New Village Townhomes at Steamboat and Veterans, 100 plus units. Lanier Expansion, 90 units. Other projects along Veterans between Steamboat and South Meadows, hundreds more units. The senior complex coming at Demonte Ranch in Double R or Steamboat. Westview Estates, another 70 units. Plus, and not including, the large traffic generators to be found at DMV, the new DMV office off Double Diamond above South Meadows Parkway, and the new Safeway Market off Steamboat, as well as the existing intermediate school, high school, elementary schools, and Renown Hospital. Using round numbers from the construction industry, we know that per national standards, every housing unit generates about 10 vehicular round trips per day. We therefore already are experiencing an increase of 40,000 round trips per day along our arterials and side streets, with another 40,000 being increased as we speak. These 80,000 trips per day are not accounted for in the RTC planning effort. We only know the traffic and public safety impact through our own observation and the data we have requested. My wife and I personally witnessed 5 serious accidents in the past few months and 1 death in the past year on Steamboat Parkway alone. Daybreak 2.0 will dump an additional 40,000 round trips per day onto our streets, especially impacting South Meadows, Echo Valley, Rio Wrangler, Mojave Sky, and the commercial centers along Double R, Wilbur May, and Double Diamond Parkways. Please delay Daybreak 2.0 until we have the public safety data we have already requested. Thank you very much. We need your help.
Thank you, sir.
Tanya Tavkar, followed by Kimberly Rodemeyer, followed by Linda Cross.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Tavkar, and I'm a wild horse advocate. I will say it again, and like I've said it before, this is definitely, undeniably not the place to build. It will be disastrous for the horses and the wildlife. The horses will have to try to maneuver around the development, trying to get to water and food that they're used to going to. Hopefully not getting hit by cars and having problems like they do on Veterans and Rio Wrangler. If you already know the problems that could be caused by this development, why would you even want to take the risk? This development would be opening a whole big giant can of worms. The city makes development decisions on whether or not to build in certain areas, not the applicant. Please, council, don't be afraid. Stick to your denial of this project. And if it does go through, I would ask that there would be a wildlife bridge built for water as well as other places to access water for horses. I have looked on the site and have maps to where I think the water access could be. But just to add, there were 226 people in opposition. That should tell you something about the people and what they think. I hope you're working for the people. With no disrespect, I just think that the developers come in and they think that they have all the money and they can do what they want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Rodemeyer, followed by Linda Cross, followed by Robert Greenhell.
Thank you. My name is Kim Rodemeyer, representing the Upper Southeast Communities Coalition. The fact that you cannot make conditions on this project should lead you to an automatic denial. Residents of Southeast Reno were really pleased that you did the right thing and denied this project in November, that you listened to residents, scientific concerns, and other experts over staff recommendations. You did nothing wrong and have every right to deny an applicant. We are asking you to do the same this time. The residents are behind you in your denial of this project. Daybreak claimed that they're going to build their project on fill and their own residents won't flood. Wow, we've heard this before. Double Diamond said that too, and when FEMA did a small remap in 2007, they put 300 residents into the floodplain. The current remap is not going to include the increases from the flood project when the flood project is completed. Engineering, we hear that a lot from everyone. The airport had engineers who said it was just fine to put a 17-acre flood mitigation basin next to Hidden Meadows over 15 years ago. It took about 18 months for that to fill up and has been useless as detention ever since. The developers of Double Diamond had engineers who claimed that their detention basins would be necessary and they would be sufficient to store floodwaters. 4 of their largest basins have had water in them and have for years. They're useless. The development across the street from the UNR Farms had engineers, and they said they were going to build flood mitigation, but then they decided not to do that, and then to do the mitigation, and then put their project on a foot more fill because their fine was cheaper than the mitigation. That fine disappeared into the general fund. The surprising thing about that was they got caught. There are so many others that have not. You have no enforcement. As we speak, the most impactful project on flooding in Southeast Reno, the Southeast Connector, is desperately trying to figure out how to drain the water from their flood mitigation basins because they have been full of water for over a year. We told you this was going to happen. It is also our understanding that the bridge over the Truckee was built too low and they had to dredge the river to get enough clearance. But they had engineers. They had the best engineers. If the Corps wasn't in charge of oversight of that project, nothing would have been done to remedy the issue because you have no enforcement. As we speak, the highly engineered effluent dam on Alexander Road is labeled a high-risk dam, and one little earthquake could drain it, and water would flood from South Meadows to Miraloma. The entire Daybreak project. Engineering. The available floodplain, UNR Rosewood Lakes, Butler Ranch North, are critical flood zone 1. The rest of the floodplain was not designated as critical flood zone 1. That's why it's being built on. Their mitigation is not going to work. The water table is too high, as proved by all the failed mitigation in Southeast Reno. 1 to 1.25 is a virtual number. At the September 11th meeting, Mr. Durling showed a map of the 1986 flood and said something like their project was way off in the distance and it didn't have much water. In February of '86, I was 21 years old, and that evening I was standing in line in the pouring rain at the Livestock Event Center waiting to get on a National Guard truck to be on a sandbag crew. May I have 30 more seconds, Madam Mayor? Crews worked all night in the rain, and it was so cold. There were wild horses desperately trying to get out of the floodwaters from Steamboat Creek, and the water was chest high. Some of the babies washed downstream and died. The rain would not stop. That was my first flood. Steamboat Creek floods as often or more than the Truckee. They are not factoring in Steamboat Creek flooding. This is not an area where you can get it wrong. And I wonder, has anyone on the applicant's side spent 18 hours straight sandbagging for their community?
Thank you, Ms. Rodemeyer.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next public comment is from Linda Cross, followed by Robert Greenhall, followed by Judy Covert.
Well, hello again. Good afternoon now. Most of the things that I wanted to say have been expressed by people before. The flood is concerning. The schooling is concerning. And I always see that everybody in the developments sometimes include the fact that there are going to be schools. But are they going to be built before the houses? Or are there going to be all the houses there and all the children in those houses that need to go to school? And then we're going to do it. And then who's going to pay for it? Is the city going to pay for it? Are they going to build them? Because I know taxes keep going up, they don't keep going down. And as a veteran and not a retired veteran, but an 11.5-year Air Force veteran and retired from the post office, my funds are limited, and with everything else going up all the time. In addition to that, I know the traffic in that area. I have a friend that lives down there, and there was just that terrible fatality with the motorcycle and the vehicles at the corner of Rio Poco and McCarran. Again, McCarran is going to be bogged down. Pretty soon, there'll just be one line of McCarran all the way from down where Rayleigh's is, where you go up to Hidden Valley, all the way up to the top of the hill where the other Rayleigh's is. And I just find that we need to look, or I think the council needs to look at what's being built. Maybe 1,000 units might be okay, but 4,700, that is just an ungodly amount to stuff in that area. And I think you need to look at how you're putting houses in. I mean, 4 feet on each side of the house all the way around, not very much. Look at all the anger that there can be just from neighbor to neighbor. I think that you ought to review the plans that you have and the areas that are allowed for property, because it's almost like you're building residential homes on land that's only like about 4 feet or all the way around larger than the house, which to me is more like row housing or condominium housing. So I just would like to enlighten the council to try and think about that and to have them speak to the Planning Commission, because here is another project, just like the additional project at Lake Ridge. And I don't see the need for that many. I know there's a lot of new business, but I don't think everybody wants to live somewhere where they don't even see grass other than to drive to a park. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give back the 30 minutes she needed.
Thank you.
Robert Greenhall, followed by Judy Covert, followed by Lori Carpenter.
My name is Robert Greenhall. I've lived in the Reno area for about 14 years now, and I live in Ward 3 area. I can't add to the discussion that's happened here. I agree with it, but I would like to bring up something else. Namely, I don't think one entity out in the community has been credited with what it's done. Namely, it's made the public aware of this, and that's the local newspaper, the Reno Gazette Journal, and particularly Jason Hidalgo, who's been the real estate reporter. I think he's done the community a big service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenhall.
Judy Covert, followed by John Salutis.
I have an assistant. Good afternoon. Judy Covert for the record. While attending the February 6th Planning Commission meeting, one of the commissioners asked staff if they knew how many houses were in the pipeline, and staff did not have an answer. Wood Rogers and others have been promoting that we are going to run out of housing stock, so we wanted to see if that was really true. We actually did some research of our own on the housing numbers in our entire Reno, Sparks, Washoe County area, and went to the experts, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Site, and found this interactive GIS map that you can click on. You click on the map and it shows approved tentative maps in green and PUDs in blue. Tentative unbuilt units are at nearly 16,000. PUDs are showing 34,000 unbuilt units. We also went on the experts site to look at the population data, which is updated every year, and you will notice that the number of people coming to the area declining every year. These are their projections and their sources. This shows how many people per household. We took that data, put it all together, and you can see the tentative and PUD maps add up to nearly 50,000 unbuilt units in the pipeline. We took all the data and put it together. If we total the total increase in population in the next 20 years, which 94,223, and we divide it by that 2.60 people per household, it's approximately 36,000 homes. As you can see, we already have more homes in the pipeline than are needed in the next 20 years. We are here to ask for a 7-0 no vote on this project. Thank you very much.
John Saludas, followed by Franco Crivelli, followed by Diaz-Dixon.
Can you blow that out just a little bit? Oh, wait a minute, I think I have it right. Okay. The city of Reno has known about the high levels of mercury in southeast Reno since at least 2006. Our communities need the Reno City Council to take this issue seriously to avoid future cancer clusters like what happened in Val, Nevada. There are simply no safety levels for mercury. Daybreak personnel have admitted that they only tested for mercury down to about 18 inches to 2 feet. They stated to the Upper Southeast Communities Coalition that they were told by the RTC that there was only mercury either under or just to the east of the Southeast Connector. RTC mercury maps indicate that is not true. Daybreak personnel also claim that they only found mercury in 4 areas along the Southeast Connector, which will be mitigated, yet would not provide the coalition with a copy of their grid testing map and results. As noted in RTC's mercury maps, there was mercury located in varying amounts all along this project site. RTC only tested at or along the Southeast project site. It is interesting that Daybreak did not find any levels of the mercury that RTC found in their testing at 0 to 5 inches. Excuse me. This map that I just put up here talks about the mercury present on the South Butler Ranch between Alexander Lake Road and South Meadows Parkway. As you can see, there are significant mercury sinks in this area, and this is at a level of 0 to 5 inches. This other map, Jesus, I'm not doing this very well, am I? This other map shows the same area, but it shows the mercury at 5 inches to 5 feet. This is the map that Daybreak put forth concerning, pardon? Whoops. This is the map that signifies Daybreak's grids for mercury. And as you can see in this map, there's no testing south of Anderson Lake Road. It's evident that Daybreak did not test the entire Steamboat Creek floodplain. And as you can see, they did not test south of Alexander Lake Road. A couple more seconds, please.
All right, sir.
Where they want to put housing. RTC found unacceptable human habitation levels all around this area. Why didn't Daybreak? The coalition could not determine when Daybreak did their alleged mercury testing and if it was done before or after the mercury breach at the Southeast Connector Project site during 2017 flooding. If testing was only done before the 2017 flood, Daybreak's project should be denied since it is probable that higher levels of mercury are present after 2017.
All right.
This project, one last paragraph, this project proposes the building of residential homes in a known mercury contamination area with high levels of mercury. Consequently, the coalition strongly recommends denial of this project for the safety of surrounding residents.
All right, thank you, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, our next comment is from Franco Crivelli, followed by Diaz-Dixon, followed by Doug Irwin.
Overhead, please. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, member of the council. For the record, Franco Crivelli. Sure, great project, great idea. Unfortunately, this project is in the wrong place, and let me tell you why. You know this already. We have been bringing this to your attention many times. This is the contour of the flood of 1997. See the boundaries? Now let's take a look at what Daybreak is proposing. That's what they're gonna do. Now, they're right in the middle of the floodplain. Look at how much water storage they remove, and that's just for the buildings. Parks area may even take more storage if they're raised. Where do you think the water is gonna go? It will raise the water level for everybody. Yes, they can present you the perfect virtual model and hope that the nature will follow or cooperate with their favorable scenario. Do you actually believe that? Sure. Nature will check with Daybreak before raining. Doing also water storage with mitigation at 1.25 is also a lie, because the water table is very high in that area. They just can dig as much as needed for proper storage. And all they can do is just to push water downstream. For example, this picture is the picture taken on the north side of Daybreak during the flood of 2005, which was a much lesser flood than 1997. Just take a look at the depth of the water over there. Ask yourself, where is all that water gonna go? Okay, now let me show you one of the many communities that are at risk of flooding. See this picture? It looks kind of disastrous during the 1997 flood, but in reality, nobody in this picture had flood damages. These communities survived, but they were inches away from really major disasters. These communities have no room for politics, no room for errors, no room for miscalculation, no room for a virtual, non-practical scenario. Any other scenario is a disaster. Daybreak only model a favorable virtual scenario. What about all other non-favorable scenarios? Obviously, they're not going to show them to you. Those other scenarios are dangerous, very damaging, and can cause irreparable harm to people and property value. You, as our elected official, must consider these scenarios that are damaging to the existing resident, and we also believe they will be damaging to the future resident. Again, the risks are too high. The damages will be too high if this project gets approved. Do what you were elected to do. Serve and protect the people and do no harm. And furthermore, protect us from anyone trying to harm us. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, our next comment is from Diaz-Dixon, followed by Doug Irwin.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Diaz-Dixon for the record. I have lived in Double Diamond for almost 23 years. I was one of the first developers, first people to move into that development. I am talking more in positive support of this project, though, and for different terms. I have 3 children, one 22, 21, and 18 years old. It's really tough for kids at that age to be able to find places to live. Affordable housing is something that is very important. I also think it's important for our community because we talk about not having affordable housing. Oftentimes we're looking at people in lower SES status. And it's not just about people who are poor or people who don't have anything. It is a continuum, and it's something that we have to think about when we're looking at the greater picture of our whole entire community. And if we've got any particular people that are coming into our community and want to invest in our community, more than just on the housing side, and they're saying they're going to do other things that are beneficial, whether it's for our sports programs or our schools or infrastructure, those are things that we really have to take a look at in the picture. And it's the big picture. And I know that it can be difficult, but at the same time, I know when I first moved in, people told me I was crazy, and I've had 3 homes in Double Diamond that I've lived in. And I watched that neighborhood grow, and I still love that neighborhood. That's all I have. Thank you.
Doug Irwin, followed by Steve Wolgast.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor Dewar, council members. I'm Doug Irwin. I'm with EDON. I run the entrepreneurial program. And I'm here to offer my support for the Daybreak Project. I work on the front lines every day with the new startup companies and technology companies and diverse companies that are growing here and relocating here. And I can tell you that affordable housing is one of the most critical issues in our community. These companies are diversifying our economy and really strengthening the resilience of our economy in the case of a downturn. In fact, last year we grew over 6%. That's 14,600 jobs. So our trend, that's significantly higher than the national average, which is 1.5%. Although I don't see it continuing at 6%, we were definitely on the national radar, and I see that continuing. One of the great things about these types of companies is that they're bringing in millennial workers, knowledge workers, and all of these people need attainable housing. That's why I support this project. Young families and millennials are drawn to these types of projects, and I think this is a great project for the city of Reno. I appreciate all your efforts in trying to address affordable housing, and I think this is a great project, so I urge you to vote yes and support this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Irwin.
Steve Wolgast.
Overhead, please. Council members, I'm Steve Wolgast. I want to talk about the flawed process for Daybreak that has brought us here. November 28th, the Reno City Council denied the Daybreak project. The project does not comply with the master plan. The council could not make the findings. On February 6th, the speculators submit a part of Daybreak to the Reno Planning Commission. It is denied. The submission of Rio Wrangler North project was an attempt at an end run around the denial of Daybreak. February 15th, the speculators filed a complaint with the district court asking for damages and for judicial review. March 29th, Reno filed a motion to dismiss this suit. On August 26th, a stipulation agreement was reached between the city attorney, 2 council members, and the speculators. This appears to be a violation of the Hansen Rule. It concludes that the attorney for a local government cannot negotiate on behalf of that government without approval to do so in a public meeting. On September 10th, the speculators submitted documents describing many changes to their plan, knowing that the decision deadline was in only 8 business days. On September 11th, the City Council reviewed the project and considered the stipulation agreement. The council voted 4-3 to reconsider today. The speculators hint that they may move forward with the outdated Butler Ranch development that had its zoning amendment approved back in 2006. This sounds like a threat to advance a problematic development. On the 20th, the speculators submitted a new change to their plan, including a 10% reduction in the total number of homes, only 1 business day before the decision deadline. Now it's showtime. Which side are you on? Your vote today may determine your legacy.
In conclusion, the Daybreak Development Plan was not compliant with the master plan at the time the speculators bought the property. The speculator's suit claimed a right to be exempted from the master plan. It is not logical that they are legally entitled to special treatment. The speculator's tactics are transparently manipulative and with many late changes before the forced deadline. This planning process has been subverted by the speculator's suit. If the city exceeds, it gives every future developer an incentive to sue the city in order to get a non-conforming development approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walgast.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, I have no further public comment signed in at this time.
Okay. All right, so with that, I'll turn back to the council. We'll go through some question answer period. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Mr. Delgado, did you want to speak first or later, or?
Yeah, I'd like to hear more from my colleagues.
Okay.
I'm sure you guys have the same question.
Okay. Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, I'm going to start with some questions about the roadway, and I guess I'll ask Mr. Flansburgh maybe. I am curious about the dedication of the roadway. Has the Southeast Connector been dedicated and accepted to the city of Reno as a right-of-way? It would seem to me material because this is a critical public infrastructure serving this development.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The Southeast Connector will be dedicated to the city of Reno. I don't believe that has happened just yet through their process, but it will be per our agreement with them.
Well, why hasn't it been dedicated? And what are the facts of the lawsuit about the roadway that I understand at RTC is in litigation? Is it in litigation with the current property owners or the preceding property owners?
So my understanding is that the RTC, per a conversation I had this morning, is set for closing arguments in the middle of October. And I believe it's probably with the original owners.
Is it over the condemnation value of what the public paid for when they paid the Butler Ranch owners for that right-of-way in a condemnation?
My understanding is
proceeding?
that the argument primarily is just over valuation.
Valuation, okay. I think that's a question. And let me ask you, you were involved in the permitting of the Southeast Connector. Is the mercury's coming up quite a bit on this redo. Is the mercury encapsulation that the RTC went through, is it at the same level of encapsulation that's proposed in this development project?
I can't speak to the proposal that's in front of us today in terms of mercury. I have not been, have not reviewed that. I can speak to the Southeast Connector and that the roadway, that the mercury contaminated soils that were tested were encapsulated within underneath the roadbed.
Okay, maybe someone else could answer, and then I'll yield the floor. But I will have more questions. I think you're going to bring up some of the flood mapping. Is it flood?
I don't know
Plain
yet.
rep-
We'll
Okay.
see where everybody
Anyway,
goes.
can anyone answer who is knowledgeable on the standard of mercury encapsulation that, preferably staff, but whoever, mercury encapsulation that the RTC was held to or held themselves to because they didn't go through an environmental impact statement, but to the same degree that the Daybreak is? Okay, we'll hear from.
So I'll just remind the council, there is an approved remedial action plan by NDEP, the state agency that is legally obligated to review those. McGinley and Associates is here. They did all the testing and can answer any of your questions on mercury.
Yeah, I just want to know about the approach, really. Did you do the work for the RTC in the Southeast Connector?
For the record, Anthony Dimple, Vice President and Senior Project Manager at McGinley and Associates. No, we did not do it for RTC. Had we done it for RTC, it probably would have represented a conflict of interest for this work.
Okay.
So our company did do the sampling just to clear up a few things. We sampled everywhere that mercury, based on our conceptual site model, could have ended up from flooding. There was no areas where we avoided or didn't sample, and we did do vertical delineation, meaning we sampled down to, I believe, 2 feet, and the mercury concentration dropped rapidly at that depth. And so there's no reason to continue to sample deeper than that. And so as far as the approved mitigation plan, I don't know the exact specifics of what happened at RTC, but what we are proposing is certainly protective of human health and the environment. And it was done in coordination with NDEP. And I think another important aspect of this mercury issue is not unique to the Daybreak project, due to Nevada's historical mining, all across northern Nevada, Carson City, mercury was transported across many water bodies and through floods were deposited on land. So this mitigation that we're proposing has been employed many places in northern Nevada successfully and safely, and we're essentially proposing the exact same thing here.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, any questions?
I do have a number of questions, and we'll just see how many I can get to. I want to start with, I guess, Brock, if you would come forward, or Arlo. I don't know who's here. Okay, perfect. I have a question about hazard review and coordination on the memo that you provided to the council. There's a section about additional flood and hazard review coordination. And I just want to understand some things about it. Do you have that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
So the first one is the last part. It says there's an agreement for the city to retain a third-party expert for a review of floodplain designs and engineering at the applicant's expense. What does that mean?
They will pay for us to hire someone independently to review their work and make sure it was all done properly and in accordance with all the standards. It's an independent third-party verification.
Okay, I think I understand. But it's not going to be our staff that's reviewing it? You're saying someone else is going to review?
We would retain an expert in the field to do that.
I see, okay. The second thing is about FEMA mapping just generally, because there's a number of different things here about that. When do we anticipate the FEMA maps for this area will be updated, complete, I don't know, in the can, ready to go for someone to look at them?
My understanding is that's underway, and there should be maps in the 6 to 12 month time horizon for the CLOMAR for that project. And the kind of the bottom line of all these provisions is that this project would be designed in accordance with the mapping for the regional flood project. They would use that data in the design of the project.
So if the maps come back and it's significantly altered from what exists today for the mapping, then the project has to be altered to conform to those maps?
That's correct.
Okay. Maybe that's the question I have for you, I think. Let me ask a question. I want to say, Mr. Durling, it was something you mentioned in your presentation earlier this morning, but you said, and this is something that was raised in significant concern by a number of letters I received about the wetlands, and you said that there was a new wetlands expert who had designed the area around DeMonte Ranch, and that this was like, I don't know, the gold standard for wetlands. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, and I'll invite Lori Carpenter, who is the professional wetland scientist that we've hired to kind of come in and, from a local perspective, tell us, how we're doing things. Just anecdotally, what we hear in the community, and I'm sure others do as well, is the DeMonte Ranch project, especially the wetlands and drainage district there, which is a comprehensive drainage and wetlands facility, is the gold standard. It's a great example locally that we can point to, and that's what we're trying to mimic. So I'll invite Lori up if you'd like, and she can talk to this project in its synergies with that one.
Well, and I've run out of time, so I'm okay
I'm
if we
willing to
pass.
allow the question that we need
okay.
to answer, so.
Yeah,
we
I
allowed
just
the
would like
answer
to
the
understand,
previous question.
if I could please,
Yeah.
is Ms. Carpenter here? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Council, and for the record, my name is Lori Carpenter. I'm a professional wetland scientist with over 30 years of experience, not only in the Great Basin, but the Intermountain West. I've been determined an expert in all types of wetland systems by both the state of Nevada and the federal government. And I would be open to any questions you would have.
Well, I guess it was represented, or it was asked by several of my constituents about wildlife in the area. And really, they were talking about birds, I guess are there beavers in the area? I don't really know. Beavers, egrets, all sorts of animals that we want to make sure have habitat. Can this project improve those? Or you designed something in Damani Ranch. I don't live in that area, so I'm just trying to get your input on this issue, which pertains to protecting our furry and flying friends.
Yeah, let me address that. First of all, when we started with Damani Ranch, because it was an active cattle ranch, there were 6 bird species, and they were not what we'd consider the really cool species. Right now at Damani Ranch, according to the Lahontan Audubon Society, we have the largest nesting population of white-faced ibis this side of Stillwater. We have over 137 bird species, and people come from all over to come to this specific area to view it. So I want to just state that I just came onto the project this on Friday. But the reason I was brought onto the project is because back in the early days, I walked from Geiger Grade all the way to the Truckee River, and we came up with a corridor plan. And if you think of any watershed, it's like a big puzzle. And so the Steamboat Creek area is a really big puzzle, and this piece of property has a piece in that puzzle. And so the challenge to us before we could ever get a 404 permit is that we have to look at the function of this piece of property, considering all ecological impacts. And we have to look at the value that society places on those functions. And those functions have to be replaced or mitigated. And so first they have to be avoided, then minimized and mitigated. And what's unfortunate to this body is that when you see a project, the developer, because of the local planning project, you have to assume that we got to mitigation. But what's happening now, and is going to be happening in the next few months, is that we're going to go backwards, and we're going to start with the 404 permit, and we look at every single function and the functional assessment of any water body that's a wetlands or waters of the United States. That functional value has to be in place for the next project, or they can't get the core permit. And that would mean that they would redesign it, they would move things. But I do believe, as a professional wetland scientist, I've worked on every large ranch in the valley here for the last 30 years. We can do what we did at Damani Ranch here. I believe that we can come together with a very good plan. I haven't had a chance to look at everything yet. I will be getting into it. But the way the permit works, and this is something that's important for the council to understand, because we hear a lot about how there are changing regulations. But the part of the regulations that are changing is not this part. And before they could ever get a core permit, the most stringent, strict standard happens. Now, we've heard a lot today about RTC, and they got a permit. But the level of effort that's required for a subdivision to get a permit is just miles above what the threshold is for a public roadway because of the purpose and need statement that goes into the Army Corps of Engineers permit. And so unless we can show that this is the least environmentally damaging practical alternative than to building in a wetland, they can't get a permit. And so that work is on us. And they do have to come out and they have to give you a mitigation plan because that's your job here. But then this isn't done first because this is a very expensive, labor-intensive process. And if you can't get the project done, you're not going to go through the time and the expense to do this next step. And that's why it seems a little out of order, and those are very good questions. But with respect to functional assessment, there is a functional assessment. It's a very old one. It has to be updated. It can be updated. And so the pre- and post-project ecological functions do have to be maintained.
Okay. Ms. Carpenter, just a quick follow-up to that. What kind of animals, when you say all uses, I mean, let's say, I've heard there are mountain lions in Virginia range. Is the mountain lion come and water here, or is that something you have to worry about?
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to separate wetlands. Okay, so we have aquatic resources, and we have both upland and we have wetland types of systems. So what they will have to look at for the Army Corps of Engineers is both upland
and wetland types of wildlife. That will include both protected and unprotected species. Now, that's something that'll be worked out with planning. And so let's talk about permits for just a minute. There will be the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service overview. There will be NDOW overview that has to happen, because in the function, if there was an important function in that piece of property, that has to be either maintained or mitigated under post-project conditions.
So just to ask my question, so if a mountain lion was drinking from that stream, they're upland species, would they need to be protected?
Okay, so let me ask you, is that the only place a mountain lion can drink, or does he have other places? So we have to look at those kinds of things, because you have to say, is that habitat to that specific species? And if so, is it critical habitat? Is it designated habitat? It gets into this whole complicated issue. But you've asked a good question, and the answer is, how many other places does a frog make a living? Does a wild horse go to drink, or a mountain lion? Because if that's a critical place, I've had projects that had mule deer. They were migratory, corridors for mule deer, and we actually planned and had to leave mule deer corridors within those developments because that's where the mule deer went, and they're not going to change.
Okay, so you're saying that would apply, let's say, to horses. The reason that's applicable is that this is a long project,
Yep.
and so it takes up a lot of the space along the creek. So anyway, I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but I know it's important to the project, how this all works. So we might move on, but did you have something, Mr. Durning?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because you brought up horses earlier, and this property does not have access to water. Steamboat Creek, which is the stream, obviously, that goes through there, provides the water for whatever wildlife is out there. It's not on this property. It's within the RTC's right-of-way. So it is along there. It's currently fenced along our boundaries, so there's no access from our property into that. Also, with respect to the horses, all of this area over here as a working ranch, it has been fenced because we are a fence-out state, so they have exercised that and fenced out any of the horses that may be in the area. So really, this is a little different maybe than some of the other projects you've seen in the area, because we just don't have access to water that's out there. We do not have access to Steamboat Creek.
You're
through
all
this
on the
property.
west side of Steamboat.
Majority,
you're
yes.
saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I may have other questions of
Okay.
Ms. Carpenter, but I need time to formulate them.
No
So
problem.
okay, thank
No
you.
problem. We'll keep going. Councilwoman Jordan. Okay. Councilwoman Weber. Formulate? Yes. Do we want a 5-minute break? I don't understand. I could ask some questions, I guess. I could ask some questions while you're formulating. Mr. Fitch, could you just come up to the overhead? This kind of goes to my previous, where I was asking about the access. If you'll show slide 1 on the overhead, please. So slide 1 was provided to me by Daybreak, because I asked them, would they please overlay the current FEMA map with their project? So this is before any changes are made to the FEMA, don't go far away. And so I wanted to understand, because you said your project is just on the west side of the stream. So I'm not sure you have units 23, 24, 25, 26.
No, I clarified, the majority of the project is on the
Oh.
west side of the stream. There is the east side, which is on the upland. It's outside the floodplain on the east side of, that's always been.
Right, so that's
24, 25,
to my knowledge, since this is right abutting to my ward goes right to South Meadows, and part of this goes down. This has been a real focus area for horses. There's a Bella Vista project that's come in too. They're right there on the creek.
Yes.
So
And-
what
and
would be your thoughts there?
So regarding the horses and the access to water, this entire, so adjacent to 25, 23 along
Yeah.
this side, that is the RTC's right-of-way, and there is a
Right.
fence along there.
So,
So there's
but
no
it-
access from our property through to get to the horses to
That's
water.
what I'm asking, and I'm asking when you look at the wetlands, I guess, and the mitigation is being evaluated, if you consider that, please.
So we cannot, the wetlands associated with Steamboat Creek, those are part of the RTC's permit. They're not on our property. We're not disturbing them. Kind of apples and oranges, if you will.
Well, if I recall, in items 10 and 11 and 12, which is where Alexander Lake is, you had talked about changing that from a lake to a stream.
Correct.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm just asking you to look at that because they need access to get into the creek. And even if we get access from RTC, which I'm working on with the horse groups, there's 5 of them, they'll need to cross your property at some point.
And that absolutely, we can look at, crossings and corridors through the property, but I just want to clarify, we don't have any water for the horses.
Right.
They're not on our property. You would not, like you said, you would need RTC's permission to do that, there's nothing we can do in that case.
Okay, could I get the next one, please? Well, before I go there, so I wanted to actually had a question for our attorneys. So in the written materials that we got from Mr. Pani, there's a number of places where it says that should this project be approved, that we would support the project through all the permitting process. And I want to get a definition of what that means.
Yes, Vice Mayor Dewar, for the record, John Shipman, Assistant City Attorney, met and conferred with Mr. Panya, and we both agreed that really what was meant by what was in the record was essentially that the city would if this project were approved, it would forward the application off to the regional authorities for approval, and essentially, like with any other project in the normal course and scope, we would, just advocate for it going up and for
Well, we
approval.
have to buy, my understanding is the next step for this project, if it was approved, would go to regional planning for conformance with the regional master plan. And I've seen it where, in fact, I think on Butler Ranch, they actually came back and lowered the number of units. And so that could happen here too. My question is what is our role in all of that? Is that the applicant's responsibility to answer questions and those kind of things and advocate?
I mean, if the applicant would like to address this, Mr. Panya, but I believe it's my understanding and the understanding of the city that it would just be handled like in the normal course and scope of any other type
Okay.
of project that we have.
Just regular order?
Yeah, Michael Pine, I'll confirm that for the applicant. That's exactly how our expectation would be, just process in the ordinary course.
Okay, so that gives me some comfort because that wasn't exactly the way I read the words.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could on this specific point.
Yeah.
Because I serve on the regional planning with
Sure.
you. Is it the case then, and perhaps our attorney can address this, if it goes to this other body, the other body may desire something different, more or less, I don't know. Are we required to, the 4 of us who sit here, vote a certain way on that body? I guess that's the whole point. I'm trying to strip out the legalese part of it so I can understand it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, Mr. Panya can either confirm or refute what I'm saying, but no, I believe that that's not the city of Reno acting at that point in time. That, it's essentially, like any other project, you would handle it in the normal course and scope as you've been assigned to those boards and commissions, et cetera. So,
Well, and I'll give you an example, Mr. Reese. I serve on Tumwa, and an issue came up in front of us here about whether we would approve a feasibility study on Long Valley Creek. And at this body, I voted no because it was for City of Reno. And at Tumwa, I voted yes, that I would support Tumwa on that feasibility study because it had a larger view, a broader view. I didn't vote the same way on the same request. So I'm wearing a different hat at Tumwa than I am here. So that's my understanding. One more thing, an independent third party, it was mentioned. I had talked to Mr. Durling about this, and maybe, I don't know, Mr. Flansburgh's sitting back there, way back there, but maybe you could come forward. Maybe in my next question, I'll have a question. My concern is that we live in a pretty small town. I hear it over and over and over again. Everyone knows everyone. And I found it to be true. And in order, I'm just going to put this out there, if this is approved, and if there is a independent third party required, I would like to see that it's not a person that works shoulder to shoulder with others in our community. I think in order to be independent in this case, they need to, have offices elsewhere or bring people that haven't been associated. There's a very collegial atmosphere here. I love it, whether you're talking about water or lawyers or any other kind of group that's working together. And I think in order to assure the public, if we get to that, that's what I'd be looking for personally. With that, I'll just, it looks like I have a little bit more time. So one of my colleagues brought up something about FEMA, and I just wanted to understand in the many pages that were written by the applicant, they wrote a lot about FEMA. And the flood project is doing, I'm serving on the flood project with the mayor. The flood project has commissioned FEMA to do an area study It's very large. It goes all the way down to South Meadows, which is at the south end of this map. And I've been told by both the director and the assistant director that in 6 months they expect to get back a model and not a plan, and that would then have to go through FEMA, and that would take quite a while, and then it would then come to the city and would be a negotiation between the city and FEMA. So I want to make sure all the uses of the word FEMA in here, they use words like CLOMAR, LOMAR, and it doesn't really reference the FEMA study that is being done by done for the flood project. And says the flood project is going to be involved, and I get all that, but I don't really understand. I just want to assure myself that when we say FEMA, we're going to be incorporating the FEMA study being done by the flood project.
Yes, there are, and I think it's in my presentation, we have 12 additional conditions related to floodplain. A number of those discuss the FEMA remapping that Traeger River Flood Management Authority is going through. Effectively, kind of to boil it down into layman's terms, they are going through a larger study that is the Truckee River watershed, it's the Steamboat watershed, as you mentioned. And so they would be going through that modeling effort. They will provide their findings to us. That will be the base case for our modeling. We will then model with our proposed project overlaid on that to see what the impacts are. We will turn that model back over to the third party, as you mentioned.
All right.
And basically, yeah, if the maps change, then our project changes with them.
All right, Mr. Flansburgh, you and I had a chat. Could you just come up for a minute? About how long does this process take? I just trying to get a sense. We're talking not by a single project, a CLOMAR, LOMAR, but in the area map.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. In my discussions with the firm doing the work, it's going to be about 6 months. That's when the draft model would be completed. That would then go to FEMA. As far as the FEMA review, that could take quite some time. So we don't have a timeline from FEMA when we submit something to them per se of how soon they'll get through it. You may recall that in the flood project, there were times when we wanted certain analysis to be done, and it sometimes the flood project actually paid FEMA to do some of that analysis.
Right. Well, when I last spoke to you, you said it could take 2 to 3 years, so I just wanted to see if you were still.
Certainly would expect a year, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll go back.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Oh.
the mayor would like to ask a question as well.
Who would, I'm sorry, the mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councilwoman Dorr, I've been trying to get your attention.
I'm sorry.
There's a couple of questions. If other council members have not asked questions, I'd like to be in the queue.
You're in the queue. You are up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Durling, let me ask you. I think Councilwoman Breckus brought this up earlier, but can you tell me, do you support the Reimagine Reno plan for this project? There's some confusion.
Yes, so this project was submitted prior to the adoption of Reimagine Reno. So, and Mr. Pawnee can comment to this. So, from the technicality standpoint, it could have been analyzed under the old master plan, but we kind of embraced the new master plan. Staff worked very diligently with us to kind of beat us up along the way to make sure that master plan was so ingrained into the PUD that it's literally, as you turn the chapters, the policies of the master plan are reflected, and it kind of tells the story of how this project then conforms to those various elements of the master plan. If you recall back to my presentation, I think in November of last year, we had some slides that showed all of the different policies that this complies with. And so, projects like this, we're looking for, overwhelming substantial compliance with the master plan. And we feel very strongly that it does comply with the new Reimagine Reno master plan. It also complies with the old master plan as well.
So you're saying both. Can you have it both ways?
You can.
That's what I'm confused about.
So the new
one minute you say that you're under the old plan, then you're saying you're conforming with the new plan. I guess I'm just a little confused.
Sure. So the new Reimagine Reno master plan brought in kind of a higher level of specificity, especially when it got down to neighborhood planning, walkable centers, multimodal improvements, things like that. More the kind of qualitative aspects of the project from a housing and livability standpoint. Those elements are incorporated throughout.
So you're saying you do conform with the Reimagine Reno plan?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
And the old plan. You're saying both. You're saying both sides. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you, and I think Councilman Reese, and I apologize if I didn't hear it. It's a little more difficult on the phone. But with the mercury testing, you kind of glossed over that. Can you give us a little bit more idea of what you're talking about in the sense that Steamboat Creek been analyzed?
Yes, so we had a representative from McGinley and Associates that came up and explained the testing protocol. I'd be happy to invite him up again to provide that information if you'd like.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Anthony Dimple, again, for the record, Vice President and Senior Project Manager at McGinley and Associates. So for this project, what we initially developed in concert with some testing, initial testing, is what's called a conceptual site model. And so based on testing, where we did see some mercury, and based on what we know about the RTC project, we determined how this mercury got there, which is very well understood, not only for this project, but also in Northern Nevada, generally just because of our historical mining activities. And so based on that conceptual site model, we know with a pretty high level of confidence where any of this mercury should be. And that's largely based on where it comes from and then the flooding which deposits the mercury outside of Steamboat Creek. And so after we develop that conceptual site model, we then go out and collect samples and confirm that conceptual site model. And so our conceptual site model and our in-the-field sampling match up very well and just confirms that we understand how this mercury gets deposited there, why it's there, how deep it goes, laterally the extent it should be, and then also how to properly mitigate it, which, as I had mentioned earlier, this is not unique to Daybreak. It happens other places in Northern Nevada, and our mitigation strategy is essentially the same as other residential development projects, and it's been implemented successfully at other places.
Okay,
Sir, thank you.
You saw some.
Let me ask.
Go ahead, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I was
I apologize.
glomming on.
If I exceed my time limit, then that's fine.
You're at your time
I
limit,
did wanna
but
ask-
we have allowed a little expanded questioning, so go ahead.
And I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but maybe I could ask Arlo this, because there is a letter from, the one that I saw was from Mr. Durling to Claudia Hansen in 2017 saying that the letter will request zoning map amendment and planned unit development for the properties associated with the proposed Daybreak Master Plan community. We recently submitted the Daybreak Master Plan amendment on October 9th, 2017, requesting that the project be analyzed under the soon-to-be adopted Reimagine Reno CMA and associated with the PUD to be reviewed concurrently with the Master Plan amendment, to waive the statutory time limits for the review of this request as well. As a project of this size, takes several months of comments and revisions with staff. We desire to get that interactive process started now in the anticipation of the Reimagine Reno. So for Arlo, let's see, the Reimagine Reno plan adopted in early 2008. So with that being said, can you have it both ways, where you come in under one PUD and not the other? According to this, it looks like they were coming in under the Reimagine Reno plan and would waive the statutory time limits for review of this request.
Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. To answer that question, I haven't reviewed that specific letter, but the basic situation here is they applied under the old master plan. So technically, by the letter of the law, they're under the old master plan. Staff requested that they design their project to be consistent with the updated master plan, which was being developed concurrently with the review of this project. My understanding is that was done, and in all substantive ways, the plan complies with the policies and guidelines of the new master plan. But technically, legally speaking, because it was submitted prior to the old plan, it is legally under the old plan. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you. Somewhat. It just, this letter says they're waiving that and they're coming in under the new master plan, but yet the old. So I just want to be clear, like I said, can you have it both ways? And, you know, what sort of requirements come under that condition? Because this letter is very different than the old. So I just wanted clarification. I appreciate it.
Maybe I can help with the second part of the question, the request for a time continuance. This happens fairly regularly during the review of large projects. There's a statutory timeline. I believe it's 60 days or maybe 65 days. And if staff's not comfortable with the project within that time frame, they often give a choice to the applicant. Would you like to move forward without our support or waive that statutory time frame so we can spend more time working together on a project that could be supported? So that time extension request is separate from kind of the eligibility under a master plan. It just allowed a greater amount of time for staff review of the project.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that letter is in the record because it did show that Claudia received it. And so I think that's where I'm getting the confusion. Are we under the old or under the new? And they're agreeing to the new. So I just would like that on the record. All right, thank you so much, Arla. I appreciate your response.
And Madam Mayor, we'll come back to you. I think there's a few more questions from council. And let me ask Councilwoman Weber, we haven't heard from you. Did you?
Thank you so much. I think I have a question for Mr. Durling, and that is, some of the speakers did not talk about the reduction in the dwelling units. And could I have you reiterate that and tell us why?
Yes, so I believe Councilman Delgado at the last meeting brought up a couple of different items, one of which was just the overall intensity of the project. And so kind of hearing what those were, we went back with the developer, looked at the overall development plan, and in an effort to help to continue to minimize the impacts of this project, we reduced the density by 10%. So it went from 4,700 units to 4,230 units. And so you have a draft PUD, red line version and clean version that has that reflected in it.
That's great. And then secondly, could you just go back over the school site selection agreement and how that works, just so we hear it again, or I hear it again?
So the school site selection agreement has not changed since what you saw last year. So that was negotiated with the school district. We basically went to them with our land plan and said, here's our land plan, here's the estimated number of units we're anticipating, and here's the phasing that we're anticipating it's going to happen in. Where do you need schools? And they came back to us that they would need at least one elementary school centrally located, so that's identified in the PUD. They also are looking, when WC1 passed a couple years ago, they had 3 high schools that were identified in WC1, the Wild Creek Area High School, which is obviously well underway, one in Cold Springs, and then one identified as Bella Vista, Donner Springs area. They didn't have a specific site located, but knew eventually they wanted a site there. So on the east side of our project, we set aside some acreage next to some BLM land that they had already identified that they would like to consider acquiring from BLM for a potential high school at that location. So those are in the site selection that basically whenever we come forward with maps that are in the vicinity of, with tentative maps that are in the vicinity of those locations, we notify them, we give them a certain time frame to respond. They need to respond back to us and say yay or nay that they need a school site at that time. If they do need it, then the agreement states that we would deliver to them kind of a finished pad with major roadways adjacent to it, graded out, mass graded out, utility stub to it, and they would pay fair market value per state law.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see. I've got Councilwoman Breckus and Mr. Delgado up there. I didn't know, is this second round of questioning or where are you all?
Yeah, I have another few more questions.
Okay. Councilwoman
Is there
Breckus.
someone on our staff side who has experience administering the floodplain program? Who's our floodplain manager? Is that under Public Works or is that under Community Development and flood revisions, that sort of thing? I guess Mr. Flansburgh, have you ever been involved in a cooperative effort with FEMA and the jurisdiction you worked on the remapping of flood areas?
I personally have not, But in Public Works, the floodplain management occurs within our environmental engineering group. Carrie Lanza and Joe Crudre both work and are certified floodplain managers.
Okay, I have, and I know the process, but I left that jurisdiction really when you started working with the new flood maps. And let's just say, for example, and this is a substantial mapping of an urban area. I was in a small rural area, probably same area, but so the flood map gets redrawn, and we got new levels and everything. FEMA adopts it, we adopt it. What happens next? How does that work? Do people still come in for CLOMARs and LOMARs?
Yeah, certainly. So the process would be that then there's an analysis.
Mm-hmm.
That analysis can be updated based on perhaps new storm data.
Mm-hmm.
So as we experience different types of storms, we can look at those probabilities of when those will occur. Yes, you're absolutely correct that the maps would be shown with possibly new elevations. Those could go either up or down, depending on how the other data feeds into it. As far as CLOMARs and LOMARs, certainly any project that would cause a change would need to show what they're going to do to mitigate those changes. So all the CLOMAR and LOMAR stuff is still absolutely applicable. The same process will go forward.
It's just as you have your base floodplain that you've newly adopted, work with FEMA,
It becomes
and
your
you
new
lay a
baseline.
bunch of CLOMARs on it, and LOMARs, and storms and time, you got other issues that build up. And that was some of the most compelling testimony to me, both in the Southeast Connector discussions and previously, is just how out of date we are on this baseline, getting the new FEMA maps done. And that, I find that just overwhelmingly important, because the way I read these causalities or issues is the new amended PUD seems to have a if this, then we'll do that, but it seems a lock-in. So how do you, I don't know, maybe staff, what are the conditions that are if this, then that, in terms of the new adopting the new floodplains? Because there seems to be substantial thinking, but the bottom line is we're locked in with this vesting entitlement.
At a basic level, if the floodplain elevation changes, the development needs to change to reflect that. They are following the lead of FEMA and the mapping that's being done by FEMA and designing around that.
Okay. Well, and that's a good summary, I guess, and I'll accept that. The next one is to the developer. The 2006, Mr. Butler and Lennar Homes, who I think had an option from Mr. Butler, but the PUD talks about them being the applicant, involved a tentative map for 245 lots with cuts, disturbance of major drainage way, crossing of a major drainage way, using up 393 acres of the parcel. Where was that tentative map? Did anyone work on that tentative map? Where was that tentative map?
So the Butler Ranch North project was approved at a
And
time.
this will be the end of your comment period. Yes.
The Butler Ranch North PUD was approved at a time when tentative maps, special use permits, master plan amendments, PUDs, all were bundled together in one package. And so what you see as far as a lot of the conditions of approval from that 245 lot tentative map expired. And but the PUD itself was adopted by ordinance, as is required by NRS. So the city adopted it by ordinance. It was recorded. It's a recorded document. It is a vested PUD in the city. So it's unfortunate that back in those days things were bundled. It's not as clean as it is now, to where we go through a zoning process first and then tentative maps follow.
Actually, it's a streamlining and efficiency that we want to get to as we redo the code. So we're moving there. But can you show me on the map where that those 245 lots were going to be on those 393 acres? And I'm just wondering why the developer had a tentative map. We had so many development projects after the last downturn come through and apply for those same tentative maps. And I'm just wondering what the thinking was for not going forward again. So that's the tentative map we had approved before, correct?
This is the law. This is the master plan that's in the Butler Ranch PUD. So the tentative map that was approved was this area and this area right there.
Okay.
Those two areas were approved. Like I said, we hit the Great Recession. A lot of projects died at that point, and so that is what happened with this project.
All right,
Thank you. Okay. I don't see
Um,
lots there, but.
Mr. Delgado? And are you up to motion time or more questions?
Just had some questions, yeah.
Questions,
first.
okay, thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues for the questions, all questions I had. It looks like constituents are all sending us the same emails, so I appreciate that. With respect to, just for clarity, the Mercury piece, just for clarity, if you can come on up. During public comment, there were two different maps that are shown to us, one from RTC, one from you guys. That centerpiece, can you tell me, do they mirror, why don't they mirror?
I'll defer to our McGinley representative.
Thank you, Anthony Dimple, again for the record. Can you repeat your question, please?
The RTC, when did their mercury testing, as you said, you used their, sound like you used their information as part of your guys' analysis. Is that right?
So all of the data that we used for our mitigation plan was our data. We certainly used what had previously been done to help inform us and to verify our conceptual site model, which is did. Being that the highest level of mercury are at and near Steamboat Creek, and as you get further away, they drop dramatically, and as you get out of the floodplain, they drop to
During
background.
public comment, there was a map that there was a large plume in the middle near the Narrows, and that didn't show on some of the maps that Daybreak presented. And so I just wanted to see why there was a reason why they didn't necessarily mirror. And so that was a question that I've heard from many constituents. If you just answer why that, has it changed that much, or just to
I don't think it's changed. I think we're just comparing apples and oranges a little bit. If I could get the complete data set together and analyze it as a group, RTC versus our data, I feel pretty confidently that it would jive, so to speak. But when they're taking a map produced by another party, we just can't directly compare to what we did. But there's no reason to believe that our sampling would have showed anything different than what RTC had done.
Okay. And Andy, did you have something to add on to that real quick?
Yeah, so the maps that were shown largely show areas in what we refer to as in the Narrows, where Steamboat Creek kind of narrows through the Huffacre Hills there. And in particular, the spot that was located in what is Village 12 on the master plan, that's actually in a hillside. That's part of that aggregate facility right now that's being mined for aggregate. So no, to confirm what McGinley had said, those are not areas that were really subject to Steamboat Creek water or flood water, irrigation or otherwise, because they're up gradient from that.
And you had said earlier as part of your mitigation plan, you plan to recheck,
Correct.
check, and all those pieces. I just wanted to try and answer some of those questions with relation to the maps.
Yes, so
and why
yes, you are correct.
they
There
were
is a
mirrored.
retesting protocol that would go into place after the grading occurs.
Andy, while you're up there, in terms of the flood mitigation for Steamboat, there's been questions, concerns saying that you guys aren't modeling for Steamboat, you guys are only modeling for Truckee River. Can you just clarify for
Yes,
that,
so
please?
we did model for Steamboat. I think maybe the confusion is that we took, at the time, again, this is going back to last year when we were talking floodplain modeling, we took the floodplain model from the Flood Management Authority and stitched it together with our floodplain model. Their model generally ended around Mira Loma, and we were modeling Steamboat Creek. So we stitched those together. We had a very broad model that looked at all of the Steamboat Creek area coming down, as well as that backwater effect coming up from the Truckee. As a fail-safe to that now, with the additional conditions, as it was mentioned by Councilwoman Doer, as a representative from the flood project, the new study that's underway, they are modeling, the flood project is modeling all the way up Steamboat to South Meadows, which would be generally the southern extent of our project. So we've got that kind of
Cool.
fail-safe now in place.
Maybe, Madam Vice Mayor, if I could just roll into my second three. Just want to
Yeah,
roll
of
off some
course.
questions,
I
if you don't
mean,
mind. Thank you.
I really think we just need to get all the questions out there. I
Yeah,
mean,
thank you. And I know I'm going to
do,
beat
but
this like crazy, but I think you've heard some other colleagues express it as well, is just a reconfirmation, no development in flood areas without it being remapped first by FEMA. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we actually there's another condition in there that broadens it to being even areas outside of the 100-year floodplain anytime we go into the critical flood pool area. So there's areas in the critical flood pool that require, that are outside of the 100-year flood elevation, but within that 97 flood elevation, we are committing to going through the CLOMAR process when we get into those areas as well. So it's kind of preemptive strike, if you will, to address that issue head on.
In my understanding of traffic, you've outlined some, in terms of the lowering density, it's going to lower overall traffic issues, but you didn't touch on Mariloma. Can you talk to me about a little bit? I know that's just north of you. I mean,
Sure.
tons of concerns related to Mariloma as well.
I will defer to Lauren Chilson with Headway Transportation, our traffic engineer.
Good afternoon, Lauren Chilson, Headway Transportation. Again, you've mentioned the density decrease of 10%. That certainly reduces the traffic on Mariloma as well as it does every other roadway and arterial in the area and Rio Poco as well. So across the board, we expect, with a 10% decrease at a very, very high level, a 10% reduction in traffic through all of the streets that we're studying. And that would have a positive benefit on Mariloma.
Okay. That was pretty broad. I understand just the lowering density, but I was looking for, right now we're just, currently maybe this is something I could take up with Fanny wants to step up back up, is just we're experiencing pretty large significant issues now. And maybe this is something to take up with RTC and others, but in terms of how that conversation is going to roll into other improvements on what Mariloma is feeling currently. This is something that I think many of us, when the Southeast Connector project went forward, we had large concerns in terms of the impacts on Pembroke, Mariloma, and now the neighborhoods are feeling them. With this, even with the reduction of 10%, is something that we're going to feel that much more, even though with a 10% reduction of the original project.
Sure. So, I mean, obviously, as Lauren said, right, 10%, any reduction in the number of density is going to reduce the number of trips. I would say, in addition to that, we're dealing with mitigation on streets that are directly affected, whether it's Rio Poco or South Meadows and Echo Valley, putting signals in, things like that. So in addition to those direct mitigations that we're proposing, keep in mind this is also subject to the Regional Road Impact Fee system. Mm-hmm. Our estimate's somewhere, around $15 million in Regional Road Impact fees that we've been generated from the development, and that money then goes to the overall region to improve mobility throughout the region.
I'm just about there, Vice. Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say, so I'm fine to keep going. Councilman Darden's a little concerned, realistically and reasonably about the time frame, but and I am too. But at the same time, we've never been in this situation before in my 5 years where we've been in a litigation and we're trying to resolve it. So what is the pleasure of the body? I know we can suspend rules and allow you to ask some more questions. Do you want to ask more questions or? I mean, I'm fine with it,
Sure.
so just.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
So however the body is.
All right, so let me ask the mayor. Madam Mayor, did you have some other questions?
Yeah, so I guess I'm still confused, and because it is in litigation, I think I sent it to Madam Clerk because I located it, the letter that I had. Madam Clerk, do you have that letter?
Yes,
Did I
Madam Mayor.
lose you?
Yep, it's being put up on right now.
Can you enlarge it just a little?
Mr. Durling, can you read that letter so we have it into the record?
Yes, so this letter was submitted at the request of staff back in 2017, largely as Arlo or Mr. Stockham said earlier, because a large project like this doesn't quite fit very well into the short timeframes that's allowed by statute for 65 days to review it. The major element of this was to waive our timeframe and allow staff and the process to kind of work through it. It does include the notion that because we were submitting at a time when Reimagine Reno was underway. And so we said, you know what, we know it's going to take us a while to get through this process. We know that by the time we get to a hearing for the PUD.
Sure. Can you just read that into the record? I want to be clear because I would like this on the record, please. Thanks so much.
Included with it says, Dear Claudia, this is addressed to Claudia Hansen with the City of Reno, planning manager at the time. Included with this letter is a request for a zoning map amendment and a planned unit development for the properties associated with the proposed Daybreak Master Plan community. We recently submitted the Daybreak Master Plan amendment on October 9th, 2017, requesting that the project be analyzed under the soon-to-be adopted Reimagine Reno Master Plan, waiving the statutory time limits for review of that request. We would like this zoning map amendment and associated PUD to be reviewed concurrently with the master plan amendment request under the soon-to-be adopted Reimagine Reno Master Plan. And with this letter, hereby waive the statutory time limits to review, time limits for review of this request as well. As a project of this size typically takes several months of comments and revisions with staff, we desire to get that iterative process started now in anticipation of Reimagine Reno being adopted in early 2018.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I guess my confusion is, so you want to fall under the new master plan to support the increase in density, but still ignoring the part where it discourages development in the floodplain.
So to be clear,
Then in part of your lawsuit, it accuses us of being arbitrarily and capricious because you submitted under the old master plan, but again, according to the letter, you have to be processed under the new master plan, correct?
Michael Pontier, to answer your question, Madam Mayor. So under Nevada statute, chapter 278, when a project is submitted, it is subject to the rules and regulations that are in effect at the time of application, which would have been the old master plan. However, an applicant can also agree to go above and beyond and design a project so that at the end of the day, it will comply with both the old master plan and the new one. That is what we have done here. I understand your point with respect to the litigation, but that really isn't at issue here today. This will comply with either, and it's going to comply with the master plan that's before the council today.
Okay, I appreciate that. I really do, and I appreciate you bringing in, significant changes. It looks like you're trying to get there, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Pani.
Are you finished, Madam Mayor?
I am, thanks.
Just to summarize, Mr. Pani, your last comment, you said you're old and new, or you said the master plan in front of you, so I wasn't really sure which one you meant today.
So again, Michael Piney, we comply with the master plan, both the old one that was in existence at the time of application and Reimagine Reno. So
Okay.
regardless of which you analyze it, we conform.
All right, thank you. All right, I think I should take my second opportunity, so Brad, I don't think this will take the full 3 minutes, so that'll be good. I received in one of the letters that I got on item 2, is a map that came in. And what this is, the area circled is the storage area for reclaimed water. And there's a dam there. And it's called a high hazard dam because below the dam are houses where if the dam broke, people could get harmed or even killed, is how it's classified. Medium means that you would have mostly property damage, and low means that, it'd be a dam break, but no big drama. This dam is rated fair. The blue is where the water would go if the dam broke. And you can see it would go over the whole Daybreak area, including all the way over to McCarran on the west side and on the east side over to Hidden Valley. And if I could have the next one. I took that in consideration. I know that Washoe County is working on that project. This is a map that, being a geologist, I pulled up, and you could zoom out just a tiny bit, that's good. And you can see that same feature, and it has a fault that goes right through it. So with no fault of man or the county or the city or anything, I think that there is a risk here. And it's going to inform how I potentially vote on this project. I don't want to put people in harm's way. I don't think it's appropriate. I'm reminded of the Oroville Dam situation where we had a bunch of houses located below a dam. The dam was full of water, no fault of anybody's, and that water was threatening to come over and harm everyone. The previous map I showed that the South Meadows Professional Park would be inundated in about 10 minutes. Huff Acre Narrows, about 20 minutes. And then up the area, up by Donner Springs, that area, it looks like maybe 1 hour, 0.9. So it's of concern to me. I'm just sharing with you, I'm a geologist. I can't stop being a geologist. I can't turn it on and off just based on the project, but it's of concern. I know that houses have been sited below. I don't know that I want to continue doing it, but you had a comment?
You bet. So yes, we are aware of the that inundation plan. It's part of the emergency action plan as part of the dam. All dams have to have an EAP, an emergency action plan. By no means does it prohibit development below the dam.
Yeah.
In fact,
No,
really,
correct.
it's a high hazard dam, meaning that it can cause damage, and so the burden of maintaining it and making sure that it is the best quality it can be goes to the dam owner. So in this case, it'd be Washoe County who owns and operates that dam. It's a reservoir that stores the treated effluent that's used to irrigate in the summer times down in the South Meadows area. So really, this becomes we're happy to continue to work with the Washoe County on this. We'll work with them as they update their EAP, which is, I believe, an annual basis. So it just means there's a higher and more rigorous effort that goes into monitoring this dam and making sure that it is of the highest quality so that there isn't a catastrophic failure.
Okay, I'm just sharing with you just a concern that I have, and you've said that you don't think it's that much of a concern. I'll just put on the record that in 2007, we had a 2005 flood, but in 2007-8 timeframe, in Fernley, they had a lot of rain in the middle of winter, and they had a canal break due to no fault of their own. The city had allowed about 580 houses, or actually 700 below, right next to that canal, and it was very low. It wasn't a dam. And when it broke, 580 homes were inundated starting at 4 a.m. And what happened as a result, just as recently as 2016, that lawsuit was resolved. It was an $18 million finding against the owners of the canal. It was a $5 million settlement with the city of Fernley for allowing housing to be placed near that canal, zoning that and allowing those houses to be built. So I'm taking in all the information, and one of those is I have to make sure that I'm taking care of the taxpayers and balancing all of this out, and those are things that I have to weigh as well. So, all right, thank you. I think Mr. Reese, there's a bunch of people up here, so Mr. Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I think this is my second go-around, so I just
Okay.
will limit my comments to, I guess I would like to speak to Mr. Stockham. There was a point, and I apologize for being overly sort of lawyerly in the cross-examination method, but I wrote down that you said if the FEMA maps come back significantly change, the project has to change. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and so I guess I'm trying to understand, one of the speakers talked about our enforcement mechanism or the lack thereof. And so I'm trying to understand we've heard a lot today about, Ms. Carpenter talked about some functional assessments that have to be done that will change potentially the project. We've heard about additional testing protocol. We've heard about NDOW and Fish and Wildlife having future environmental things. Is the project going to spring forth overnight and 4,500 homes are going to be there and no other check-ins or road stops along the way will happen? I guess I'm trying to understand what comfort level should this council have that if things change over the coming months, we have no power or are helpless to do anything about it?
Well, there's a lot of steps necessary before development, federal approval being significant among them. So no, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I don't know how quickly they can get through that process, but with the added conditions, it makes clear that they need to design around that regional flood project and mitigate their impacts plus 25% and use that data in the design of their project. I'm not the technical expert on every detail of that, but we do believe there are sufficient safeguards, and we understand that this is probably a 10-year project overall, and I imagine it'll take at least a year to get started, probably longer.
And I do have just a little bit more time. I wanted to ask, the project proposes to include, 36% of the project is open space. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And is that flat or mountains, or what is it? Is it a mix of all the things?
It's a mix. There's a hill in the middle. There's a lot of floodway area included in that open space and some improved parkland as well. So it's a mix, but it's significantly more park and open space than was provided with the Butler project.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are you complete, Mr. Reese, or do you have more? Okay, back to you, Ms. Breckus. 1 minute.
Yeah, for the development applicant, I have a question. I'm very hung up on the RTC action and the lawsuit. And I just want to know if the outcome of those oral arguments, that court decision, which I understand is about the valuation of the eminent domain case, if you have any stake in how that comes out in terms of your relationship with the people you bought it from or someone else.
Michael Pani, we're not part of that lawsuit. My understanding, it's just a valuation issue, and it's not going to affect us one way or another, based on my understanding of the case, which is very limited.
You have no side deals with Mr. Butler related to the outcome of that?
Again, we have no involvement in that case.
Is part of the claims of Mr. Butler related to the subdivision approval that you had at the time, and that's why you're not coming through for a subdivision approval?
I really can't answer. I don't have a lot of knowledge about that case because we're not
Okay,
involved.
and I asked for this information. I've been asking for this information for some time because they have a vested approval. It was given. They went as far as the subdivision. I keep thinking and saying and asking for the finer grain detail of engineering work that gets done, et cetera, through the tentative map process, rather than this very large approval that doesn't have a lot of pieces nailed down. And that continues to be a problem for me here.
Well, I'm going to have to cut you off right there. And I just want to remind the council, you may not know, when Butler Ranch was originally heard, I was at that meeting. It was in the evening in 2005. And the meeting went from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. in the morning. It was almost 8 hours. I think we're doing much, much better. So I'm proud of you all, but it was contentious then and it was contentious today. Mr. Reese, Mr. Delgado, and then Ms. Weber, will you have a last comment? And Ms. Jordan, yes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you again to my colleagues and to the public for the amount of questions. I know last November, we denied this project based on the ability of not being able to make findings. We take in all this information, all the facts, all the data, and go in again to reevaluate the project in this different form. But it is what it is in terms of what we're seeing today. So I know we've broken this down tremendously, and so for me, it's going in and again seeing if they were able to answer the questions and the concerns that the council had then. And so those are really my targets in terms of questioning, of saying, how are we dealing with the flood piece here? How are we dealing with the mercury? How are we dealing with the affordable housing component? How are we looking at traffic, open space, et cetera? One thing I'm still hung up on, and I think we made a lot of strides, is the density piece. And I look at you guys. I don't know who wants to answer on behalf of. Is it Andy or Mr. Pani? You guys are saying a cut of 10% off the top of all the 4,700 units. I'm still thinking about the traffic issues. I'm still thinking about the density pieces and all the other things that reflects to. I know we put a tremendous. You guys have all the staff. Some council members, you have considered everything. And we're not supposed to be conditioning or anything else, but I'm looking at you in terms of that's an issue still. That was an issue in terms of all the several emails that I've received is related to traffic. We can't, and I'm gonna put this out to the council and the rest of the community, I don't think we're in the position of purchasing the land to make it an open space, because it's not our land. It's not our land. People, I think it's our land, but it's private property. And so that's and I don't think we're about to bond for $40 million or something else to make it open space. And so I'm looking at you guys in terms of what does that look like as a project coming through in terms of the density impacts that we're dealing with.
I appreciate the comment. As you can appreciate, there was extensive concessions in order to get to the court order. We heard council's comments on the 11th and took those very seriously and made several additional modifications, significant modifications to the project, including, to your comment, reducing the density by 10%. Now, I haven't spoken specifically to my client about this, but we've pushed the envelope pretty far. I don't know if there's any room or ability to give more on that point respectfully. But if, if it's something that's critical to your decision-making, I can check. I just don't know how much more, if any, we can give on that point.
I don't want this to be a negotiation, but I firmly would ask if that was an opportunity. Based on findings and other pieces here in terms of what that looks like for the overall density and traffic in Maryland, and we're getting beat up on South Meadows and all these other pieces. We can continue to kick the can kind of continuously. I'm just trying to.
I appreciate the comment about not wanting to negotiate from the podium, because I don't either. I did just check with my client. I'm wondering if it's possible maybe to get a 5-minute recess. I can have a discussion with him in the halls, and the reason I ask is density is a significant ask. I mean, this has financial implications. We need to check on some things first before I can answer that question.
Well, I'm willing to allow that. With the concurrence of the council, are you willing to take a bathroom break for a few minutes, and you can have a negotiation break, and we'll come back actually at 20F, if that makes sense, 10 minutes?
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Really did.
Oh, my,
First I took stuff.
oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah. And you get a different color. So, you know what? I don't think I could. Oh, you're always worried that whatever. Oh, I kept backing up. Okay, is the applicant back? Good. All right, we will bring the meeting back to order. And I think we broke just at a point Mr. Delgado had asked a question. So we allowed you to meet with your client to have a response.
And, excuse me, thank you for the indulgence. I did speak with my client, and he is willing to reduce the overall density by a total of 15%. So that would drop the unit count to 3,995 units. That's about as far as he can possibly go on that one, but he was very cognizant of your concerns and understanding of your concerns with all of the effects that a reduced density can have to improve the project. One other item that he did want me to throw out is that we are also happy to share with staff based on that map of the mining area, the Mercury area. We understand that's where the current ag pit is, and we are happy to provide staff with Mercury test results from that area as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Pani.
To just get clarity on that, Mr. Punny, so in your original application, it was 4,700 units. In the revised one you sent us a couple days ago, there was 4,200 units. And you're suggesting dropping it by 205 units from that to this 3,995?
Correct. Total density would be 3,995 units for a 15% reduction from what is contained in the remand order.
Oh, not your offer 2 days ago.
Total density would be 3,995 units.
Okay, all right, thanks. So just, I did quick math. I think that's 205 units less than what you had in your last letter. Okay. All right. I think we were still on you, Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The thank you for that to the applicant. I just heard just now during our break the importance of the overall density issue, and I go at this and it's very very tough as even somebody who lives on South Meadows. It's not like I live far away that I don't feel the impacts or just understand how sensitive and thought this is to not only to the community but also to families. We spent a tremendous amount of time trying to get through this, and again, going at it not that it's based on emotion, but going through it in terms of facts of findings and not findings, and et cetera. We looked at it in terms of it saying, why isn't it a new project and we can see it 2 months from now? Is it going to see? I mean, what's the cost savings in terms of time frame? What are we doing here? How different is it, or is it not different? I think they've answered a number of our questions for us, and I think it's something that I'm trying to overcome and understanding. The flood impact issues, and the project, you guys have added on 12 new conditions, 14 new conditions to the flood piece that was before. The density, you said you're kind of 15%, and that's on record from the overall, the 4,700. You've talked about the mapping and the remapping and checking and double checking for the mercury pieces. I'm looking back at what our reasons for denial were. And then I think about, if we don't support this, then it goes back to the courts and there's a possible gamble that there's an opportunity for the community to be at the table anymore. And that's really my deepest concern, is that there's that old saying in politics, right? If you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And my big concern is that if the community is not at the table, then we've lost out on opportunities. And one of the first on this is the flood mitigation opportunities for the surrounding communities. And all the different projects that have come before us in the past, the developers always said, we only focus on what our projects are, our immediate, what we're doing. You guys have said you're going to put 1.7 million out to the adjacent neighborhoods in terms of lowering possible flood impacts that they may be dealing with. So there's a few other firsts, also the affordable housing piece. I spent a tremendous amount of time in the Northeast Reno and the Wells area and other neighborhoods where we're like 40% renters across our community. And it's no question that people are still striving for the American dream. So I'm just trying to deal with those issues as well in terms of where we are in the market. Madam Vice Mayor, with that being said, I'll just move forward with a motion if that's what you're looking for.
Please.
And I'd motion to approve the Daybreak Master Plan amendment based on the compliance of all the required considerations. And I move for approval of the resolution.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Motion from Mr. Delgado, second from Councilwoman Weber, and then we're open for discussion on that motion. And Councilwoman Breckus, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to be unable to support the motion.
Could you stop this clock, by the way? It's just somewhere in the middle.
For me, the fundamental has always been the knowledge infrastructure of an updated flood mapping system. When I learned the history of the flood maps that we're operating under. And I don't think that's any fault of this council, and I don't think it's any fault of the developer, I don't think it's any fault of the community. It is just critical information that we need in this time to understand, and we don't have it. And that continues to be a problem for me. I think that there's a lot of effort to massage it around so the maps come in, but I'll remind this body the last time they predicated an approval on some federal action, tied federal action, that was the spaghetti bowl for the Stonegate, and look at the world of problems that created. So I think that the approvals, the redo as written is flawed, and I'm not able to support. I also think that the proposals in dealing with the mercury, which were not as central to me last time as they are now, do not appear to go to the same level and standard that was represented by the engineers, I think it was CH2M Hill, who came through and explained a lot of different approaches. And of course, even if they went with some of these concepts, they wouldn't really be able to get down to level of certainty until you get the mapping going, the flood maps done, and understand where all the base elevations are going to be. But I saw a far better approach of public safety from mercury contamination with the road that I don't see in this residential project. And for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to comment? Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Dewar, yes. So I just want to say thank you to Councilman Delgado. I know you've been extremely concerned, and it's something that you've really, tried to work with your constituents and the development. Again, I had said earlier about, I think, coming back to the table with more density and those kinds of things and the affordable. I think, I really do want to commend the developer for trying to get there. For me, again, kind of goes back to, the new master plan discourages building in a floodplain. And so, if you can get it out of the floodplain and work on the other side of the project, then I could get there. But today, I can't. Something I can't support. But I do want to commend the council and all my council members for asking some fantastic questions. And, it's always very difficult, especially in challenging times like this when we're trying to weigh infrastructure and more growth. So I just want to thank all of you guys and appreciate you letting me take the time to be on the call.
All right, thank you. Is there any other council members like to comment? I'll go ahead and comment. I am disappointed that this project still has development in the wetlands and in the floodplains, whether you're under the old master plan under which we denied Prado Ranch or the new master plan. There's been a consistent theme. We've experienced a lot of flooding. I'm extremely appreciative of what the developer's done coming forward, and they addressed one of my concerns, which was maintenance of whatever they're building. Who's maintaining that so that it's not 9 villages all doing their own thing. We've seen that go very south. I really appreciate, Mr. Delgado, how hard you've worked on this as well. I am not going to be able to support the motion. I think there are still too many unknowns at this time. It's too high of a risk for the existing residents, we know it's not it's not if it will flood. It is when it floods. The new residents may be high and dry and be up on fill. I am concerned about our existing residents. Nothing has been done to protect them. The flood project, unfortunately, has hit a stall. I haven't been associated with it for 8 years, but it's not coming forward to provide the kind of protection. I recognize that within the proposal, there's money to do mitigation within, I think, 1.5 miles or half a mile of the project, because whether you're below a high hazard dam or you're sitting in the middle of a floodplain, the fact that you're going to take care of your residents but not the others is a great concern to me. I think that's my job, is to care about the people who are already here, not the people who have yet to move here. The South Reno traffic study is not completed. We've had testimony after testimony after testimony that despite what some said, that life was great in South Reno in terms of traffic, that for many others don't see it that way. They're really struggling, and that is in fact why RTC is doing a study. They recognize that there are issues there. I don't live in a NIMBY world. I try to kind of focus on science, issues, facts, and risk. I think that there is a great risk that the council will be sued. We're already in a suit. It's part of our life. But I think ultimately that is undoubtedly going to happen. We're already in a suit with Swan Lake. We're in a suit here. And I'm concerned about those kind of issues. So I think we could have worked through the settlement in a different way than this. And so for those reasons, I just should go on the record. I cannot make certain findings in the minute order 4, 5, 7 in the zoning map amendment A, B, F, I, K, and M, most of which speak about protecting life and property in areas subject to floods and natural disasters, having the land be developed commensurate with the character of the physical limitations of the land, promoting health and general welfare, and ensuring protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including protection of rural neighborhoods. So, and preserving the quality of water resources. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to get there. And again, I do appreciate how far the developers come forward. It sort of speaks to why we denied the first application, as a matter of fact. So, is any other council members wish to speak? Yes, Mr. Reese, and then we'll go back to Ms. Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge your efforts in this regard. I am the last to the table, as I've said before. I wasn't here when the project came through the first time, so I was tasked with looking at it in this version. And so ultimately, today, my decision is informed by the traffic folks that were here, the engineering folks that were here. The wetlands expert really spoke to me personally because I'm concerned about habitat and protection of it. And so at the end of the day, I believe there is risk associated with most things that we do in life. I'm looking for the most factually based analysis, and for me, that rests with the support of the project as it's been revamped. At the end of the day, what I hear a lot, and when I'm out in the community, is people who are struggling to find housing, people who are struggling to let their kids live in this community that they are able to live in, but their kids cannot. And so we have a shortage of housing in this community. There are so many reasons why this project is an improvement over what happened before. I mean, some of them have been talked about by my colleagues, but at the end of the day, it is that commitment to this community that informs my vote and why I'll be supporting the project.
Okay. And then, Madam Mayor, did you have a comment? You already commented, I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm ready to move forward.
Thank
with,
you.
Councilman Delgado made a motion.
Yeah.
I think we should
Yeah,
continue to move forward.
I was just consulting our council rules, and we're allowed 2 rounds of comment on the motion, so.
I just want to say, I think it's a tremendous false narrative that we're given at this time, that we have to approve anything at any time because we're in a housing pinch. Our master plan shows us where to build, where the most affordable product will be, and when you get into land like this that is going to require so much engineering, it became more expensive today with the inclusion in this drainage ditch district. At the end of the day, it's not the affordable product. It's not the product that our master plan says is going to get us there on the products we need. So it is a false narrative. I think it needs to be contested, and I'm prepared to contest it and say that I think that the costs of this are being shifted off either to these folks who have to bear floodplain insurance if they can get it, in addition to the mortgages they'll be paying, in addition to the drainage district, or as you said, Ms. Dewar, the cost will be shifted to other residents who might be in the flood danger themselves by what this poses. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, Ms. Jordan, thank you.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to comment because I think it's important that there's just as much listening as there is talking in this process. And, you know, this has come before us twice before. We've had many, many meetings on the details of this project, both from staff and with a variety of consultants. And I think I do want to commend Councilmember Delgado for doing a tremendous job on a very difficult, large-scale project in his ward. I think he did a stellar job of making something that was not so great to start with, pretty damn good. And facts are facts. And I think at the end of the day, he is letting the facts drive his decisions. And when we talk about a false narrative, I refuse to believe that the community and their very vocal concern about our housing shortage is a false narrative. It's called listening. It's called listening to all the voices and making decisions on the global well-being of our city. And I think that's what everybody is attempting to do here today. And I appreciate all the work, including from the developer, all the consultants, Councilmember Delgado, everybody that's worked tremendously hard to make this project as good as it really could be. So kudos to everybody involved. I will be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you. My only other comment, I guess, just a personal comment. I've been able to support 95% or more of the projects that have come before us. For me, this was just a bridge too far. I want people to understand that at the end of the day, the thing I care about most is the public safety of the people that live here. I'm concerned that The UNR farm is starting to get nibbled away, and other areas that were relying on storage that are in public ownership may no longer be. But I think the council comments were terrific. Thank you so much to all of you. With that, I'll call, oh, wait, Mr. Delgado. Yes?
Madam, I'd hate to delay this 1 second more, but I just want to express just a little pushback on you a little bit in terms of me not considering the safety of my constituents.
Oh, that
You've
was
said
my
that a few different times, and that's always been a big part of why I'm even here. It may not be a popular vote. It's going to be a tough vote to go out and continue to talk to my constituents about what this was and what it wasn't. But hearing from you a few different times about not considering safety is something that I just want to make sure I clarify with you and push back a little with you. That's always our job and our duty.
Yeah.
And we'll let science and engineering and other things be a piece of that conversation. But this isn't easy. I'm not taking the easy way out.
No.
It's not based on emotion. Again, we're driven here by facts and also making sure that we're listening.
Yeah.
So with that, I made my motion.
Thank you, and thanks for clarifying. We all have a different screen and how we look at things, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for saying that. All right, well, with that, we have a motion second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Post.
Opposed? Okay, so just to be clear, because we spent so much time, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Breckus?
Nay.
Dorr?
No.
Delgado?
Yes.
Weber? Yes. Jordan?
Yes.
Reese? Yes. Shivi?
No.
All right. So
Madam
with
Vice
that,
Mayor, that passes 4-3.
thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. We're going to take about a 1 minute
Hold on.
to
I think we
Excuse
still
me.
need to make another approval.
allow the room to clear. Excuse
Still
me.
another
Wait a
motion.
minute.
Excuse me? Oh, I thought that was on all three. I apologize. Okay, so we have two more motions.
Motion to refer.
Okay, we have a motion to refer.
Excuse me.
Excuse me?
He's got it
Say,
ready.
on the motion to approve the zoning map amendment, I just want a clarification that you can make all the findings, and that you would refer for a second reading?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? No.
No.
Okay, 4-3 again. And then a third? Is there a third motion?
Does item C33 move to,
No, that's it.
that's it, right?
We don't need a motion on item, the last item.
No, so you've approved the resolution, and you approved the master plan amendment and the zoning map amendment. So the zoning map amendment ordinance will be referred for a second reading, and that should resolve
Would that
this
be at the
item.
next meeting
No, it'll be on the 23rd, I believe,
of October?
of October, yes.
All right. So does that conclude this section of our
Yeah.
meeting? Does that conclude this section of our meeting?
Yeah, just for clarification, that includes approval of PUD?
Right, I thought that's what we were,
Right.
okay. Okay, well, we're going to take a 1 minute to recess to allow the room to clear for those that want to leave, then we'll continue our meeting. Going to bring the meeting back to order. And Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we're on item D1.
Thank you. All right, item D1. Would our attorneys like to take the lead on this?
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, for the record, John Shipman, Assistant City Attorney. Essentially just reporting back to the council that we had a settlement conference on September 12, 2019 before Magistrate Judge Carla Baldwin-Carey. This is in regards to the McKissick et al. Lawsuit regarding sexual harassment, retaliation, and constructive discharge. We can report back that we had a a good discussion that resulted in a settlement agreement whereby the city would pay $300,000. And in exchange for that, the plaintiffs will drop the lawsuit. And that is essentially the meat and potatoes of the settlement. So if there's any specific questions, I can answer
Okay.
those too.
Are there any questions from the council of our attorneys? All right, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Reese, second from Ms. Jordan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Item D2 has been pulled. Item D3, you said for a time after 3:30. It's after 3:30. Madam Manager, do you want to take that up now?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that the parties are in the audience and ready to do the presentation.
Another?
Yes.
We're good.
Are you passing that out?
So we're waiting for a presentation on the regional strategy. You said they're coming through the security? Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, if you want, we can go to item G11,
G11, that would be fine?
appointment to the Reno City Planning Commission.
Yeah. This is, I think, your recommendation and the mayor's
Yes,
motion, is
ma'am.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is manager's recommendation for the Planning Commission seat to be filled for the mayor. I have communicated with the mayor, and my recommendation is Alex Velto.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for 1 sec? Did we lose a quorum?
I don't think we did because, did Ms. Breckus leave? I didn't realize. Let me see. Madam Mayor, are you on the phone?
I don't believe she is.
Okay. So we did, so we will be in recess until we regain a quorum. Thank you. Okay. We're now off recess, and we are actually considering item G11. Madam Manager?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, my
Madam Manager,
recommendation.
I'm sorry. It's still unpausing, so if we can hold on for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, we're just skipped G11.
Thank you.
All right. So item G11.
Let's try this again. Madam Vice Mayor, item G11, I am recommending Alex Velto for Reno City Planning Commission.
Okay. And you, just to clarify, you have checked in with the mayor. She's not on the phone to confirm, so.
Correct.
This was, okay, thank you. Can I get a motion? Thank you. Second? You're not. Okay. Is there a second for Mr. Velto? No. No second? I am looking for a second. Thank you. That's all right. So we have a motion from Councilman Delgado, second from Councilman Reese, for Alex Velto to be appointed to the Reno Planning Commission. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Could we, I just want to check. I didn't hear an a, nay over here, yay. So could you do a roll call, please?
Breckus, absent at this time. Dorr,
Yes.
Delgado, Weber, Jordan, Reese, Shivi, absent at this time.
All right, we have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. We'll be moving back, thank you, we'll be moving back to item D3. It's okay. I got you.
Ready to go?
We're ready to go.
Madam Vice Mayor and council members, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager for the record. This item is a presentation by Enterprise Community Partners, which is a group that was retained by the region to prepare a housing affordability report for the 3 local governments. It's my understanding that the presentation that you're about to hear was given to the Sparks City Council earlier today and will be presented to the County Commission tomorrow. So with that, I'll introduce Ann Jordan or Christopher Kizzy. I'm not sure who's going to go first, but one of the 2 of them will be up here.
Okay. And are we looking at 10 minutes for this item roughly, or? I don't know, in terms of the presentation. 20? I would encourage you to make it, only because we have several evening meetings as well. And generally, the presentations are about 10 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for the introduction. Good afternoon, Chris Kizzy. I'm with Enterprise Community Partners, as Bill mentioned. Happy to be here today to present Housing Our Future, which is the regional strategy for housing affordability for the Truckee Meadows region. Housing Our Future provides a roadmap for the region and its partners to accomplish several things. One is strengthen the regional coordination, support development of affordable housing, and foster a more supportive policy environment to advance affordable housing goals. And so we will elaborate on these items briefly as we go forward. But I did want to kind of draw your attention to why we came here over about 2 years ago. And to do that, I wanted to bring up Nancy Brown from Schwab Bank to speak briefly about that process.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Nancy Brown from Charles Schwab Bank. January 2017, I was with a group, and it seems like I had a meeting every other week about some ideas around affordable housing, and I said, we need to think more regionally. With Charles Schwab Bank, we've been community partners nationally for a number of years, and I knew about their expertise, so I said, what if we brought Enterprise to come in to have a conversation? And that happened January 17th, 2017. It was about 16 inches of snow, I think. But it was very hard to get there, and we had probably I don't think we had any no-shows. I think there was about 80 or 90 community leaders to discuss this. And from there, the last couple of years have been a number of public, private, nonprofit individuals coming together to say we need to do something and create an effective plan. So that's where we are now. Thank you for your time, and I really do look forward to your support.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Just to remind, I'm going to try and, it's right here. Okay, great. Advance this a little bit. The final document, the Housing Our Future document, includes 2 items. One, the community profile, which details the various housing needs and challenges throughout the region, as well as an assessment of the region's capacity to advance on those needs and challenges. What we're presenting primarily today is the roadmap portion of that document, which really details and lays out the 10-year strategic plan for the region to advance on these goals and these needs, combining both leveraging capacity, recognizing those capacity challenges in the region, as well as targeted actions and interventions the region could move forward and advance on over that 10-year period. And so this is meant to not to be prescriptive, but to be descriptive of the various things the region could do to advance on those goals. And really the underpinning of that work and the feedback that we've got really came from the planning structure that was established. And I want to invite Sharon Zadra from Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities to speak on that planning structure and our community engagement process.
Thank you. Again, it was community-driven. We held dozens of meetings hearing from broad audiences, from experts and residents in need. We had over 40 one-on-one meetings, including with most of you, so thank you for your time and input. We teamed with community leaders and developers. We should be moving that. And public agencies, employers, and service providers. The executive leadership team, including your manager, Bill Thomas, and the Sparks and County managers, provided extensive input to drive and vet these issues that are proposed. You can see from the working groups that we had the community across the board represented. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. And just to kind of speak briefly about how this effort ties in with the regional plan update, I wanted to invite Jeremy Smith from TMRPA to speak to that correlation and connection.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Smith from Regional Planning. Just happy to be here. Thank you for your time today to listen to this presentation. TMRPA got involved really early on in the process to help move this along. And just wanted to say that our new regional plan, which is in the final stages of adoption now, hopefully we'll be going through that, is aligned well with the strategies that are in this document that's being presented. Specifically around this vision slide, if you look at some of the core principles, the idea of housing options is something that we've been pushing in terms of housing choice quite a bit. Also investing in our core and creating opportunities for housing where we have access to transit and jobs. And finally, really trying to coordinate and bring together our understanding of public facilities planning and infrastructure. And that, of course, can pay big dividends for a project like this on where we would try to locate affordable housing. So happy to have been a part of this project and fully support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. And congratulations on your new acting role as head of TMRPA.
And so some of the things we already spoke to council about in prior presentations, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on. But the reason why we're approaching this and the need to approach this on a true regional scale is because all the housing issues that you see on this slide that we've detailed in prior presentations are truly regional issues. They're not confined to jurisdictional boundaries. And so it really takes a true regional effort to really address these on a scale that we'll see the impact of that effort. And so as we move forward in this presentation, we're going to start identifying several of the actions that the region can take to give you a sample of what's in the over 200-page document that you have. Just to kind of underpin that conversation, one of the things we did early on was look at the capacity of the region to not only address the needs of housing today, but also that looking into the future 10 years to see what those housing needs or challenges may be, to look at their capacity to address that. And so part of the strategic planning effort and actions in this document are really looking at leveraging and building the capacity of the region to tackle these challenges over time. So you'll see some of those references as we move forward. One thing we know is that this plan is not just a benefit to the residents that are impacted or benefit from various housing programs, but it can be a true benefit to the region, both from an economic development perspective, from a employment perspective, from a transportation perspective. And so all those lenses, access to opportunity lenses that Jeremy mentioned are referenced and incorporated in this document. And so the main framework for this document is you have your cross-cutting strategies, which are really trying to build capacity of the region to address these challenges over time. So expanding its toolbox currently, and then targeting those resources and those actions effectively to the various housing needs and challenges that we've already described. And so overall, there's 35 actions, again, not meant to be prescriptive, but detailing both the how and the why the region can move forward with implementing these actions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ann Jordan to kind of bring us a crosswalk from those strategy focus areas to some of the more specific actions we have.
Thanks all. And with 3 minutes remaining, I'm going to steam through what's in the slides, knowing that you all have seen many of it already, have a 200-page document if you have more questions. And really I'm going to focus in on the number one thing that can be done to advance what's in here. So there's 5 strategy focus areas. There's a host of new tools, new programs that are recommended for consideration, not only by the local governments, but by private sector partners, by nonprofits, by many folks who are already moving things forward. There are recommendations around how those things can be targeted, recognizing that needs across the region differ and submarket conditions must be factored in. There are sequencing recommendations to help prioritize among these different things. And most importantly, there are areas for increased regional coordination that I want to spend the rest of the time really talking about here. We've identified through this process, and we've heard it's been echoed through similar regional processes that are underway, including conversations at the CHAB, around how do we align efforts to drive impact, since we know these housing issues are not confined to our jurisdictional boundaries. How do we create stronger communications across these to elevate our needs at the state level and beyond? How do we fill those programmatic gaps, identify efficiencies in the system, increase and administer more funding and resources, recognizing that that's been one of the number one capacity gaps this conversation has been talking about, and how do we strengthen policies and processes, creating a consistent environment that fosters development, unlocks as much market potential as possible while serving all income ranges that live in the Truckee Meadows. So it's an ambitious goal. There's lots in here. And the number one thing that was identified that could be done, steaming through all of this, was to identify a lead entity that would be tapped with coordinating among all the jurisdictions, all the entities that are involved in implementation, and help build their capacity to guide that implementation. So up front, really want to emphasize this is meant to be something that is additive to ongoing work to help amplify what's already underway and help everybody be more effective in addressing these challenges. That was one of the tasks of the executive leadership team during this process, was to consider who is best suited to lead this forward. And they evaluated a variety of options based off of mission alignment, existing capacity, expertise, and existing jurisdiction over the region, and have identified the Reno Housing Authority as the best entity for this job. So there's a lot of considerations that need to happen around what specifically that would look like, which is why we're coming to you today, as well as to Sparks, as well as to Washoe County, to ask you to help us advance that conversation and identify what would that role look like for the Reno Housing Authority to play. How would it work synergistically with all that you already have going on? What needs to happen for that to work for the region, so that we can really achieve this future state that Housing Our Future is driving towards, around this expanded toolbox, more targeted deployment of resources, that truly robust collaboration and coordination, and a more proactive approach. So you're not just constantly having to react to changes in the market, but you have this toolbox that's ready to go to deploy at any time over the next 10 years. So that brings us to what our recommended next steps and requests for you are today, which are providing any additional feedback on what has been presented to you. We have presented it to the Regional Planning Governing Board as well, received great feedback there. And really thinking about how do you define this role? What would it look like for a lead regional housing entity to work here? How could Reno Housing Authority help fill that role? And what would the process need to look like among all the jurisdictions to make that happen? Thank you.
Thank you. So that was like a wow. Did a good job. But we have heard, quite a bit of this, and it's more of a refresher than a first presentation. So what is the action that you'd be looking for from us today?
Sure. I think one of the things we would like to see happen is this plan be accepted and hopefully adopted as part of the regional plan update. And advance it moving forward. We know that there's additional conversations that need to be had, and that these things and conversations will take place over a period of time. But I think looking at the plan, I think it's in its final state, but we would appreciate any feedback that you have. But hopefully support the implementation of this plan, including identifying the lead entity, would be great action to move it forward.
And what, if I may, what does it mean to support or be incorporated into the regional plan? I'm not really sure, like, let's say we didn't do this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is the regional plan end up any different?
Sure, I'll ask Jeremy to come up and speak to that.
Thank you, Jeremy Smith, for the record. No, I don't think so. I think we do have a specific policy that we are proposing in the new regional plan that asks local governments to use this strategy as part of the toolkit to approach the affordable housing issue we were facing in our community. It is two separate documents, though. However, obviously, we've been involved all along the way, and so it's sort of a supporting aspect of the new regional plan is how I would put it.
Okay, supporting, but the regional plan is not dependent on this, but
Correct.
it's more like you're incorporating it as a supporting document, maybe?
That's right. This document exists, and the regional plan, there is one policy that specifically singles out this document as a resource that should be used.
Okay, all right. Are there any questions from council? Yes, Councilwoman
Yeah,
Ruckus.
I think, Mr. You got to the heart of it, and I want to refer back to that ULI study that somehow became almost through the narrative in the years after of a same level as the RTC plans or as our master plans. And I do think we need to be very clear when we accept work on what hierarchy it has, and that hierarchy I think maybe is up for us to define. I'd like to have a global discussion of hierarchy. I think it's a good piece of work. I like it. There's a lot of information in there. Thank you to all who participated. A little bit of feedback is I'm not sure about the 108 program for our CDBG. I want to use our CDBG to buy fire stations so we don't have to bond, go into debt, for fire trucks, like we did last year. I'm not so sure the loan programs are the way to go. I also want to say that the mayor has an initiative coming forward next week related to some incentives for developers. I have also an initiative coming forward, which is a tenants board to be stood up to have issues and concerns of tenants examine. I don't see it right in your document, and understanding and analysis of rent gouging policies that we can adopt. I don't want, staff to say, oh, that's not on the table because it's not in the plan. And so I think we need to be very clear that other initiatives can come. It's not, as you said, very prescriptive, because I think there's other ways to go about it. And you can read into some of the high-level information, both the mayor's proposal and mine, but I've been concerned sometimes we adopt things and it gets thrown out sometimes as, no, this is the work program over here.
Right. So you're basically saying not exclusive, but inclusive, like it's a start and you could expand from there, include other initiatives.
Yeah.
And it would not take off the table, for example, the mayor's initiative, yours or others. So,
Okay.
and I'm getting a lot of head nods. For the record, everyone is nodding. Okay, that's good. Any other comments from any other council members? Yes, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm not as big of a fan using CDBG funds to supplement some of our fire stations or fire trucks. I want them to be utilized in our neighborhoods that are deeply lacking opportunities. But in addition to that, I saw on here, maybe I walked out when you guys did this on this last slide, in terms of supporting the Reno Housing Authority as the lead entity. How do you guys envision that? Maybe you guys already talked about it. Would it no longer be called the Reno Housing Authority? Is it called something else? Who sits on it? Who are the board members? How is that passed around? And sorry if you guys have answered that already.
No, Councilman, I think it's a great question and certainly one that we know requires further exploration and conversation. But I think the conversation is really around, is there support for the Housing Authority in pursuing that role? And then what are the next steps for accommodating a true regional entity as that lead entity? And so including board makeup, the name of the Housing Authority, all those things have been on the table that we expect to carry forward in conversation.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Great question. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I didn't expect that to be highlighted as one of the key points on your slides. I saw it in the materials. The city of Richmond, California, the city council adjourns and they go into the housing authority position, just like we go into the redevelopment agency. And that's on the table. Those are some of the concepts that are in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
thank you.
Councilman Weber, do you have anyone else have anything to comment? I just know what a piece of work this has been, right? It's been an incredible effort. I was there at your first meeting, and I think I'm here at your last meeting. So with that, I think kudos to you, and I'd be looking for a motion to
Vice Mayor.
support. Yes,
I
we don't
can
have to
jump
take
in.
action, actually.
You don't have to take action, but I do have multiple people signed in for public comment.
Oh, thank
if you
you.
would like to take the.
Did not realize so much public comment today. Sorry. Yes.
Typically, just to make the council aware, we typically do not allow for public comment on non-action items. So this would be up to you as presiding officer if you
I'll
would like
tell
to
you
take
what,
this.
could everyone who wants to make public comment raise your hand? Okay, we have 3. Okay, I'm going to allow it. Thank you.
Okay, first to speak is Sherry or Cherie Jameson.
And followed by?
Followed by JD Kleppenstein. Followed by
Hi,
Sharon
Sherry
Zadra.
Jameson from the Food Bank of Northern Nevada. We worked long and hard on this, and I think that you all were part of the long and hard part and understand the blood, sweat, and tears that went in. You know, it's very important to us as the food bank to call out the fact that when people cannot afford where they live, they use their food budget often to pay the rent. And thus, under-resourced people, and even in the recession, resourced people with 2 jobs who got downsized to 1 job, were in situations where to pay the rent, they had to seek food assistance. This is, you know, whether it's for seniors, for little people, for families, this is a really important opportunity for our community. And from our house to your house, I hope that you will support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
JD Kleppenstein, followed by Sharon Zadra, followed by Kevin Dick.
Afternoon, City Council. My name is JD Klippenstein, Executive Director of Action. Action has also been at the table throughout this planning process. And I don't need to go through all the terrible stats that I often go through when I tell you about how badly we need affordable housing in our community. I do want to take my time to say that this isn't a time to make sure we have the right plan. We have the right plan. These are the tools that we need. Very encouraged to hear about Councilman Breckus, the attendance board, and some other ideas, but we can't permit our way out of this. We can't one program our way out of this. We can't have one initiative that's going to address the crisis that we're in. And you all are being presented with a document that you can use to have a holistic approach to the housing crisis our community is facing. So over the past year, Action has mobilized thousands of people in order to engage around advocacy for affordable housing. Over 1,000 people connected with their county commissioners for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Over 300 leaders went down with us to Carson City. All of those leaders are hungry for some deep voter and candidate engagement in 2020 around these issues, around the plans and the ideas of what we are going to do to truly equip our community to build affordable housing. And I hope and I think that you all are leaders with the political will and moral courage to think big picture and to fight big fights. And I know that the voters that we engage with are going to be looking to you to have not just keep saying, well, that's complicated, we're not quite sure what to do. This is something that we can do. So I'm looking forward to those conversations, and I encourage you to adopt and support this plan, this strategy, in any way that you can. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Great comments.
Sharon Zadra, followed by Kevin Dick.
Welcome back to the podium.
Thank you.
Former Councilwoman Zadra.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities has affordable housing as one of its three priorities. This roadmap really was the demand of the community, their vision. Literally hundreds of individuals came to our multiple meetings voicing their concerns and expressing new thinking for solutions. Housing issues cross jurisdictional lines and boundaries. Just as some of you last Friday joined to talk about homelessness, housing affordability is also best achieved with regional efforts. These issues are intertwined. I applaud Reno for the many programs that and initiatives that you've already brought forward addressing housing affordability. But even though you have done a lot, our community still is in a crisis. The roadmap expands the region's toolbox, including financial resources and ways to expand capacity. Not every tool, as you've already identified, may be right for Reno, but please choose the ones that are and begin to enact them. For they require regional coordination. This approach is long-term in its implementation, and it would be best managed by an experienced regional resource that can provide the needed infrastructure to coordinate amongst the various entities. That will achieve greater results than any single one can. The roadmap is community-driven, as is displayed by the many people who are here today who are not speaking in interest of your time. We really appreciate that. They invested hundreds of hours to identify solutions, knowing that it will take coordination across the region. To house our future, we need to work together. We're here to support you. Please use us, and we can make it happen.
Thank you so much. I'm so impressed with what you've done after you've left the council, on this issue. So thank you very much.
Kevin Dick.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Dick. I'm the health officer for the Washoe County Health District, and I'm here today to support the regional strategy and to request for you to support it and move forward with implementation of it. And that's because housing is a public health priority that we need to address for our community. Every 3 years, the health district does a community health needs assessment where we look very detailed at our community and data on health conditions and health outcomes and demographics. And we identified, along with the input we got from community partners, housing affordability as a top priority. And it's included in our community health improvement plan that has gone before our district board of health as one of 3 priority areas. And specifically, this regional strategy is a key objective under housing. And I want to recognize the work that Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities did in engaging partners in the community and in fundraising across the community, raising over $250,000 from various organizations and community partners to support support this effort. And we need this because we know that when we have 44% of our renters that are cost burdened, with paying that much money for rent, they have to make very difficult choices about their food budget, clothing, transportation, healthcare, and medicine. We also know that the lack of housing stability and the stresses that are created really can contribute toward mental health problems and also health problems, chronic diseases later in life. So as has been mentioned, there are a lot of tools that are in the toolkit. They may not be all suitable for you to move forward with immediately. There may be other things that and great initiatives that are being considered, but we ask that you consider these tools and also that you work with your colleagues at the Sparks City Council and the Washoe County Commissioners to take a regional approach. We have a regional housing problem, and we really need a regional approach to be effective and to draw some of the external capital partners that can really contribute to solving that problem. So I think we're all very aware this community has an abundance of plans that have been developed and are sitting on shelves. So it's really critical that we move forward with implementation. We think that the Reno Housing Authority is very well positioned to take on that role. As Councilman Delgado mentioned, there will probably need to be some discussions about how to appropriately structure that for them to succeed in that initiative. But I urge you to not let this sit on the shelf, but to continue to use this as a tool and a number of tools that you can deploy to address this problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here, Mr. Dick. That's amazing. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak? Okay, well, with that, we're not styled to take action on this, but we really appreciate the work that's gone into it and how well it will inform or has already informed the development of the new master plan for the region. So with that, are there any final comments from the board? Council, excuse me. With that, we'll move on to our next item. Again, thanks for being here.
Madam Vice Mayor, next item is D4, the NV Energy franchise update.
Thank you.
I cleared out the entire spot.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I have a set of slides here to present to you, but in the interest of time, which I don't have to ask you, I can get the sense of where you're at. I'm going to kind of cull this down to a couple key slides. This is an item related to the electric and gas system franchise agreement that we have with NV Energy. Very briefly, it's started in 2009. It was a 10-year agreement, and it provided for a 5-year extension. So what's before you today is a request to extend that.
Can I interrupt you just a moment? And it's fine, Mr. Delgado, but I want to just mention that we are just at the basics for a quorum. Ms. Jordan had to leave. Madam Mayor's off the phone. So for those remaining, just saying, please remain. So, not right now. So go ahead. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No problem. So on March 27th, the council was originally presented with this item, and the council did basically extend the agreement for 6 months to allow us to work with NV Energy to address any concerns or issues we might want to talk about with this extension. I would point out that this is probably the most important statement in terms, in my opinion, in the agreement, which says that if with this 5-year extension, which was presumed to be granted, lest there were things in the agreement that we found that NV Energy wasn't complying with. So the biggest issue in terms of compliance as a precursor to this conversation is the audit that was completed. I would certainly, if you would like, let Debbie go into detail, but I think at this point we'll simply have her answer questions about the audit. And then I will go very briefly through some of the items that were raised so far in terms of this conversation with NV Energy, and then close with a discussion amongst the council about how best to proceed with this approval of this 5-year, or action on this 5-year franchise agreement. So I've listed here many of the things that were brought up, several of them by Vice Mayor Duer. Some of the other ones were issues that the staffs had. If you'd like, we can go back through these at another point in time, but I just wanted to make sure that this is a list that at least has been put on the table. Part of what we're going to be interested in as we move forward is the level of interest amongst the council as a whole in terms of these many issues. I would say that NV Energy is aware of everything that we've talked about on this list, and to be quite frank, some of these are probably more complex than can be resolved in a conversation about a 5-year extension, but certainly we saw this as an opportunity to get all these on the table. If we can't deal with them now, then at least when we come back at the renewal of the overall contract, certainly they would be top of mind. So next step is we are suggesting to you that the staff continue to meet with NV Energy, and we will return when we've got to the point where we feel we've got a document that we can present to you for formal action. And then as a subset, probably most importantly, any settlement on the franchise agreement extension related to the audit. So there's really 2 ways that we see this going forward. One would be the staff to work with NV Energy and then come back individual briefings to each council member, and then return collectively for a presentation, or the other would be a subset of the council members being identified to participate in the discussion with NV Energy, and then return with formal action. And both of these methods have been used before. Generally, in terms of B, it would be under settlement, litigation settlement, where a subset of council members are selected by all of you to represent the whole board in those kind of discussions. And A is probably a more traditional way of dealing with it. So we're here to ask you, one, how would you like to proceed in terms of making sure we close out this negotiating with NV Energy, and then also to provide you with an opportunity for questions about the audit, which has not yet been finished, but certainly when the audit conclusions and negotiations around the audit are done, we will bring that back to you. So I will cease talking now and
All right.
listen to you.
Well, Mr. Thomas, I'd really like to hear about the audit, if we
Fair
could.
enough.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. So there were 3 main areas of the audit. The first one, which was how they were calculating the tax that was paid, the fee. Excuse me. And that, with further research, we've gone and we've looked at NRS, and there's an attorney general opinion, and our city attorney could weigh in further, but we decided that's the largest dollar amount. But that piece we've essentially dropped because of the way the law is written in Nevada, that it, and just paraphrasing the Attorney General's opinion, was that when they put this fee in place, that it was to be a fee passed on to the customers, was the gist of what the Attorney General opinion had. And then, kind of the law, while it doesn't say that, it could support that. So we decided to work on the other issues, which are primarily miscoded addresses, and whether we could charge penalties and how far back we could go back on the audit. So the second component really was the miscoded addresses, some just mistakenly, and some because they were not, we annexed property and they were not, we can't find evidence that we notified them of those particular annexations. Not to say that we didn't do it, it's just we may have an issue with our documentation. They didn't find evidence that we notified them directly either, and I believe our agreement does state that we would notify them specifically of annexations. So for that one, while they still owe the money because the tax belongs to the city, and may have been paid to another agency, we can't necessarily charge penalty and interest on it. The third component was really how far back can we audit. So we, as a city, said based on, because we have an agreement, under that section of the law, we can go back for a total of 6 years. They're disputing that, saying a total of 4 years. In our meeting with them, they did agree to provide us the additional 3 years while we figure out whether it's a 4 or 6 year statute of limitations. So I'm not sure that we've received that data yet. That I believe that they were planning on sending it to us this week because they were getting some other data together to make one response. And I would expect we'd get that data and then be able to at least continue the audit for the additional 3 years and possibly another 2 years if we're able to settle on which statute of limitations applies.
Okay. Not sure I understood everything you said, but I think I got the gist of it. Are there questions from the council? Yes. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I guess, this came about somewhat surprising to me because when I came on in 2012, I was told these extenders would be automatically issued, put out of my head if I did 12 years on the Reno City Council to ever be engaged in franchise discussions with the electric and the gas. And so I did. And then it came through last spring. I was told, well, those extenders are not as automatic as you think, and there's noncompliance, and so reserve the right, if there's noncompliance, to not grant the extension. And now, last night, when I was reading this, I'm hearing the noncompliance may not be there. I think we need to dial that down. This issue on fees and an attorney general opinion here, an attorney general, I'd like a little more information on it. I understand there's some case law coming out of California on fees and just how does their law pertain to ours, or is it a franchise agreement wording issue? I'm surprised the Community Development Department that sends off and routes annexation development requests when they walk through the door can't track that down. But be that as it may, and that came up before your time too on the on either the cable or the I think it was the cable. And anyway, I guess that's kind of the narrow, but and all the other issues are other issues. I want to be a part of a large franchise discussion. I do. I think the time's right. We got an old one. I've lived with the agreement that was a big jump with Waste Management, signed a week before I came on to the Reno City Council. And I have life under a new franchise agreement, and I want to send off to those who follow us a best practice franchise agreement. And I'd maybe be willing to go out 2 years and stand up, maybe if we get some fees from them, a consultant to help guide us through that in a public process, maybe an appointed board or committee like was done many years ago with cable. I want to see a best practice of the city entering into a gas and power agreement for the future that can set the standard for the state. I understand the electrical market and world is very fast changing, a lot of projections, and that but I think the expertise is out there. It's not in our house. It's out there, and that's where I want to go and get to. And I don't think it's unreasonable with what we have at the table.
Right. Okay. Any other comments from anyone? Well, I'll comment. It's been really interesting. We've had 3 meetings so far, and it's taken us the 3 meetings with various groups of MV Energy employees to just sort of nail down what the issues are to talk about. The reason that I supported initiating these conversations was that I had tried for 2 years to meet with MV Energy on how they trim trees, something very simple. They had set meetings with the urban forestry, it'd be on the agenda, and they wouldn't show, and it would be canceled. And we did this over and over, probably 8 times in 2 years. So we couldn't seem to get to something just to even talk about how to trim trees and make our constituents happy and our tree people happy and them happy. So during that period, it became clear, especially with the fires that were in California, how much of a role a power company has in that. it became clear that we have requirements that new developments underground existing service. And I got varying levels of information at my three meetings. In one information, it was said, well, the developers upfront it, but then you pay it all back. And that was really a surprise to me. And then I heard from another person who's works right in the trenches at another meeting. Well, that's kind of true. They upfront it, but they don't get everything back. Some things are sunk costs with them. So even within MV Energy, there seemed to be a disconnect of information about certain key issues that have been important to the council. I know Councilwoman Weber had talked to me about the ability just to use the light poles for banners. And, it doesn't seem smart to put up a $10,000 pole right next to a light pole so we could put up some flags or some banners. Seemed like that should be working with us. But at our last meeting, Mr. Thomas was there with me, and he said, couldn't we come up with a new standard that can support a banner and a flag? And they finally said, yeah, we probably could. And so this is the magic moment, I think. This is the magic moment where we have an ability to have that conversation, because the kind of cooperative working together isn't really being so cooperative. I admire what they do. I'm not a power expert, but at the same time, we have a lot of issues on the table. So I can agree with a lot of what you said, Councilman Breckus, about the need to continue talking about it and take this moment. We are here now. The franchise agreement's up now. We have an audit issue. They have proposed paying us to stay. I'll call it pay to stay. We have a number of issues on the table that I think are best wrapped up with an agreement. So from my perspective, I'd like to continue meeting with them and bring periodic updates to the council. Even in order to do that, though, our extension is coming to a close. Technically, it's probably around the end of September, which is like in a few days. And in the agreement, there's a provision that if we go out of an agreement, there's an evergreen provision that says we stay in. So I wanted to make sure, A, that we bring back an extension to at least have some additional conversation here at this council and resolve the issues of the audit. It's the only leverage that we have, really. I mean, holding the franchise agreement, we get to work on the audit, we get to work on the pay-to-stay agreement, and we get to work on some of these issues. So that's what I would support. I would ask, my interest, if I could get a motion for this, would be to bring back to the council a further extension of the franchise agreement to give us some time to work on it, because we're about to go out of compliance, with the timeframes. And number two, I've had a chance in the last few weeks to realize, especially at our last meeting, that there are a lot of issues being talked about right now at the PUC. Undergrounding, fire prevention, the lines. And while we have someone apparently on board that's monitoring these, I don't think we are actively engaged the way that we were when we hired, just went out of my head, when we hired an attorney Kathleen Draculich, to hire us to actively participate in proceedings. She's an expert in that kind of thing. And we were able to kind of team up with others. We might not be able to this time, but I would like to bring somebody back that would report to the council to advise us on those issues, just like we did with Kathleen Draculich. So those are two things I'm interested in. I'm interested in hearing from other council members. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I guess ultimately, this seems a very significant item, one that I am not well versed in, so I want to have those ongoing discussions be a part of it.
Right.
I think I hear a bit about what other communities are doing or how
Right.
it is, and at the end of the day, I trust our staff to be looking out for our absolute best interest. Obviously, this body has some policy directives, so if you can just give us updates periodically, I guess is what's going to happen, because I don't know what we're stylized to accomplish today.
Well, we're giving direction. It says that we're agendized to update discussion of potential direction to staff on what would be our next steps. So they're looking they want to give us information and they want to get some information back.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
How about this?
Councilwoman Breckus.
How about a direction to bring us a settlement that we can sign off on with whatever components it has in the outcome of the audits, with if there's another factor in a pay-to-stay agreement, a settlement, for up to 3 years. And separate item, bring us a process with that expertise for us to start to design the franchise agreement of the future and the resources to do that. I would presume those, we don't do a lot of earmarking here, but I would presume those resources are somehow built into whatever we get out of the audit or the pay to stay. And I think that's going to be one of the most exciting processes that I would look forward to in the next several years. So that would be a motion. Yeah, it is a motion. Yeah, and I'll just say a discussion. I was just telling last night a constituent HOA manager of one of my largest communities in my ward some rights that Waste Management has to unilaterally change the days of the week. And those are very difficult for the HOA because they don't have anyone on the weekends to go around and check to see if the garbage is out for 2 days ahead of time and the bears and that sort of thing. And it's just the little stuff like that. But then the big issues, the relationship of the PUC and where energy is going, that we need to get ahead of. And I think this would be one of the most important issues for us to work on the next 4 years.
Yeah. Well, what I'd like to recommend to that end is that we have some very present current issues. We have the audit, we have the pay to stay. Right now, our trees are being butchered, so I don't want to leave that go for 3 years. I'd like to see if we could at least address some of this low-hanging fruit that I think will be ready in a few months, and then maybe do a longer extension or a 3-year agreement as you're suggesting.
Well, let me just say in my motion, how my motion contemplates. I think that one, when you're in franchise agreement negotiations, you're going to get a lot more responsiveness on issues than you do when you're not in negotiations.
Exactly.
Yeah. And number two, I think that as we go through this process, we'll be building the list of what we need and what's working and not working through the process. And that'll case study how we build this one going forward. So I think that we'll do that. The last part is, I think the briefing before this item comes back to us should be us individually. I'm getting overly concerned with our subcommittees, with our worker assignments to different staff members. I think, one, it cuts out the rest of the body sometimes when we, all want to be on a committee and only 3 get on. Or it puts some of us staff people doing some of us council member doing the staff work. And I think we need to remember our role. So I would say that the approach would be what Mr. Reese said is, keep him offer briefings for all of us before this hits the agenda.
I agree with that totally. Let me ask though. Yeah. Going. Yeah. Well, all I'm trying to do is raise issues, and then let's see where staff is on how we can move forward on the issues. But let me just say this. So I think part of the direction to staff is that they need to bring us back something right now, because literally September 27th, which is around the corner, is we're out of agreement. So what's that?
It's October 21st, so.
October 21st?
Basically, the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
think
you're
we're the
already on that.
2nd and 23rd are meetings in October, I believe.
June, July, August, September. Oh, I'm sorry, April 21st. Okay, right, we happen to take the action in March. Okay, so we're fine. So you'll bring back, is this discussion good for you, or do you need more of a specific motion?
No, I think the clarity on how best to approach it with the council is the first thing.
I think
Clearly,
individual briefings is what
we will
I'm
bring
hearing.
forward the list as it exists and talk to the council members about that list and what the concerns are. We'll also keep you updated as we learn more about the audit and the financial part of it. And then, what was of interest today is the concept of a 3-year. We'll have to, talk to them about that to see kind of where we go. But I also hear from you, rather than waiting until year 4 for when we do the actual full next agreement with them, assuming they're still in business, which we would assume, that you want to have the foundation laid for that and not wait until we're ready to renew it, if I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I want it to go in 3 years. I want a new contract in 3 years. And, because the audit maybe has some issues and the pay to play is another issue, I think it could all be bundled into one settlement if there's not legal problems with no fault of this, no fault of that, just a calculation that then gives the extension with this settlement. And so that's the way to go. Because we've been there before on our auditor says this and their auditor says that.
Well, I think we can count on staff to work through those issues, but especially if we keep everyone's feet to the fire and, focus on these issues. Is it okay? And this is just is it okay? I'd like to stay involved. I think it's very good for the staff to be briefing the council. But I'd like to stay involved in some subsequent meetings. Is there any objection to that, I guess?
No, I think staff should be responsive to any meetings that
They
any
should.
of us ask for.
Right.
Within reason,
Okay.
on the manager's,
Right.
discretion.
And then I would like to put in, I will be happy to put in writing a request for an attorney, because I really do believe most organizations that are at this level in negotiations do have a specialized attorney representing them in these. Every city I've talked to in Southern Nevada has an attorney helping them through the discussions and participating with the PUC on these issues, so.
Yeah, sometimes it's an attorney, sometimes it's a consultant.
Well,
If
I
it
don't-
goes to an
that's a good
attorney,
point.
we got to go through the 6/7 vote. We know that.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
So consultant attorney, but I'll try to figure that out and I'll put it into a writing request, but. All right, Mr. System Manager, do you feel like you have enough direction?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great work, by the way. Let me just commend you. I know this has been difficult on the audit especially. What you don't know, what we're learning as we go, so. All right, thank you so much for bringing this to us. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I'm just jumping in here, but I just read, on March 27th, we gave them 6 months.
Right, but apparently the agreement ended April 21, so we still have into October.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're not honoring our 6 months that we talked about.
Yeah, 6 months from the date of expiration.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think we might benefit by getting some input from the city attorneys, because
Sure.
my understanding is that this is sort of a waylay in the process, but where are we with the process?
So for the record, John Shipman, Assistant City Attorney. So the way the franchise agreements work, they were originally negotiated as 15-year agreements with a check-in at 10 years. We're at that 10-year period of time. As long as the franchisee was found to be in compliance with the agreement, they were entitled to an additional 5 years. So unless there is evidence that they are not in compliance with the franchise agreement, it's not open per se for renewal. That's still 5 years off.
Well, it sounded like our staff told us that they weren't in compliance, that we had an audit issue.
Right. So there's right now that's being worked through in terms of what they owe. But if that gets worked out, then at that point they're not in compliance. I mean, they are in compliance.
Yeah.
So again, I just want to put it out there that to the extent that we're talking about a whole new franchise agreement, that's not where we're at this point in time. At this point in time, we're at an audit and determining if it needs to be trued up, if they owe us money, and if they're going to pay us money, and then assuming they do that, then they'll be in compliance and they'll have their 5 years.
I think.
We have to vote.
I think staff, you need to help us get where we want to go. You initially told us they're not in compliance. I'm ready to pass a resolution, they're not in compliance. Okay, in lieu of that, because that's what I'm hearing from staff, in lieu of that, I'm saying maybe there's a side path to frame it up for another 3 years. But if they say, what Mr. Shipman just said, you have to give us the 5 year anyway, we're not going to go on this side path, then bring back a resolution for us to have the facts and vote up or down whether or not they're in compliance, because that's what I heard.
Right. I think I see head nods.
Okay, we're all on that
I
page.
think I do
Okay.
see head nods, so I'm not sure we 100% agree with where you are, but we appreciate the advice. Okay, so.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think what staff is trying to say is that it's not indisputable that they are not in compliance.
You used a double negative, so I'm not
I
sure.
did.
Could you say it in a positive?
There is still discussion about whether or not they are in compliance.
Okay, well, and maybe Councilwoman Breckus is right that we need to do a resolution, whether we find them in compliance or not, if that would give some clarity. I mean, if that's an issue.
I don't think we're ready yet. That's part of what we're talking about with the audit, to bring back to you to say.
You're still in fact finding.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm good with
The
that.
question becomes, which, I think is just laying it out there for the council to understand. There is that provision that says they get a 5-year extension if they're not in compliance. If they are in compliance. And so if the facts, which will come back to the council and what the settlement is about the compliance or non-compliance, if the council accepts that by these remedies or these actions taken, they're now in compliance, what Jonathan was saying is then that doesn't open the whole thing. Now, we will have the conversation with them with everything that's been said today. That'll be the conversation, and all of this will sort out as we have these negotiations, conversation with MB Energy to return to council to say, here's where we're at in the conversation with them.
All right, well, I'll just put in my 2 cents and then we'll try to wrap it up. We don't have much left on our agenda, so I don't mind discussing this a little bit, but here's how I'm looking at it. Maybe my mind is still in planning world, but in planning world, when we come back with an amendment for PUD initiated by the applicant, the whole thing is open. When we hear things that come from the Planning Commission, it's a de novo, we get to evaluate everything. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think you're saying, and I'm hearing our attorneys, if everything was perfect, you would have just brought it back and we would have rolled it over, and I hear what you're saying.
I mean, just to be clear, so with franchise agreements, you very frequently get the problem of annexations. You very frequently get the problem that money that was supposed to go to one jurisdiction goes to the other jurisdiction. It happens all the time. So that's why we have audits, and that's why when those are called to attention, then the parties work to make sure that that gets resolved, and that generally does not amount to a breach of the agreement. That's just, at the end of the day, the fact is that money was paid to the wrong agency because of X, Y, and Z, and then that gets trued up. That doesn't mean that they're not in full compliance with the agreement otherwise. So again, that the audit is more of a mechanism just to make sure that, money isn't getting paid to Washoe County when it should be getting paid to the city, but it doesn't. Anyway.
I appreciate your perspective. I know that I'll just pick one issue off this page, fire. I cannot go for 5 years without addressing the issue. They have a whole process happening at PUC to talk about right now, setting up categories 3, 2, and 1. Category 3 being the most important to fix for fire prevention. We're in category 1, and they're calling it category 1 enhanced, like at Call and Ranch, and so on. I don't think. Again, I'm going to go to, I think it's our responsibility to take what we know right now and make sure that we're working together with MB Energy. They incur, when Mr. Thomas said, we may need representation. I said it, he said it. They said, no, we would welcome that at PUC because we need to hear from our customers. So I don't know how else to get there. We have, but I hear what you said. We'll do what you said. And we'll see where we are in a month or so is kind of how I feel.
But just my last statement is, we need staff to be all on the same page.
Right.
We also need a firmness, because this moving target of, well, the audit shows they're not in compliance. Oh, it's just, money passing. That's not necessarily not in compliance. Everyone come to same position on this. I honor franchise agreements. I've stood with the waste management one a whole lot because I saw it as a locked-in deal. But if the avenue's there, the avenue's there. Y'all need to get on the same page and let us know if the opportunity is presented. If it isn't, let's not have any more going around on it. Maybe we find another path. Maybe we do hire assign a staff member to be down at the PUC or hire those legal resources. But yet, this has been since April to figure out if we're on the same if the audit is good, if they're in compliance or not. If that's still in play, give us firmness on
Well,
it.
exactly. I brought these issues up, about half of them, at the meeting in March when we asked to continue this. It was no news. I mean, I said exactly the things I knew at that time that were problematic or broken. So let's let staff, take a whack at it and see where we end up and bring it back to us, and we can continue this conversation. But it is rather difficult, just to our attorneys, to hear on this day that your perspective. I'm just saying it's hard after we initiated a process, we've had 3 meetings.
Right, just to be clear, I mean, again, a lot of the items that are talked about in the staff report are not breaches of the franchise agreements. They're good issues to have conversations with, NV Energy about. All of those are good issues, but whether or not the franchise agreement is the thing that gives leverage to make these conversations happen, we would just say maybe
It's our
that's
only
yeah.
contractual arrangement with them. So,
Right.
Ms. Weber, did you
Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing this because I think we're having a discussion here all for naught. We can ask our staff, and I thank them, and I thank you for your participation. And I just think we have to get more information.
Exactly.
And we can't do anything right now anyway, so.
Right. Very true. Thank you. All right, well, I'm ready to wrap this conversation up and move on to our other item. I think you have enough direction.
Well, I
from
think
us.
there was a motion and a second. You want to call for the vote?
I wasn't really looking for a motion, but I'm not, okay, do you want to repeat the motion? Because it's been a while.
Well, the motion was to, before this comes back, offer briefings to all the staff members or the council members. If anyone wants to participate in more meetings, that's their ability to request that of the manager to participate in those meetings. Let us know whether or not there is compliance to the terms of the agreement. And if there is, then we will enter into the 5-year extension. If there is not, bring us a settlement. The settlement can involve the truing up from the audit, a pay-to-play, and it can also have a less than 5-year extension. As a separate item, bring us a process, if we're going shorter than 5, to build a new franchise agreement for the future and with the resources that we need to do that process.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
And Vice Mayor, next item is H1, update from council members on boards and commissions.
Okay, are there any updates from anyone?
I have an
Marcus?
update, and the update is that a chief examiner offer was extended from the Civil Service Commission and accepted by Ms. Ackerman. I'm not sure when she's starting, because I think she's moving in from out of town, but I will keep you posted on that. And the Civil Service Commission is pretty excited, and congratulations to them on their hard work.
Anyone else? I'll give one just on the flood. I think one of the next, they canceled our last meeting. And I believe on this upcoming agenda is going to be discussion of use of floodlands for fields. And I think that's something the whole council's interested in. So I will find out and let you know through the manager if that is indeed going to be on the agenda. And if you have people that would like to see that happen on those 100 acres or a portion of them, that would be, you're welcome to attend and let your interest be known. Okay? Anyone else? All right, we'll close that item.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, the
yeah.
2 remaining items on our agenda are your 6 p.m. hearings.
Right.
So what I would recommend to council is that you recess until then. What I would like to bring to your attention is the city attorney's office received a request to continue item I-2, Comstock Cottages, from the appellant.
Oh, okay.
This is something as it was sent to the attorney's office and then to my office after we've already begun the noticing process. It's already on the agenda, so council will need to open that item and then take a motion if you wish to grant that extension or not.
Okay.
To note, item I1, the appellant is the applicant. Item I2, the appellant is not the applicant,
Okay.
just to clarify.
All
What
right.
about what about the appointment to the planning commission?
We did vote on it. You were happened to be out of the room.
Oh.
And we appointed Mr. Alex Velto.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So with that,
Madam Clerk, I didn't understand that last part. So I1,
I1, the appellant on this case is the applicant. So Sierra Palette Pavement and Condition, Sierra Palette is who brought forward the appeal. And then on item I2, Comstock Cottages was appealed by a neighbor.
Okay.
but that's the one that has been asked.
That's the one that's been requested to continue.
Okay.
And council will need to open that and then make a determination on how they wish to proceed at that time.
Thanks.
So
All
at
right.
this
Well, with
time-
that, we will be in recess until 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, I can't tell. Maybe did that 1 minute too early. I said we'd reconvene at 6. Is it?
That's okay. It is 5:59, so we are
Okay.
good to go.
All right, very good. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize we didn't have our whole complement. So let me wait for everybody to get seated. And yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, it looks like everybody's back in their places. Let me just go to the first item, and that is agenda item 1.1, or I-1, the case of Sierra Palette Pavement and Condition Amendment. And they're here to appeal the Planning Commission's approval of special use permit for site improvements and modification. So will the city attorney read the agenda item? Sierra Palette.
I got it. So this is an appeal LDC 19-00064, Sierra Palette Pavement and Condition Amendment. Appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a special use permit to allow for 1, site improvements, 2, an amendment to the conditions of approval associated with LDC 16-00031, Sierra Palette, 400 Western Road, to allow for an increase of fence height from 6 to 8 feet tall. The plus or minus 5-acre site located on 400 Western Road is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Western Road and Link Lane within 300 feet of residentially zoned property. Subject site is located within the industrial commercial zoning district and has a master plan land use designation of industrial. Ward 4.
All right, so I'll now open the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Proper notice was given and no there was correspondence received on this item. And 1 correspondence was received in support.
Okay. In support of what?
In support of the appeal. I'm sorry. I would have to open the correspondence and read it.
Okay. All right. Well, we can come back to that. At this time, do any council members have any disclosures? No? No. All right. I see no disclosures. The next conversation is about standing. Do you have any issues as to standing to bring the appeal?
No, the appellant has standing in this case.
Okay. And then may I have a motion on the issue of standing? I mean, our attorney's advised us that he believes he has standing, but we're now going to vote on that.
Right. As the property owner, my opinion is that he has standing as the property owner and the appellant.
Okay. So can I get a motion on the issue of standing?
Second.
All right. So I have a motion by Councilwoman Weber, second by Councilmember Delgado. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So then we're going to move on to getting a brief overview of the appeal from staff.
Thank you, Heather Manzo, Associate Planner, for the record. If I can please have the overhead. And so, just so I can familiarize council this evening with previous history on the request or on this special use permit, the subject site is located on Western Road and Link Lane. There's a City of Reno Public Park to the east, and the original entitlement was processed in 2016 for a variance for outdoor storage and a special use permit for development within 300 feet of residentially zoned property. And that residential property is located across Newport Lane to the south.
Could you tell us just these main roads, which roads they are?
Yes, so Newport Lane runs along the, along the frontage right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a railroad facility.
Mm-hmm.
This is Link Lane and Western Road.
And then the one on the left on an angle?
This here?
Yeah.
I believe it's, I'm sorry? The applicant said it's Ranger Road. It actually looks like the freeway.
It did, so that's why I thought it was maybe the
Yes.
freeway?
Yeah.
So, okay, it's not the freeway, it's Ranger Road. Continue, please.
And so this is the site plan that was provided by the applicant. And what the request entailed were kind of two parts. The request entailed a request to reconstruct their parking lot area on the north side of their building and to install new pavement in these dark gray areas along other portions of the building. The second request was to amend their original special use permit from 2016 to allow for an increase in fence height. And in the application materials, the applicant did provide a demonstration, some pictures from Newport Lane, which are across are what views this fence. They demonstrated that Newport Lane really sits above the site, and so having a limitation of a 6-foot fence doesn't really adequately screen the property. And so they did get an approval to increase that fence height from 6 to 8 feet and approval for the reconstruction and the new pavement that had been proposed.
So can I just hold you right there? The applicant, the person who wanted the fence, got approval from staff?
From the Planning Commission ultimately.
Oh, the planning commission to have a 8-foot fence?
Yes, and my next slide will go over kind of the.
Okay. And is the one on the right 8 foot or?
The one on the right is the proposed view of that 8-foot fence. The one on the top left is what the 6-foot looked like as is today.
Okay.
Okay, so in summary, in January of 2016, the Planning Commission approved the original request to establish this use at this location with 15 conditions of approval. Earlier this year, the applicant filed a request to amend the special use permit and also to add, to develop the property to repave the site in some areas. The Planning Commission in August of this year approved the applicant's request or the appellant's request for those 2 items. In addition to that, your staff report outlines a narrative as to what the original conditions of approval looked like and the modifications that were recommended based on the fact that many of them had been met already by the establishment of the use. So there was a consolidation of conditions, and there are now 9 conditions of approval. With that, in between the time the applicant came in for their request, their current request that's before you this evening, and the time that they received a special use permit approval back in 2016, there had been several complaints filed against the property for, in addition to some other things, and code enforcement is here to provide information on that, for parking of vehicles, trailers along this southern boundary here. And I can turn it over to Joe Henry to kind of lay out the history as from a code perspective. Ultimately, this went, the applicant, your appellant this evening, appealed the notices of violation, ended up in court, and the judge ruled that the conditions were not clear enough for us to have filed those violations. And so with this request that's before you this evening, the conditions that were approved by Planning Commission provided that additional clarification that had been recommended by code enforcement so that we had better language on record to address the concerns that had been filed.
And Heather, before you take this picture off, can you just point out again, where is the fence and what was the concern with the code enforcement?
I'll turn over the code enforcement issues
Right,
to
but
Joe,
where's the
but
fence?
the fence currently terminates here, and it runs along this area here and then around the site. And there's existing landscaping area on the outside of the fence along the streets.
Okay, so just to be sure, I want to make sure, Sierra Pallet, who asked for the 8-foot fence, it was granted, they're the ones that had code enforcement questions against them?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll turn it over to Joe.
Good evening. For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. The original SUP required no outdoor storage on the south side of the building, and we had required landscaping around the side and the 6-foot fence. Code enforcement originally was in support of a higher fence because we know that Newport Lane is higher, sits higher above than the current property. Since the original SUP was approved, we received complaints about vehicles, truck trailers stored on the backside of the building. We received complaints about dead landscaping. We cited the property owner for the outdoor storage on the backside of the building and for the dead landscaping. They appealed the notice of violation and went to a hearing officer. Hearing officer ruled in favor of the city. The property owner appealed that to Muni Court. Muni Court ruled that the condition wasn't clear enough on the outdoor storage and the definition of what we had in the code. So that's why when the appellant came back in to modify his special use permit, we asked that the language be cleared up on that, so that the original intent of the Planning Commission to have no storage on the backside of the building be cleared up. That was our one point we wanted to make. We also want to make sure that the property owner was in compliance with all the other conditions. As of today, when I went out there, the fencing, the storage was brought down and was below the height of the fence, so they were currently meeting that. But the landscaping, as you can see, the landscaping, we still have dead trees that haven't been replaced yet.
And this is on the outside of their fence?
Correct, this is part of the required landscaping along Link Drive.
So it looks like there's a problem with watering, amongst other things. Is that what you're?
Either that or it's a new brown evergreen, one of the two.
Okay, a new brown.
And so code enforcement originally asked that everything be brought back into compliance, and that's what we want. The clarification on the outdoor storage in the back was because that original condition said there would be nothing stored back there.
Nothing, zero.
Zero.
Not a certain height.
Not a certain height on the south side of the building.
Okay. Okay.
So if you have any other questions.
Well, but don't you want to summarize maybe, Ms. Manzo, why we're here today then?
Yes, thank you. So, in summary, the applicant is the appellant in this request, this appeal, and their appeal filing, I summarize it as not verbatim, but the appellant mentioned that as conditioned, the special use permit will no longer allow for vehicle or material storage on the south side of the building, and that it creates an adverse or substantial effect on the property and on his business operations. So that is a summary of why we're here this evening, and we can turn that over to the appellant to present their appeal this
We have a
evening.
few questions, though. Does anyone have a question? I just have one question. It says no longer allow. It sounded like it would never allowed.
That's correct. The intent of the original conditions was not to allow that.
Right. So, but the way you wrote that, it sounded like it might have been at one time allowed and now it's no longer allowed.
And that is the appellant's view.
Right, but you've written this summary.
Based on their appeal filing.
I
So
got
that
you.
language is in their appeal.
It's not, okay, just to clarify that,
Yes.
from your perspective, they never were allowed to store on the south side of the building. And their perspective is they had a right that's now been being taken away. Is the SUP just go to Planning Commission?
So my perspective is yes, that it was never allowed, and you can speak with the applicant or the appellant
Right.
on their view. And yes, this was a special use permit request.
But did it just go to Planning Commission?
It did go to Planning Commission
Okay, it didn't come to
in
us.
August.
I don't recall.
I don't believe that it did.
Okay. All right, does anyone else have any questions? All right. Well, in that case, Mr. Schnabel, you can present your appeal. You'll have 10 minutes, exclusive of any questions by council.
All right, look it up, get us going.
Go for it.
Great. Good evening. I'm Carrie Rohrmeyer for the record. Thank you for hearing our appeal tonight. We just want to go over a few points. Yes, we are here just to modify conditions. We have Planning Commission approval, which we very much appreciate. But this has to do with operations on the south side of the building. As you can see, this is largely an industrial area. At least the adjacent properties are primarily industrial to the north and to the west. To the east is a park, and then there's a large area for the railroad use, and then there's residential about 270 feet from the site. So it is quite a ways. From there, just taking a look, this was the fence height that we got approved at Planning Commission. We're going from 6 feet to 8 feet, and that will screen operations at the site, which I think, largely get to what code enforcement was referring to. But this also helps with the logistics of stacking and then actually loading up the trucks. So it's a business operation need. And then this, as Heather pointed out, we asked primarily for some new paving and then some grinding and repaving of existing concrete and asphalt. And then the 20 feet of perimeter landscaping, that has been replaced. The plants that were in poor condition have been replaced at the site. So we all were in agreement that that was a nice improvement for this area.
And the weeds?
And the weeds have been removed, and the plants that were brown have been replaced with evergreens that are in fact green. And what's really the issue, I think, at hand here is the south side. Any operations or any conditions that limit operations at the south side really impair my client's ability to do his business the way he's been operating with approval. He went through a long, like Heather said, a long history with the city, and he has a lease agreement with the railroad to the south. So he has access, it's not an encroachment, to the property to the south, which is how he operates from those truck docks. And it's not storage, it's continual daily use of those trailers and trucks. It's not a storage operation. So I think there's just some clarification and wording there. So in the appeal, there were a few. This is a picture of what it looks like today. This is the south side. This is the the east side looking west, and this is the front, which you see on Western. And the conditions are really just a request to modify the conditions where content is related to the south side of the building to strike that from the conditions. So I actually want to introduce the applicant, who is also the property owner and operates his business in a way that is most functional to him, so that we can hear exactly why this is important. Dave?
How y'all doing?
Welcome, Mr. Schnabel.
Hi, nice to see you. So Carrie basically laid it out, but I'll kind of clarify anything I can, and I'll answer any questions that anybody has, of course. Be happy to do that. Basically, to start out, I moved up here in 1997. I started my pallet business over next to Reno Lumber on Keystone and 2nd on Arletta Street. And from there, had about 3 different moves, and I'm where I am today. We are the premier pallet company in Reno. We're the largest company. We're the only one that has the facility, the type of facility that we have. We're an indoor operation. We have a little bit of outdoor storage. Most of our stuff is stored in trailers. Those trailers are constantly moving. I have about 75 trailers, semi-trailers. I have 6 or 7 semi-tractors. And I need all the dock doors I can get. So on the back dock of the southern building, there was initially 3 dock doors that were there when I bought the building 3.5 years ago. They were blocked up with cinder block and painted over. Well, we decided to get access to those, and so not to those, to one of them. And so we had a company come and cut that out, and we had another company. Well, first of all, I got the lease with Union Pacific Railroad. Then we had that work done. Then we got the additional space, concrete work done, so we could park 3 trucks at that dock, and it was easy for them to back all the way down the south side of the building and pull out without it being too tricky. So basically, the conditions that we're trying to strike out here are pertaining to those trailers on the back, on the south side of the building. Heather Manzo is saying that those trailers are considered storage. They're not storage. In fact, we went to court last year and I won against her, and I have those documents here if anybody would like to see those, that says those trailers are not considered outdoor storage and that they can be there. So that's part of it. I also brought with me the Union Pacific Railroad lease agreement, if anybody would like to see that. And that's an ongoing year-to-year lease. We're current on that. I'm not really sure what else to tell you. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, let's see if there are any questions in your time frame. Anybody? Do you, Ms. Breckus?
Yes. The distance between your property line and the lease area that you own, that you have from the railroad, what's that distance?
About 30 feet.
It's only 30 feet of railroad that you have?
Right.
So you're using that as backup then for those
Yes.
docks? Couldn't you fence that area then on the railroad right away?
No.
Your
That's
lease
their-
doesn't
well,
allow.
that's their property.
Uh-huh.
And I would have to ask them, but I'm not interested in screening that property. That's an industrial park. There's trains that go by there every day, and there's no reason to screen that at all.
Yeah, but you're just, you're in direct sight of the, the residents on the south of Newport there.
Uh-huh. We're a very clean operation.
Uh-huh. Where are you packing, how high are you stacking the pallets?
6 feet.
6 feet. To the east of the building is where you do all your stacking?
Yes.
And then when you use those dock doors, are you driving on the railroad right-of-way that's unpaved?
When we use the dock doors, the loading dock area, we are using the area that is leased, and we are driving on it with the trucks.
And
Yes.
it's unpaved area?
Right.
Okay.
We are interested in paving it, though.
So you can pave it under the terms of your lease, but you can't put a fence up on it to screen it?
I'm not sure if I can even pave on the railroads. I
Okay.
haven't gotten that far with them.
Okay.
I don't have a current plan
Okay.
to do that, but that is something I'm looking at.
Okay. Have you had a fire there recently?
That's not me. I've never had a fire.
You haven't had it, there wasn't a fire?
That was another
Somewhere
company,
else.
competitor instead.
Up
and
instead.
That was their third fire in 7 years, and we've never had a fire.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Heather. I don't know if anyone else has a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Appellant, I guess. Heather, a comment was made about whether trucks were storage or what, could you get into that a little bit? I mean, that was confusing.
Yes, I can. So in the original approved conditions, and what I have is I've got a narrative, it was in the Planning Commission staff report. The red portions are the recommended modifications to the conditions. And so there are a couple of conditions that Mr. Schnabel identified as a part of his presentation tonight. So these are just updates to the conditions. A lot of them were, like I said, eliminated because they were already previously met. Some were updated to follow current procedures, like condition number 3. And so where we get to Mr. Schnabel's appeal this before you this evening, it has to do with condition number 4, which is as modified with the red and underlined language here. And this was a clarification item that was recommended by code enforcement due to the fact that the original intent by Planning Commission in 2016 and by staff was that there not be any trucks, trailers, outdoor storage of any kind on that south portion of the building. And it was truly because there wasn't really an ability to properly screen and landscape within that area. And so this clarification language was proposed with the staff report, and Planning Commission approved that language.
And this specifically is what he's appealing. He doesn't like this language?
That is the language that he's noted in his presentation just now that he would like to have stricken from that condition number. In addition to that, he highlighted 2 other conditions that he has requested modifications to. And I just wanted to note that aside from the approval to increase the fence height, those conditions of approval 5 and 6 are intact as they were approved by the Planning Commission in 2016.
Okay. All right, any final, yes?
That
Councilwoman
condition number 4, does that is in place right now? That's what he's contesting, where he has to move it every day at the end of the day?
That's correct. So rather than prohibiting the operations on the south side of the building, the condition was further clarified to make sure that there aren't any materials, vehicles, trailers stored on that south side.
Who wants that condition?
For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. Code Enforcement asked for that condition to be modified that way. In the hearing, Mr. Schnabel brought up the fact that outdoor storage is defined as 72 hours. And we would have to go and identify each trailer. It's not a truck, it's just a trailer that's parked there. So to clarify that and the intent of the Planning Commission of having nothing stored there, we understand that vehicles have to be brought back there and loaded each and every day. But at the end of the day, they could be moved out, and then we would never have a question about whether, is it outdoor storage? Has it been there for more than 72 hours? Or has it not been there for more than 72 hours?
Okay, I mean, you know, for example, we have a gentleman who shows up just about every meeting about, you know, Home Depot, Starbucks, hours of operation, some very involved special use permit, operational characteristics that I've never researched, but, you know, I think they exist. And these are some pretty intensive operational characteristics. But I don't know, you know, I mean, what if the neighbor on the other side of Newport is sending you a photo 6 a.m. in the morning, 6 p.m. at night, and it was there overnight.
Then we would have to go out and do an inspection to prove that. And so they are complex, and when we get some of these conditions, we found over time that we need a little more input from code enforcement onto these conditions to clarify it. Like the Home Depot issue, we make them label everything in the back, the date that it goes back there, so we can go back, we drive through, we see the date that it was put there.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's easier to say no storage or storage, but okay, thanks.
Any questions, Councilman Robert? Hear from the public? Yeah. I have one last question. Do you know why the Planning Commission felt it was important to have no storage?
I believe the whole question was you have residential on that south side. And the
they
idea
are
was
how close?
250 to 300 feet max.
270-ish.
Pretty close. Okay. And that's what the concern was. They wanted to allow the operation, but they wanted to inconvenience or protect the residents as much as possible. Is that what they were after?
I'll let Heather answer that.
Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. The intent was really, the condition was placed on it originally to eliminate the ability to store on that south area where they can't fence or landscape, because it can't be adequately screened from, and it would be highly visible from the residential
So
property.
we saw a fence. That's where I'm confused. There's not a
Yes,
fence?
the fence doesn't extend to the area where that back dock door is.
Okay. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think we'll turn to public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have none registered at this time.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you so much. In my opinion, and I have not heard of this issue at any of my meetings. So I just want to say thank you, because I think public comment right there just proved that the neighbors, they're concerned about a lot of other things on Newport, but I have not heard anything on the storage of these trailers. And my opinion is, and it's just an opinion, is that if no one has complained, what is the difference of the trailers being stored there? It's a matter of efficiency as another point, because I'm concerned because there's a lot of vehicle traffic, and from what I understand, they're speeding on that road. So in my opinion, to have to move those trailers back and forth, if they had to move them, that would be more of a problem than what currently is speeding traffic up and down Newport. So I don't see what the situation is.
I think the point is they're not being moved from Newport, they're being moved to elsewhere on the subject parcel, correct? Mr.
I thought it was on the south end is where they're being kept.
Well, they're certainly not crossing the railroad.
Okay, let's get our staff to answer that.
If I may please have the overhead one more time. So to answer your question, Councilperson Weber, the site is 5 acres in size, and so really what the intent of that condition was to do is to have the operator move any trailers that are being loaded or unloaded during business hours, to move them elsewhere on the site when they close business every day. So they're not, it doesn't have the appearance of having trailers parked there outside of operation hours.
Heather, if I may ask you a question, when you went back to review this case and the original permit was issued, or SUP, was this an issue, like a make or break issue with this permit? In other words, there's no residents here now, but were there residents here when this was approved at that time?
So yes, there were and are and have been residents located to the south of the site along Newport Lane for many years. During the original review, there were several members of the public that appeared and spoke during public comment, really about the south side of the property and the impacts that it may have on the residences there. The landscape condition and the fencing conditions were all placed either by staff or by Planning Commission in response to the public comment that was provided.
So they were driven by public comment and public concern.
Yeah, and to be honest, because we were looking at this from the perspective that it's really not allowed by the conditions of approval, and this is just really a clarification of the conditions, I did not evaluate code to see if it weren't screened with landscaping and a fence, whether that would be in compliance with code today or not. So I don't know if there is no fence or no landscaping, if that the stored trailers would be in compliance with code today.
Can there be a fence or landscaping physically?
So as Mr. Schnabel noted, their access to the dock door, this is, it extends this length. This area here that they're utilizing on this side is all railroad-owned property. And at the time that we reviewed this request, it was for access to those dock doors.
And the dock doors are on the east side?
The dock door is right here on the south side. There are additional dock doors, as are noted, all around the building. There's several of them, I think 9, maybe 10.
Okay. What is your inclination, Councilman Weber?
Well, I'd like to use a common sense answer, but I don't see, number one, we had mentioned, was that 395 that was there?
Ranger.
Ranger, it does go over Ranger. So it's Ranger on the bottom and 395 goes south at that area. So that's one thing. I still don't see what the issue is. I would like to see that the vehicles are able to, it's his business. And if no one is really complaining about it, I don't see why he can't run his business in the way that he deems appropriate.
Well, that's a perspective.
Councilwoman Breckus?
I mean, I think it's a balancing in neighborhood interests, and I have to tell you, I think, the pallet businesses are very intensive. They are probably one of the most intensive uses in the city in certain ways. The piling, the coming and going. I mean, the inventory turns over very quickly. You see docking now. I'm surprised from an air quality perspective that driving over an unpaved area like that for these big trucks is even being allowed, but it sounds like he has an intent to pave it. I think we should just stand with the Planning Commission recommendation, particularly if code feels the moving every day is something they can enforce. And I'm just talking from years of experience here of these pallet businesses where it's a plus if you don't have a fire in a 10-year stint. Because how many fires? You've been here 25 years? How many pallet business fires have you seen?
I've seen probably over 20 different pallet fires, and I have to give it to Mr. Schnabel. He is
He's top of the, yeah.
Yes. The reason we asked for that is the clarification on the no outdoor storage back there, because it is, if a vehicle is parked there and it looks like it's the same truck parked there overnight, over the weekend, then it is storage. And so to clarify that language, and we did have complaints, that's why we were out there. These aren't just that we go around looking for trouble. We don't have enough people to do that. So we had complaints. We went out there. We cited for that. And that the discussion on that was the 72 hours. Do you know for a fact that that was the exact vehicle for 72 hours? No, we can't identify them that closely. So this would clear that, it would clear up the intention of the planning commission to have no vehicles, no storage on the backside of the building. We know that he has to have access and load those things, but at the end of the day, if they're not being loaded and the business is closed at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., and if it's closed, then if it's just sitting there, it's stored. And that was where we want clarification on it so we can do enforcement. Or if it's your desire to say that they can, then great, we have it in the condition, we can go either way.
All right.
Couldn't there be,
Yes,
couldn't there
Councilwoman
just be
Weber.
something like a tag that they put on it? I don't know, it just seems like it would be sufficient if there was some kind of a tag so you could determine, just like a license, but you just put a tag on it with the date that they came in and to make sure that they were moved in 72 hours.
Well, you could make that a condition for Mr. Schnabel that he's got to have something hopefully big enough that an old guy like me can see from the road.
Get your binoculars.
Because that's what it is. That's the trouble of it, is you need to, and he has hundreds of trailers.
Okay.
No, I have about 75.
Yeah. So a quick question, how many can even park there? Like 3 or about 3?
On the backside, you can only park 3.
3. And so can they just pull them forward to where they're screened by the fence instead of just leaving them out in public view? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't have room. You don't mind if I?
No, I mean, that's fine. I got it. You don't have room.
I don't have room to move my trailers back and forth is the problem. My outdoor storage is on the south side. So if we're looking at this property right here, this is the south side. This is my dock area.
Right.
This is all where this is right here in this dashed line. This is my outdoor storage where the pallets are. And then I have some loading of trailers in this area sometimes, or it's designated as parking, but we don't have that many employees to park
Sure.
back there. Everybody ride shares. There's like 2 or 3 guys
You're
in every
basically
car.
saying there's no place to park
That is
for
cor-
the trailers.
That is correct. And something else I want to point out is back here, this is a very old building. This building was built in the 70s, okay? There are 3 dock doors already on the backside of this building, and I'm just using one of them. So it's very important to note that.
Mr. Schnabel, excuse me for interrupting. There's a picture right next to you on your right. Can you put that on the overhead so there's a clear indication of what we're talking about here?
Thank you. Thank you. So on this picture, can you just point out your building, the fence we see? Can you just show us where the trailers are parked? Is that where you've been parking them?
And they're not actually storage. That's not the correct term. Storage would mean
I just said the trailers are parked. Could you?
right where they are. There's 2 there now. There's one more that will go on the left of the one. So it'll go on the left side, and that would encompass the 3 right there.
They park right next to each other
Right, it's really close.
every night. And then this open area, that is the railroad ground?
Yes.
And then I'll tell you, I'm actually concerned, I will just say, since our code is so clear about having paved surfaces to drive on for air quality, that actually is a bigger concern to me, just that we're driving trailers back and forth on dirt, and we don't meet air quality standards, so that's just a problem for me, but.
Oh, okay, well, I can assure you that we're not tearing in and out of there, and there is no dirt that comes up. That actually is asphalt grindings that were put down over the dirt and compacted over and over and over for the course of a whole day. So there is no dust if you go out there and you want to look at that. I promise you there's no dust.
I see, okay. Well, Councilman Weber, what would you like to do?
I'd like to find a solution.
Oh, okay.
And I think that the point is that code enforcement has said that we can determine that. And I just feel there's a person in business, he's trying to do the right thing. I guess if code enforcement could work with him, I think the idea of putting something on there, can I ask you, Mr. Schnabel, your trailers that are parked there inside, are they there for more than 72 hours? Or do you even know?
The trailers that are on the inside of the yard?
The 75 that you have?
Oh, no, I don't have all 75 there. I have, there's 11 places to park trailers at the building. Then we have probably about 5 trailers that are out in the yard north of the storage facility. They're north of the dotted line right there. And that's where we will do outside loading because we have this is all inventory, standard used repaired pallets that are inventory. Just to let you know the kind of volume we do, we're doing about 15,000 pallets a week. Okay, that's what we're sending out. We're also taking, and that's new and used pallets. We're also taking in about 7,000 or 8,000, maybe 9,000 pallets a week from all the warehouses around here. So, and we try to recycle as many of those as possible, not sending them to the landfill. So we don't have room to be moving these trailers from here into here. There's just no room.
Would any of Councilwoman Weber's colleagues like to see if you could propose something that
Mr.
might...
Schnabel, what do you want from this body in the most plain terms, the simplest definition?
I want to be able to operate the business without having to move my trailers. And I think there's a misunderstanding. I was operating my business just like I'm telling you I need to continue. This special use permit is supposed to be for the fence height and for the paving, the additional paving. It wasn't supposed to be for anything else. I did not look at it closely when it passed. So this was something brand new that just got sprung on me. I'm just letting you know. This was not the condition that I've been living with since I've moved in there. This was brand new that this happened, and I didn't catch it, and it's my fault.
So the conditions of the special use permit allowed you to build the fence height, and you've done that.
Yes.
It required or asked you to pave a certain area, and have you done that?
I have not done the fence height that's been approved, but since we're appealing, I can't do any work until the appeal is complete.
But the picture was of the ideal location, just on a different part of the facility. The 8 foot, was it I don't understand, was it graphically altered to show what it would look
Yes,
like?
yes.
That's perfect, okay. So now it makes more sense to me. So you're waiting for us to make a determination with regard to the item which you believe was sprung upon you, which was the requirement that these trailers not be in the picture that our council provided, that they would not be there, located there.
Correct.
That's the only question you have.
That's it.
Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
I will
Wait a
move-
second, I have a question.
Okay, one last question, and then...
Yeah. If he's able to do the business as he wants, which seems to be how the ward representative and the at-large representative seem to be thinking about it, I want to ask Mr. Joe Henry, how many trailers could he fit up there? He said he wants 3, but could he fit like
6?
5 or 7 trailers
On
there
that
at
back
night?
side, no. On that back side, you're limited to where your space-wise. That dock only goes out enough, wide enough so he could fit 1 more trailer in there.
Could
So
he-
it would be 3.
What, could he fit, 15 on the leased railroad space then?
Well, if he was parking vehicles out there on the leased railroad space, he could fit a ton of them out there.
Would the special use permit allow him to do that?
Mr. Schnabel's contention was those trailers, those 3 trailers are moved within the 72-hour range.
Okay.
They're brought back, they're loaded up, and then they're moved out. So if you strike the language and say that you're not prohibiting any outdoor storage there, then yeah, he would be allowed to
Put 15 on
to
that
store
railroad.
anything. Well, he could store his pallets out there if you allow
about
outdoor storage.
How about
Well, okay.
Can I get direction from legal counsel? So my intention is that whatever motion we can do allows this business continue the operations as they have known them to be, with the proviso that the special use permit as it exists would be modified to remove any conditions which prohibit the use of the trailers that I'm seeing in these pictures. So can you help me to craft a motion that would pass legal?
And while they're thinking of that, I might be willing to support that kind of motion as long as we limited it to the 3, rather than, some other number.
Ultimately, my intention is not that I see 15 more trailers stacked and racked and packed in there.
Right.
I just want this good business owner to continue to do the work that he is doing in the business that he's chosen to have here in our community for the benefit of his employees and for his family, that would be an allowed continued use. Please help me to do that, legal staff or Ms. Manzo.
If I may, Heather Manzo, Associate Planner, very quickly, what the conditions that are on the overhead are, were provided by the appellant this evening. As far as 4 and 5, those are both related to the trailers that are located on the south side of the building. Number 6 is an existing condition from the previous approval that outlined the required landscape area. And so if council chooses to support the appellant's request to allow for the trailers to be parked on that south side, I would just recommend the council eliminate or reject the appellant's request to eliminate condition number 6.
I think my concern, though, is that I am not inclined to just say all storage on any square inch of this property shall be prohibited or allowed. Do you see what I'm saying? I want to limit it to what is necessary for this business owner to continue to do business there successfully.
Okay, kind of maybe we'd be able to get a stab at it. For the record, Joe Henry, Senior Code Enforcement Officer. If you would just limit the use on the south side of the building to the use of the dock area for loading of vehicles, and those vehicles won't be considered storage, I think that might be something that we could work with.
Mr. Salter, Mr. Hall, does that satisfy the requirements or the needs of your office?
I think you just want to condition that to limit the number of trailers that can be parked back there to 3. I think that's the condition.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Does that clarify then the other components of the appeal?
I guess that's the thing. Is there any outstanding issues besides whether or not these trailers are storage or not, and how many can be there?
If we get that clarification of the 3 vehicles be stored at the dock, and just at the dock.
At the dock.
That will clarify it. Mr. Schnabel understands that we have some landscaping issues that we're working through, and he'll get those replaced.
Okay.
And then the fence height will help a lot, because it's stacking about 6 feet high has been a challenge for Mr. Schnabel.
Okay. So is that your motion, to allow 3 vehicles to be parked at the dock and not to be considered storage, but other storage is not allowed? And was that the understanding of the second? Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Yes, there's more conversation.
I just wanted to make a comment. I've seen some of the pallet places that you have mentioned earlier, and the fires that happened, and there's others in the North Valleys as well. And I know this one to be, with that kind of fencing, it really is the best place for it. And I just appreciate the work that you're doing and getting those fences up higher.
Right. Thanks. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for being here, Mr. Schnabel. Staff, thank you so much for seeking this clarification. I think it will help everyone while still protecting neighborhood values.
Yes.
Thank you.
In other words, we're not having everything stored there, just 3 vehicles. Okay, with that, I wanted to note that any person who filed this appeal, Mr. Schnabel, before you leave, and if you're aggrieved by the decision of the City Council tonight, you can apply for judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date that a notice of this decision is filed with the clerk. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, well, with that, we'll close out item I-1, and we'll turn our attention to item I-2. And I will ask the city attorney to read the agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is case number LDC 19-00071, Comstock Cottages Phase 2. Appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a request has been made for 1, a tentative map to develop 196 single-family attached residential subdivision, and 2, special use permits for A, townhomes, B, hillside development, C, grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height. The plus or minus 36.26 acre site is located plus or minus 500 feet southwest of the intersection of Tallis Way and North Virginia Street on the east side of Union Pacific Rail Line. Site is located within the single-family residential 4,000 square foot and single-family residential 6,000 square foot zoning districts and has master plan land use designation of mixed neighborhood and single-family neighborhood, Ward 4.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open the public hearing, and I will ask, Madam Secretary, was proper notice given?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received.
I think we did receive correspondence.
Madam Vice Mayor, there was a request that was submitted to the city attorney's office to continue this item. That request was received from the appellant.
Okay, that is correspondence. And so, do you know when we received that correspondence?
I don't know, but it wasn't recently. It wasn't on my computer, it wasn't on Mr. Salter's computer, so I think there may have been a request sometime in the past, but I haven't seen
So
it.
it wasn't just yesterday?
Nope.
Okay, do you have a date that
It
correspondence
was received on September 9th.
September 9th. Okay, so a while back, with plenty of time, okay? So the next question is, I guess I need some guidance from our attorneys. So we received correspondence to continue this back on September 9th, which is about 2.5 weeks ago, I guess. What is the process that we want to go through to decide whether we can continue it? Because I'll just share, I am, myself, I'm inclined to continue it. We've had a big day. I don't know all the reasons for the request for the change, although I'm just being handed some information, just simply from the appellant to reschedule the hearing to October 23rd. And I'll just share with my council colleagues that I'm inclined to grant the request myself this evening, but
Which ward is this in?
I think it's Ward 4 again,
Ward 4.
so.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
I can't object to a continuance. I will say for the record, though, one continuance, okay.
Yeah.
If it's a continual process. What I don't want to see people doing is using the continuance process to drag things out.
Right.
I don't know what the circumstances were. I don't know enough about all of the intricacies of it. So I am inclined, as you are, to grant the continuance and to set it for a date in the future. I don't know if that has to be the 23rd. I'm just saying, yes, let's move it along.
And I do note, this is very interesting, the reason for the continuance was to give us time to meet and see if we can come up with an administrative solution, and he's arranging for a planning consultant to help. So that makes a lot of sense.
The appellant, the
appellant.
appellant.
Yeah. Yep, sir, just a moment, and yes, sir, just a moment. So
No,
that's what
I was
read.
wondering, is the appellant here so that we could get a
I
reason?
wanted to ask that next question. The appellant is here, okay.
So
Going a
perhaps
little-
he could come forward and give us a reason for his
That's
request.
what it would
and
be
then-
really helpful.
Then we could give the,
You've requested a continuance. There's some appetite for that.
The continuance was recommended to me, and I agreed to meet prior to that, and then that meeting was canceled.
Sir, do you mind stepping up to the microphone so that
sure.
it can?
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Stephen Lording. I'm here on behalf of the Patricia M. Lording Trust.
Okay. And could you say what you just said?
Yes, the continuance was basically recommended as a way to discuss it and try to work it out prior to the hearing. And,
And who recommended that? I mean,
well,
was
the
it one of
deputy
our
city
staff?
attorney, basically, yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, and then there was to be a meeting that, within a few days after that, which I had agreed to attend, and then it was canceled.
Okay.
So I didn't cancel the meeting. I was going to be there.
Right. Okay. Okay,
I think it was basically canceled because the continuance really wasn't appreciated, the delay.
okay,
They didn't want to wait a month to do what we're doing now. So.
okay. So I'm gonna get this clear. Our staff in our attorney's office suggested that you send us a letter for continuance. It wasn't your idea. They wanted to give time to work things out. You were to have a meeting. The meeting was canceled, so there was no working things out, and we're here today. And are you wanting to have a continuance, or do you want it to be heard today? Since I don't know if you're prepared today.
I don't mind if it's heard today. I'm as prepared as I'm going to be.
Okay. Well, then that's good. What do you think, attorneys?
Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay. And then, yes, sir, you had a comment?
Yes,
Who do you represent?
may I
You may approach, yes.
Thank you. My name's Mark Bruce, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant who won at the Planning Commission 6-0 on a very significant project for which delays are very expensive and considerable. And I just wanted to make the point that we have reached out, my client has reached out to the appellant to try to meet on a number of occasions, at least once or twice, and has been told by the appellant, basically the meeting was refused by the appellant. We did what we could to make that happen, and that did not happen. So I don't understand why now the appellant is stating that he wanted an opportunity to meet when we gave the full opportunity and did not hear back.
All right. So here's the deal. I think you're
The meeting I
at,
agreed to go to was canceled.
Okay.
You must admit.
okay.
That meeting was canceled.
I will give you your opportunity in a minute. This is Councilman Weber's ward again.
Yes.
And it sounds like the appellant is ready to go forward. It sounds like everyone's here. So what is your interest?
We should move on.
Good. Okay. So the first question is, do we have any issues as to standing to bring the appeal? Well, let me go back. Does anyone have any disclosures? No. All right. Do we have any issues? I'll ask our attorney as to standing to bring the appeal.
Yes, we do. I don't understand whether or not this appellant does have standing. The question at issue appears to be an easement issue between the applicant and Comstock. And so, I'd like the appellant to tell us, how the city's involved, because I really don't understand why he's bringing this appeal,
All
because
right. I would invite up the appellant to tell us why you think you have standing. Why is the city involved in this dispute you have with the permittee, I guess?
Okay. The report in paragraph 11 states, the connection shall be a minimum of 38 feet in width, include a minimum 4-foot wide sidewalk, be contained within a public use easement, and be privately maintained. This proposed easement is to cross our parcel 003-12226 and contradicts the wording of the existing easement, which states said roadway and utility improvements shall be dedicated to the city of Reno. The roadway and utility improvements shall be operated, maintained, repaired, and replaced by the city. As such, we would be materially impacted, and this public use transfer on the part of the city of Reno would appear to enact eminent domain.
So just to give clarity, I would ask that Mr. Oswald be able to give you a presentation so you can understand what the issue is, where
would
the
be helpful.
easements are,
Okay.
and then we can discuss the
Sounds good.
merits.
Mr. Oswald.
Good evening, City Council. Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the Record. This case was originally heard on August 23rd, 2019 Planning Commission. It was unanimously approved at that point. That was a tentative map and the associated special use permits that were outlined by legal. On August 29th, 2019, the appellant, Steve Lording, filed an appeal with the city's clerk's office. The appellant has filed the appeal based on Condition 11 of the staff report and their understanding that this is in conflict with the grant of easement agreement with which they have with the applicant.
You have a picture or anything?
Yeah, just one moment. We'll run through Condition 11 really quick. It was the appellant sort of stated their position on that. So this condition reads basically, there are some off-site improvements that are going.
I'm sorry, Brooke. Before you go forward, can you just give us what is this project?
Sure,
what is it, and what is the dispute really about?
And maybe a geographic orientation.
Right, like a map or something?
You bet. So you can see the project site located here. It's on McCarran, just off of McCarran and Virginia.
McCarran,
Virginia, accessed up through Comstock, and then it is proposed to go to the north and a roadway going off the north.
That's phase 2, by the way.
Yes, this is phase 2 of the Comstock cottages. Specifically, what we're speaking about is an easement that is not, it is associated with this project, but is not on the property. It is on the property owned by the Stephen Lording and the Lording Trust. That easement is a roadway that will connect the project here off to the north and continue that project. It's a residential townhome project of 196 units. The dispute being, it's that condition 11 that was written. Specifically, I believe the appellant has an issue with the underlying portion of that being that the city has required that street and right-of-way and roadway associated sidewalks be privately maintained and not maintained by the city. They do have an agreement of easement that was provided with the staff report in that the appellant believes that there is conflicting language on that should be owned by the city. And that's what they're bringing that appeal forward on is our requirement that be privately maintained, and their deed or their agreement of easement that they have with the applicant on that right-of-way section to get the roadway through there. So.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this. It sounds like somehow they're involved, like a condition that we made incorporates or touches upon another person's easement.
They are required by our conditions to actually improve that roadway through there, through that easement, of which they do have easement and the right to have an easement through there. Really, I believe the conflict comes between the interpretation of the appellant, how they are interpreting what that agreement of easement means, and what the applicant's interpretation of what that agreement means.
Right now, I'm understanding why Mr. Salter recommended a continuance to allow a discussion at the staff level about that.
Mm-hmm. We have staff has organized 2 meetings. We organized a meeting specifically for staff. Mr. Lording did cancel that meeting with us. The initial meeting, I formed another meeting. He said it was too quick at that time, and I understood. We tried to do it quickly right after the appeal was filed to try to solve this. I did set up another meeting internally that we could meet with the city to see if we could help to run through what his concerns were and what that he did also cancel that meeting.
Okay.
Did you say I canceled 2 meetings?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Mr. Hall,
Yeah.
I have a question for legal.
Sir, you.
Yeah, it's our staff's time, and we'll have you back.
So, Mr. Hall, as it relates to, or Mr. Salter, excuse me, as it relates to standing, am I understanding correctly that there is an agreement between 2 private parties over which there is a dispute as to the interpretation of language contained in that agreement?
Yes and no. The way we interpret condition number 11 is that the developer has to, put it back up.
Yep, sorry.
The developer has to meet that condition, and under this circumstance, that means the developer is going to have to negotiate with Mr. Lording, because Mr. Lording claims to have an interest in the easement, but it's an easement that he granted, not an easement that he is a beneficiary of. His property is not the dominant estate. His property is a servient estate, and so we can't figure out what the nature of the claim is. We think that the applicant ought to go try to make a deal with Mr. Lording, and if it can't be done, then maybe the applicant or the developer needs to come back and say, we can't meet that condition.
Well, but my question
we
is
need to
about
change it." But
standing, right? I'm trying to understand, there is an agreement between 2 private parties over which a dispute has arisen as to what that agreement means. Is that accurate? A word in some agreement that I don't have in my hot little hands is in dispute. Is that true?
Oh,
And Mr. Bruce, you're a fabulously talented lawyer. I appreciate that you might be able to give us an answer. I will appreciate, Mr. Bruce, if you want to come forward and tell us a little bit about that too. But I'm trying to understand the standing issue, just to get us to the right place.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Tour, thank you. Honorable Counsel Mark Bruce on behalf of the applicant. I think the answer to the question of standing is along the lines of what Mr. Salter had indicated. The question here is whether or not we have an easement. The answer to that question is that when we bought two pieces of property that were separated by another piece of property from the very applicant, from the very appellant who is here objecting to the fact that we.
Okay, can you hold your comments? I will allow you a rebuttal after Mr. Bruce speaks.
From the very property that we bought from the appellant in this matter, in order to get from one piece of property to the piece of property that we're dealing with, we received an easement. That easement is clear. It very clearly states in the last paragraph that unless and until a certain event occurs, we continue to have the right to do what we need to do with this easement and have the right to assign to anybody along the way if we wish to do so. And so from my perspective, there is no standing. He lost his standing when he signed the easement. I understand from your perspective, you're saying that if he has any kind of an objection at all, that perhaps he should be able to vocalize.
No, I think you misunderstood my point. This is an executive level body. We are not a court.
Right.
We are not to intervene and decide what terms in a contract mean.
Yes.
So I'm suggesting that my concern is one about standing. I don't really have a dispute about the underlying touchstone of it. It sounds like condition 11 impacts the interpretation of a document which we are not a party to. And so I'm trying to make certain that we are not getting ourselves into a position of being a quasi-judicial body interpreting an easement which we are not a party to.
And I thank you. That's a very good question. I think you're correct. We have no problem if the appellant is interested in pursuing this in an independent lawsuit.
You and the appellant can fight it out in court. I'm not sure
Exactly.
whether or not, and this is, I'm going to go back to Mr. Hall.
And as I
In order,
appreciate
Mr. Bruce, give me 1 second. Mr. Hall, in order for us to move forward, the way that the vice mayor has structured the conversation, we have to first diverge or answer the question of standing. And I am concerned that we cannot do that because we are not a judicial body subject to interpreting an easement between two private parties. That's my concern, and therefore no standing.
I would agree that I don't believe that the appellant has standing in this case. However, that doesn't mean that you cannot hear the merits of the case once we get a clear understanding of what the appellant's issue is and then what the developer's issue is. And then we could, you could also make a ruling on the merits and say, at the end of the day, wait a minute, as I saw from the beginning, not only is this a dispute between two private parties, and therefore your appeal is denied, but I also denied on the basis of standing. So there's that option as well.
I'm going to weigh in here. I'm going to say this. When we hear appeals, we are sitting as a quasi-judicial body. That's been established over and over and over again. Number two, I did say that I would give you an opportunity for rebuttal. So you may have 3 minutes. And then after that, we may follow your advice and hear about the merits, and it might inform our decision both on standing and the merits of the case. So you may have 3 minutes to rebut or respond rather to Mr. Bruce or
Well, Madam Vice Mayor,
Well, I
would
brought
like
a
to hear
copy
from
of
my
the
colleague.
easement right here. He said he hasn't seen it, so I did bring a copy if you'd like to have one.
No, just stand right there. Just stay right there.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd
Yeah.
like to hear from Councilmember Breckus because
Sure. But I did tell him that he'll have 3 minutes, so go ahead, Councilman Breckus, and then.
This concept, this roadblock the city attorney's office has erected of standing is one that doesn't have any place in Reno Municipal Code. doesn't have any place in Nevada revised statutes. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. I object always on it. I did on the last one just to move forward, but I object strongly. We're updating our code, we can put it in there. The courts of Nevada in the Cold Springs case ruled standing very broadly.
Right.
But then standing is also moved in the courts also. But that's where it belongs, in the courts. And I'll say one issue is, sir, do you own a property that shares a property line with the subject site?
No.
No adjacency of the properties?
No, not with that subject site.
Okay,
The road goes right through our property. And
Okay.
It's the
But I
backbone
mean,
of
you're
the
next-
project.
did you receive a little yellow postcard that this item was coming?
Yeah.
The Nevada revised statute requires postcards to go out to people within certain vicinity. To me, by virtue of that, they have standing, because otherwise, why would we be sending them postcards? Just to say hello? I mean, that's how absurd this thing is. I always rule for standing. If there's a problem, when this thing goes up to the courts, let them create some case law on it. Drives me crazy, and it spends too much time here instead of moving our evenings on.
It's interesting, I actually agree with you. And I think that everywhere I've worked, including here in Nevada, when there's a question, we always err to allowing the person to make their case. So I'm looking for a motion on the standing right now, since that's how
I'll
it's been
move that he is
structured.
standing.
Okay, do I hear a second? I will second for discussion. Okay, any discussion? No, seeing none? Oh, you have some?
Well, I appreciate Mr. Hall's statement, which is say our piece on the standing, hear the merits. We're here. It's been a long day. I appreciate that. And so I would be supportive of moving forward.
Okay, so all in favor of aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay, it's unanimous. We will move on with the merits of the case. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so in these cases, do we want our staff to go first? Do we want the appellant to go first?
The appellant.
Right, okay. I believe you can have 10 minutes.
Okay, just for the record, I did not cancel 2 meetings. The first meeting I agreed to attend was canceled, not by me.
Okay,
And the second meeting was going to be with Brooke Oswald, and it turned out to be a meeting I couldn't attend. And the developer wasn't going to be there to work anything out anyway. So I did not miss any meetings that the developer had scheduled that I agreed to go to.
okay. Do you want to present your case?
Yes, the easement that we're talking about here is not a public use easement, but that project that was approved describes a public use roadway. And this private land under there, and that is not a public use easement. So, and to be privately maintained, it's all contradicting in the language that was specifically added to this easement agreement to protect the servient property from exactly what's being proposed, which is to have a privately maintained road on their private property, maintained by someone else and used by the general public. So this was to protect them from having to own a road that everybody in town uses for the rest of their lives. And that's why it is in here. I'm not particularly an owner. My mother and my cousins are the owners of this property. I'm their representative. So I don't know why anyone would want to own a roadway that's in use by the general public just perpetually and to allow it to be privately maintained when the language in this easement is very clear, and it was placed here to prevent exactly that from happening. And it states that the road will be dedicated to the city of Reno and maintained and replaced and all by the city. So for our project, our property to be subject to a privately maintained road, that was not in the terms of this easement agreement. So the city, by approving this project and saying, yeah, build your road, is actually reducing our property rights and handing them to someone else.
Okay. Does anyone have any, is that your conclusion?
If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Does anyone have any questions? Councilman Breckus? Okay. I have only one question, I think. I was a little bit confused by what Mr. Bruce said earlier about, it sounded like there was a conveyance of property, but there was a retention of an easement. And could you just explain that
Okay,
a
this
little bit?
easement leads from a property that was sold to the developer, but it does not lead to another property that we sold the developer. It leads to another property that he bought, I believe, from the Catholic Church. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Okay, but it doesn't lead from one he bought to another he bought from us.
Okay. So you are not saying that it's your easement, right?
We're the servient tenement of the easement,
You
so we
are.
have a right to use that as well.
You also have an easement. And your main contention is whether it remains open to the public or whether it stays as a private?
No,
road?
my contention is that they proposed a road that will be open to the public and privately maintained when the easement requires that it will be dedicated to the city and maintained by the city.
Okay.
It's in the language of the easement.
Okay.
And let me just,
Councilwoman Breckus?
and to understand, you know, you have rights of this easement, and in the world that you see this easement operating, the easement, if it's going to be used for the public, it should relate to public dedication or just public maintenance?
Both.
Okay, and the way the conditions came out of the tentative map is not agreeable to you because we've got public use. Like, I could drive up there myself if I just wanted to go for a ride and, you know, through this little neighborhood over to another neighborhood. And for you, the concern is it'll be open to traffic, people like me coming up, going through, but the private maintenance doesn't give you the, not in keeping in your mind to the deed language, but two is a problem because you don't think private maintenance could maybe guarantee the same quality of street maintenance as the private would? Is that kind of?
That's not really the concern. No, the
Okay.
concern is that the property rights are being extended beyond what was granted in the easement.
Okay, so it's just a straight, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to, we're a
and
policy
also, I mean,
body.
to have a public roadway on property that you still own privately was never the intention of this easement. That's why it
Okay.
says it shall be dedicated to the city
Okay.
of Reno. That way we
Okay.
don't end up having private property under publicly used roadways.
Yeah, okay, okay.
It's just objectionable. I don't think anyone wants to own property that everybody drives on all the
Okay.
time. I mean,
Okay.
an easement's an easement and a roadway's a roadway, and when it's a dedicated roadway, it won't be our property anymore. That's the key.
When was this language, this easement granted? Was it recent or?
No, this easement was granted back in, let's see, it looks like 08.
08?
Yeah.
Prior to the land parcel maps?
This easement was granted prior to the recent tentative map. I mean,
Okay.
it's 10 years old. It's
Okay.
2008.
Okay, thank you. I've got some geographic orientation questions I really want to understand from our staff.
Right. Okay. Well, with that, let's conclude this portion. And I'm tempted to, it says to go to you, but I really want to go to the staff. I think it says, does the staff or developer have rebuttal? What is the pleasure? I'm interested in hearing from the staff.
Yeah, I just want to really see the maps.
Okay. Okay.
So once again, Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. As we identified the property before, this is really to the northern portion of the property up here. The appellant owns a piece of property here. The applicant owns these two adjacent properties. It's that roadway between that. One thing I think should be noted, within the applicant's or the appellant's material, they included that agreement to that deed and a number of other items on that. There is a map within that that states what that is a relocatable public access and public utility easement. And so it's very clear within that is for public access, and that does provide for public utilities to be moved through that property.
So the,
Is there a better map? Because these are just a couple lines on
Sure.
a sheet.
yeah,
I
and I
don't know
wouldn't
if we're
mind
north,
showing the
south,
proposed
east, west.
platting.
I mean,
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
that helps a little
Okay,
bit
yeah.
better. Yep.
So the proposed connection up there, under the understanding people have, maybe not him, but, or is that it can float on that parcel, correct?
Yeah, it's relocatable to accommodate, those connections that need to happen there. Within that, there's probably a certain boundary within that.
Okay.
There's a certain area associated with that.
And what does the trust own? What property does the trust own?
So the trust owns this property here, so it's the red, this is the proposed connection there.
Okay, so on the trust property, this easement could float somewhere, but that's not really his issue. His issue is that, and I can see that it looks like a connection, the word connection is there, between one subdivision and another, that, sometimes we get connections for the fire to go through and they have a gate, but this is just like a little neighborhood road that ties to.
Yeah, as stated, it is a, or per what was provided by the appellant in their deed, per the copy map, there's the definition, a boundary, or kind of a property definition, boundary definition. But it is stated as a relocatable public access and public utility easement. So the intent is for the public to be able to use that easement to move between various properties.
And if we could just pull that one up and show the plating, is the reason why, if we don't have that connection, we, the city, these people are out at a long cul-de-sac subdivision essentially, and we've got to have two ways out of this.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
And the lower part, if I may, can you show the lower part? It's at railroad cross. Is there a railroad crossing here?
Our other connection is back on Comstock Drive. So you would see this road going from Comstock Drive along the hillside there.
Okay.
Coming back up and connecting into that Mountain View Estates on the other side.
So got to get people two ways out, but the lower area has an at-grade railroad crossing, which always puts things into the hardest world of all places to
Yes,
be, right?
right here. We do have a railroad here. This
Okay.
is Comstock. So there's two projects here that
Yeah.
have been approved. So there's Comstock 1,
Yeah.
Phase 1, and then there's the Comstock Phase 2.
Okay.
This appeal is against this portion.
Yeah,
of this
I
phase.
understand. I understand.
Okay. Mr. Reese?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Can we look at this map that was presented in our packet? It's the original map that I think might explain better the entirety of the area, the connection to Mountain View 4, Mountain View 3, and then back up to Ferrari McLeod Boulevard. It's attachment Exhibit A to the Planning Commission staff report. LDC 19, page 71, I believe.
Devin, may I borrow that?
Yes, please. Yeah, thanks. No problem. I just want to be able to have us all having the same conversation. Because I didn't understand something, right? This is the flow pattern that is proposed by this easement. And am I correct that Ms. Breckus was pointing out that it's the parcel to the south of the proposed connection that is owned by the appellant?
The
No, it's the
applicant owns
triangle
the project site, and Mountain View 4, the appellant owns a parcel that kind of runs into this area
Both
here.
sides of the proposed
Okay,
connection.
that's what I was
'Cause,
understanding.
yeah.
Okay.
The trust.
But just to be clear, where the dotted line is, where the proposed connection is that Mr. Lording's property?
Yes.
And he has sold an easement to these folks?
He sold the
Or granted.
project site, that's marked project site up there. To
Right.
these folks associated with that, they have an easement agreement
Okay.
through his property.
And it can move?
As defined, it could be a relocatable.
Does both people have to agree where it moves to?
That would be a legal question, further
Okay.
detail within
But
that deal.
I guess we're involved because we're the ones requiring 2 points of access. And this access has to be acceptable to us. It couldn't be up a mountainside or something. I mean, it's for fire, it's for circulation.
Correct.
And what I think I'm hearing him say, I just want to ask you, he has a private right. He has granted an easement to these folks. The city has required it to be a public street.
Well, according to the deed, it does have public access. What we have required it to do is for it to be privately maintained
At the cost of the applicant.
at the cost of the applicant.
But it's
correct.
supposed to be a public street or a private street?
It would be a public accessible street, but will be privately maintained.
Do we
and
have
held.
many of those? I mean, it's unusual to
This
me.
is, I would refer to engineering on this, but I do not believe that it's uncommon for us to do that.
Okay.
Engineering could
All right,
answer
so
that
the
better.
main issue, it's just so I can understand, is the appellant is challenging this construction, that there would be a public street that's privately maintained? That's the issue here?
Yeah, as I understand the appellant's case, is that he believes there is conflicting language within the deed they have, or the agreement they have between them, that it should be owned by the city and maintained by the city.
Okay.
May I ask?
Yep. Let me just, Councilman Weber, any questions? Anyone else? So I'll go to Councilman Breckus, then back to Councilman Reese, and then I'd like to turn it over to the, the applicant.
Now, typically, community development conditions of approval, when they say privately maintained, they mention the mechanism for maintaining, and a lot of times it's by an HOA. Was that how the condition was constructed?
Within this, all the private, the open space, the roadways and stuff ultimately would be maintained through an HOA.
So the conditions of approval mentioned in HOA or contemplate an HOA being,
Or other entity that would
or
serve
other
that
entity?
role.
Because you just said the developer, and I mean, the developer could be a dissolved entity upon lot sales, and then how can they maintain it? And that could maybe be to his point, but we have set forward an instrument, the Common Interest Communities statutes, as a privately maintaining entity. Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reese?
I guess this is a question for our body. Why does it matter to whom? Who has to shell out the money for it? I'm trying to figure this out. Can someone help me?
Yeah, I could take a stab, but then maybe someone else. Generally, we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, that we're authorizing is actually comes to be and is maintained. We saw it even on the Daybreak case where they offered to set up an entity to maintain a flood system, right? Just to provide certainty that the thing is going to happen. We've already had a lot of bad experiences with HOAs maintaining a little bit complicated things. They're pretty good at maintaining roads, I think. So at least they can collect the money. They might even hire the city to do the maintenance, or third party. So that's my understanding why it's important. I'd like to bring up the applicant who is defending themselves in this appeal and give them 10 minutes to make their case.
Mr. Bruce, if you would just make sure you're speaking into the mic. It's been a long day, and
Thank you.
I just want to be able to hear you. You're
Thank you.
Soft-spoken at times.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorr, Honorable Council, thank you. Again, Mark Bruce, on behalf of the applicant. A couple of times, the appellant has indicated that the easement itself requires that this easement be actually offered to and accepted for dedication to the city, okay? In fact, the very last paragraph of this easement says something different. It says that until that actually occurs, that it shall remain an easement that shall burden and benefit the properties, that can be assigned when we want it, where we want it, to whom we want it to be assigned. And the point of the matter is that we can assign it to an HOA, that we can assign it as a public easement. In fact, it's stated very specifically in this document that we can, that it is in fact a public access, public utility easement.
And this
So-
document that you're speaking of is
I'm sorry, it's the easement itself.
between the two of you,
That is correct.
nothing to do with the city.
That is correct.
Okay.
And just to clarify the origin of all of this, my client, through an affiliate, purchased this property over 10 years ago, paid a lot of money for this easement, and has been relying upon the fact that he would be able to use this easement for purposes of this project that has really always been contemplated. And so for us to be sitting here and receive an objection where the last paragraph completely contradicts the basis of his appeal, and the fact that it is a public access is clearly stated in the easement itself, is something that I don't think, number one, that they're standing. I think it's a frivolous appeal. I think that if he wants to make a claim, he should bring it to a court of law, and that the court of law should make a decision on this. We welcome that because we are very confident that we will win that. But that is where we are with respect to that. We have no problem. If he's concerned about some sort of issue with respect to maintenance of this road, he is more than welcome to deed to us, and we will accept, just like you would accept if we were to offer this property to you to maintain as a public entity, we will accept the underlying real property to this thing so that he never has to worry that he has a responsibility as an owner of this property to maintain it. We have no problem with that. With respect to this meeting, we told him, you pick a day, you pick a minute, we'll be there, we will sit down, and we will explain all of this to you so that you understand. And we did not, there was no mention back as to when we could meet or what we could do. So my client is sitting here, he's losing a lot of time. It's a very expensive process with respect to a very significant development that he's been waiting for a long time. And this is just a mechanism by which the appellant is frivolously interfering with the project.
Okay, sir, if you can
Yes.
just hold your comment. Okay.
So I don't know if that answers all of your questions, but I'm more than happy to answer any other
Okay.
question.
In the remaining minutes, do any council members have any question? I think I saw Mr. Reese
Just
first.
to staff.
Oh,
Well, I have a question for Mr. Bruce. I have a question for Mr. Bruce.
That was wrong.
Mr. Bruce,
Sir, do not interrupt.
Mr. Bruce, who is going to build the road between cottages at Comstock Phase 2 and Mountain View Phase 4?
Yeah, the developer, Rob Fitzgerald.
Right, the developer is going to build it.
Yes.
Who's going to maintain it in the future? Mr. Fitzgerald, do you want to come to the mic? So you're prepared, Mr. Fitzgerald, to build a roadway between Comstock Phase 2 and Mountain View 4, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're going to set up whatever is necessary to have an HOA maintaining that road into perpetuity?
That is correct. And be
Hold on
aware,
a
it's a
second.
private road, but it's built to city standards.
Understand? And ultimately, you prefer that over some dedication to the city because you don't own the underlying land?
I would be more than happy to dedicate this to the city if the city would like it.
Well, you don't own it, so you can't dedicate it to the city. You
But I
could
can.
transfer
My-
the
my-
easement.
My easement allows me.
I understand, but I'm asking a very specific set of questions so I can get to the end result. And you prefer what you have proposed because that's what you own?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
okay. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I have questions for staff who oversaw this and maybe engineering staff. So when an application comes in, don't you ask for any and all easements to be identified on the subject parcel or, that the property is subject to?
Yes, and I would refer to engineering. Engineering is
Okay.
really the one that does the review
Okay.
on the
Then
easements.
engineering, you or someone in your office reviews all the easements, both on property or subject to this site. Did you review this one?
Mike Michelle, engineering manager for the record. When it comes to tentative maps, you show all of your necessary offsite easements on the tentative map.
And did this one show?
Yes.
And did it seem that the condition applied to it met with the legalities of the easement language?
It did.
Okay. So that more or less helps me because there's always easements to read and understand how they can be applied, right?
Sure.
Yeah, to the request presented. That helps me.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
And so that concludes the applicant's portion? Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to turn to Councilwoman Weber and see if she has an inclination or she wants to call on her colleagues.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, we do have public
Oh,
comment in the
comment. I
audience.
apologize. Thank you. Who do you have?
Our first public commenter is Bonnie Kennedy, followed by Jason Stokes.
Okay. And I apologize. End of a long day.
Thank you. Bonnie Kennedy, 60 Greenstone Drive. And I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to talk, and I'd like to thank Mr. Lawton for this. He took the map away so you can't see the impact that this road is going to cause with, as far as traffic goes. And the traffic is going to come, we live right over here. But currently, there's only 224 houses in that whole area around Comstock. And that goes from Socrates, that counts all of the houses from Achilles, Diogenes, Zeus, Comstock, Greenstone, Brownstone, Silverstone, blah, 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 up to where University Heights starts. Anyway, the traffic is going to be horrible. And it's kind of like everybody knows it. And even with the improvements that he's proposed at the intersection there at 2 down to the intersection, I think is 5. But there's not, that road is a 2-lane road. And even if you put a sidewalk on both sides and a bike lane, it's still a narrow 2-lane road on a downhill with those 2 turns in it. And the community up there is, they're tired of coming to voice their opinions. I will never be tired, because they feel no one listens and no one cares that there's going to be all of this traffic. From his proposal has been 282 or so homes in phase 1 and 194 in phase 2, which is going to connect into Mountain View and 4 and 3, and then Ferrari McLeod. So the potential for the traffic to come down, there's an accident at Audi. All those people are going to funnel down Ferrari McLeod down there. The road is not equipped to handle it. And so I would just hope that you would take that into consideration, and thank you for having an easement.
And just so I can ask our staff, I mean, it has to be built to city standards.
Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. Yes, any street will have to be built to our Public Work Design Manual standards.
That includes 2 sidewalks.
That would include the sidewalks, depending, there is some hillside stuff up here, and so we have allowed sidewalks on one side, I believe in some places, to accommodate just the hillsides and slopes and that.
I'll just be candid. So in my ward, I have a lot of steep downhills. And what happens after they're built is it becomes an enforcement issue with police with speeding over and over and over again with complaints. So whatever you can do to make this road less amenable would be interesting to me. I'm sure there's more approvals that have to come, or acceptance of roads, that kind of thing.
We have 2 tentative maps that have gone through. We would expect final maps to be coming through as this moves forward.
So 2 tentative maps have been approved?
Yes, they have. This is the appeal on Comstock Phase 2. Comstock 1 has been approved, and we'd be waiting on that.
And I apologize, was there another public comment? Yes, there was. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Our final public commenter is Jason Stokes.
My name's Jason. I live up on Comstock Road. One concern, and like Bonnie had said, is down here towards the backside of Comstock, or it comes under McCarran. That McCarran is a bridge. It has pillars that are built in place. It's a 2-lane road. There's sidewalk up to it. They're planning on putting a bike path and a sidewalk continuing. The sidewalk goes from the cemetery right to the bridge. It's only 42 feet wide. It's gonna bottleneck down there. As we know now, I'm up in the morning at 5 o'clock in the morning driving down the road. McCarran and 395 coming from North Valleys is brutal. No one's gonna come up this side up to McCarran and up to 395 and down. They're gonna wanna go downtown. I have a traffic issue there, and I'm not sure how we can even use Socrates as a access point. In order to do that, we have to go through residential houses right through here. That is a 2-lane road, plenty of kids, people on the sidewalks. There's no room to make this even suitable unless Socrates came all the way through. I'm not sure if that's part of the plan, but right now it's not part of the plan. And there's a lot of gates and a lot of access issues that 265 homes, we have traffic jams in there. North parking lot from UNR comes in right here. Those kids, we come through there and we have a 15, 20-minute delay trying to get out of Comstock. We try to go to Socrates, same scenario. My issue is that the road Comstock and Socrates are both steep, snow, and a lot of kids walking, a lot of people biking, and I have concern going over the railroad track and going through there, through guardrails, cemetery, and our traffic through there. It's bad. So I'm not sure how we can do Comstock 2 first without doing Comstock 1, and then doing the easement. So my thing is the same with bonding. Where traffic issues are bad. There's not anything on Comstock as far as usability. I mean, we're already using that thing up for 265 homes up there now. We're going to double that, and it's going to be bad. Going up to Ferrari McLeod, I mean, that's great, but I don't think people are going to go that direction. They want to get back in the traffic up there. Other than that, it's great idea. I just like to see the traffic and the roads to really get it dialed in. Snow removal up there is bad. We do a lot of brine. The city's doing a lot of things up Socrates, up Comstock, trying to get in front of it. But there's accidents up there. And with your concerns up on the easement and everything's gonna come down Comstock, I think it's bad. A lot of privately owned people up there, a lot of dead-end roads. Everything through here ends in an easement that there's no access to and from the cottages into Comstock. So we're pinpointed down to number 2, and then number 1 up top. Number 4, I don't think is an option. So that was my concern, and I just like to think that we consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more public comment?
None registered.
Okay. Just to summarize what I think I just heard too, this is more for you, staff, is to think about, this is outside the purview of this appeal, the issues that just came up. But in your final map, it sounds like you're gonna have to look at some traffic control with the UNR parking lot, maybe metering. If people are waiting 15 minutes just to leave their development, that's a problem, right?
Certainly
Nobody
would-
would accept that as good.
Yeah,
So-
just to clarify that, with the tentative maps, those were concerns with the city. There are a number of conditions and offsite improvements that will happen down Comstock all the way down to Virginia. They are proposing improvements at the intersection of Virginia and Comstock to increase traffic there. So that has been looked at.
What did you say they're proposing?
Additional improvements down at where North Virginia and Comstock
Right.
meet.
I just didn't hear what that
To
was.
improve traffic flows through there so they
Okay.
can get more right-hand turns out of there. and
Perhaps
some
there's a
different
circle or
movements. So-
something, I don't know.
So there's a number of things that have been proposed
Okay.
through this. So it
All right.
has been looked through.
All right, thank you. And Councilwoman Breckus, and then let's just try to wrap this up.
Yeah. How long is the easement? What's the length? How many,
So it's about, the easement, as it was said on that page, is about 22,000 square feet.
In
And
length?
because it's relocatable, it could, modify
Sure.
in that length a little bit.
okay,
so-
22,000
Yeah,
square
so
feet.
about a half acre.
Well,
Right,
that's not a length measurement.
No, but it's a square footage measurement
That's
on
the
that
square footage, yeah.
But I mean, is it like a quarter mile?
Oh, no, I would not be that far.
Is it 1,000 feet?
Yeah, 500 or
Okay.
600
Okay.
feet, yeah, 600 feet.
I do think we're making a mistake continuously in not building sidewalk on both sides of the street. I've mentioned it for sun exposure, shading, and when people are walking. And our community development staff seems to stand on, only one side of the street. And I think we're putting pedestrians at risk and we're not advancing our master plan walking goals. So I'm following that closely in our master plan redo. Did the conditions of approval for Mountain View, Comstock 1 or Comstock 2 contemplate any final map phasing scenarios, like Comstock 2 has to be done before 1? Was that?
So, yeah, they would propose Comstock 1. That was a concern that city staff had. as those two projects came forward. So what we did is we actually applied the conditions of the off-site street improvements and a number of those to both sites.
Okay.
So if one came in before the other, we would still get the improvements we needed
Yeah.
to handle
Okay.
traffic.
Yeah, the timing thing is always an issue. Okay, those are my only
I'm
questions.
going to turn to Councilman Weber. Would you like to make a motion at this point?
I do. I first wanted to talk to the two folks on the public comment. Appreciate you being here, have heard you. I intend to work with you and the developer in the next process. Because I know of your issues, and I've been there, and I've seen them. So I hope that this works well with the developer as well. And I just appreciate working with you all. So I plan to be there. But I am going to make a motion on this issue, and that is in regards to the appeal, based on the council's review of the staff report and the record on appeal and information presented at the public hearing for this appeal. Based on my ability to make all required findings, I move to affirm the approval of the tentative map and special use permits by Planning Commission, subject to the conditions stated in the approval letter. The city clerk is instructed to prepare and file an order.
Okay, do I hear a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any final comment, Ms. Breckus?
Yeah, I'm going to support. I just, a couple points is, one, I really hope we don't end up in court on this issue and with, on the losing side of the reading of this easement. A lot of times the people who grant the easement wrote it, so that's what gives me concern. If the person who wrote it maybe knows it better than I don't know. And the second one is, I think it's a friendly reminder to staff when we're going through an appeal issue is your role and the city attorney's role is to stand with the Planning Commission recommendation and to provide us everything we need to have all the facts we need to make decisions. It's not to broker. Yeah, I think you have to be sensitive, and because it doesn't help us when we have the, well, you had a meeting, we had a meeting, and so on. It's like, that maybe isn't even for staff to engage in. An appeal's been filed, we're on a due process path, and your job, the job, is to get us where we need to be to have the best hearings we can have with the most information. I've been reviewing these things for 20 years, and I've never had 2 nights of 2 appeals on anywhere I've sat that had more confusing. I didn't know what these were about going in.
Right.
So that's the number one job to get us.
I think that would be a 5-0 on that comment, but until we got here. But anyway, yeah, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously in favor of supporting the tentative map. Thank you for coming, Mr. Lording, and bringing up these issues. We appreciate the position that you find yourself in, and you'll take it from here, I'm sure. Thank you. Okay, with that, I think I'm looking for a motion for adjournment.
Oh, do we want to do the date?
Excuse me? Oh, we need public comment, and also Councilwoman Weber has requested that we reconsider the calendar. Now, we could do this I would suggest right now that we do it at a following meeting. I would.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they can advertise it. Well, we should reconsider it then. No, she was on the prevailing side. She can ask for reconsideration.
Right.
On the second. That doesn't get advertised till the morning, so
right?
it could go that way.
So that would be my recommendation when more people are here to discuss the calendar.
Okay.
So, is that okay? Okay. All right, so is there any final public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, there's none registered at this time.
Okay, seeing no final public comment, thank you. Second? Second. All in favor? Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for your attendance today.